And this is a special live stream which happens every once in a month only in our channel. So thank you for being here. So let me do hello all. Let me see whether I am live or not. And yeah, yeah. So seems like I'm live. So we'll start in 1 or 2 minutes. We'll start. Okay. So yeah, we are live. Okay. Okay, so good morning, good morning, good morning all. So we're going to start. We're going to start in the next 1 or 2 minutes. We're going to start. Okay, let's get started actually. And because first I want to tell you all something. Like a lot of you were asking what you need to do and all. And first I want to tell you what path you should take. Okay, see this HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React you can learn anywhere. And why we're teaching React.js? Why not only HTML, CSS, and JavaScript? And why only HTML, CSS, and JavaScript? Why we are not teaching Python? Why we are not teaching PHP? Why we are not teaching something else which is required? Okay, so let us understand all those things first. Then we are going to start with HTML, of course. Like in the next 15-20 minutes, we're going to start with HTML. I'll also let you know the way in which you will get the certificate, because there will be some attendance forms which you need to fill to get the certificate. So that will be there. And so let us start with that. Then after that, we're going to start with HTML, followed by CSS, followed by JavaScript, and followed by React.js. So that is all about. So let me share my screen. And okay, so yeah, so this is about me. So my name is Navindu Vishwas. I have helped more than 3,000 people in the past 2 years. Yeah, it is since 2 years we are running this company, and to start the job in IT, either through corporate training. I do corporate training. I do have my own classes, and I do teach on YouTube also along with my team. Okay, so that is what I do. I'm a full-time corporate trainer, and right now full-time, and we are into a bit of development also. I will come to that. Okay, so we do development also, but not for someone else, but for us only. Okay, so that is there. And React.js teacher, mainly a React.js teacher. And I was not always like that. I am a author also. You can find out my books on Amazon. Like 5 books are there on Amazon which are published. And YouTuber for a long time, like it's 3 years. It is showing is 3 years. Okay, so it's 3 years in done. Okay, that is good. So yeah, so I have like I was doing a full-time job in Bangalore and all, Bangalore, Mumbai, and all the places. So I had my last job was as an associate architect in a product-based company in Bangalore. Architects are like not like the architect who builds your home and all those things. These architects are like software technical architects. I was a technical architect in Bangalore. I had worked in IBM. I had worked in Oracle. I have worked in JP Morgan. Those who know Oracle and JP Morgan are fairly big companies. Started my career again in Bangalore with CDAC in 2004. Okay, so worked for 16 years. After that, I started my own company, and like how it is more than 18 years in the IT, and where we are mainly, I'm a teacher and founder. Okay, so mainly we do teach web development to corporates, to individual, and we have always have a individual batches, 3 month batches keep on running on. So right now also like batches are going on. So those batches keeps on going on, and we try to keep the charges as minimum so that most people can attend it. So that is something else which I can tell at the end. So but today it is not about it. Today it is learning on YouTube. So the complete thing, we're teaching everything on YouTube. So today in this 12 hours thing, we're not going to like teach anything like less. We're going to teach everything full, like HTML full, CSS full, JavaScript full, React.js full, because we are so much experienced that we can do a lot of justice in 3 hours of training of anything. Okay, so that is there. We can teach a lot of important topics. Means even if you can learn with from these topics, it is more than enough. After that, you keep on doing projects. But if you do more, if you want more mentorship and all, then the only solution is to join some course and all. Not from, it's not always from us. You can join from anyone else also. It's not a thing. Okay, So that is there. This is about me, and we are a fully registered company, TWD, and we're registered in actually in Bangalore, but I am working from Bhopal. So we are a fully registered company. We pay our GST on time, and you'll get a nice certificate. And also, okay, a lot of you might want the certificate. So what is the certificate? So to get the certificate, you will get this attendance form. Okay, there are actually four attendance form: one, two, three, four. So why four attendance form? Because we will take the attendance four time, not one time, two time, four time. Because it's a 12 hour from 9 a.m. till 9 p.m. in the night. Maybe we'll end a bit early also, but it is 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. mostly. Okay, because you cannot stream more than 12 hours on YouTube. Okay, so 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. it is there, and in this 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. we are going to teach everything. So we are going to take the attendance four times. So first attendance will be given around 9:30 a.m. Okay, first attendance at around 9:30 a.m. Second attendance will be given when CSS is completed. I think around 1:30 around that time, and then the third attendance will be given when JavaScript is completed at 6 p.m. and the fourth attendance will be given when everything is completed at around 8:30 p.m. So these are the four times the four attendance will be given, and we will have enough breaks because we are also not robots. We will give enough breaks, 10 minutes break. Even we'll have a 20-minute lunch also at around 1:30, so that you also all can take a break. So those breaks are there, and those who miss this thing will always be there on our YouTube channel. You can always watch this on the YouTube channel. Okay, so this, like, if you go to a YouTube channel, you will find, like, if I go to my YouTube channel, so you will find, okay, so wherever there, if you go, you'll find that, like, we have all these things, like videos and all, and live. Mainly we do a lot of lives. So we will this, and every week also, one more thing I want to tell, and this is what we do: live stream classes to make you a highly paid web developer. So we, every week, we also have some classes, like JavaScript advanced to master was done previous week by our JavaScript teacher. Yeah, I only don't teach here. We have a JavaScript teacher also and a CSS teacher also. I mainly concentrate on the advanced part, ReactJS. All I can teach everything. When I started, I used to teach everything, but now we have grown. So this thing is there, and we have 4 hours workshop every Saturday, and 12-hour workshop is there only on once in a month. Okay, 4 hour workshop every Saturday. Then we have, like, weekdays things also. CSS was done before that, JavaScript was done before that, React Native was done before that, React was done before that, again CSS was done. So those, this all things happen. This four-day works happens mainly sometime at the night or some other places, 8:30 p.m. or something like that. And in that workshop, what happens, like, it's a 1 hour workshop, 4 days, 1 hour workshop, and we teach everything in a very much detail. So that is also another thing which I want to tell. So come to our website, come to our this YouTube channel, and you can find out all about the things which we have. And we have more than, like, 987 videos, and we have videos on all the projects also. It is not only that we teach this theoretical concept. You'll find, like, all the projects and all the things are things also. Like, if you go to this popular, you will find we have done a lot of projects also, and videos also. You can see a lot of projects, and all are also there. If you want to know more about it, okay, go to the home, and you can find out the more, like, Mun clones, Firebase clone, Next.js is quite popular nowadays. So these three main topics are there. Beside this, we have JavaScript projects and all those things. And whoever will get the certificate, we are going to send a playlist also, so that you can learn on your own for the next 6 months. You can learn. We'll send a playlist which will take you 6 months to complete, and all the guidance will be there. Most of you will be there on the YouTube WhatsApp group. If you're not there on the WhatsApp group, I will send the WhatsApp group link, so you can join that WhatsApp group, so that you can learn about all of our live streaming and some other things which you need. So let me give the WhatsApp group if you have not joined it. Okay, so one sec. So this is the WhatsApp group. You can join this WhatsApp group. Okay, so that is there, and yeah. So this is the WhatsApp group. You can anyways join it. Okay, so everything will be given on the live chat. Okay, so one more thing, like in this attendance form, I'm going to send it soon. So what you have to fill, you have to fill your email ID on which you will require the certificate, because this certificates will be sent on Sunday evening. And you will have to fill a valid email, or else you will not get the certificate. Then the name which you want on the certificate, don't fill any like rubbish name. Fill a real name, or you will get with that only, because we don't see that much which is the real name, which is given in your 10th board, which is given in your 12th board. Give that. Okay, and we are doing so much, we are doing a 12 hours thing, so we want you to subscribe to our YouTube channel. So YouTube username by which you have subscribed to our channel, we check that thing whether you're subscribed. We do a lot on Instagram also, so please give the ID by which you have subscribed to our Instagram. Okay, and all the links are here. And then your role and LinkedIn profile, if you have a LinkedIn profile, please provide the LinkedIn profile. Why a LinkedIn profile is required, I will tell. Okay, so that is there. And so let us get started a bit, like then we are going to know a bit more, because there is something more which is required. Okay, so what we are all teaching here, we're teaching here web development. Why we're teaching here web development? And we're teaching here exactly something known as a web app development, and it requires first to learn these three things: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Then it requires one more thing also, and that thing is known as ReactJS. So what is this ReactJS? We'll come to that later on. ReactJS is a JavaScript library which uses all these things: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and it is used to create the web apps which you see nowadays. In fact, this thing which I'm using right now, which has got this nice feature of doing this thing, and this all the things are actually stored in some database. All this thing is also created in React.js. So this, like this advanced thing, and like the site linkedin.com, it is also created in React.js. All the sites which you see today are mainly created, the front end is created in React.js, back end there are many other things are there. So front end is always created in React.js. Okay, all the different things front end are already created in React.js. The most number of jobs which are there right now are in React.js only. So React.js, if you have this in your resume, you'll get a job, because most of the company, startups, mid company, big company, any company, which they are making projects in React.js only. Nowadays, nobody makes projects mainly in like a desktop app. Nobody makes a desktop app. Everything has become a web apps for the past more than 10 years, since Facebook was released in 2010. And yes, React.js is created by Facebook and all. We're going to tell more about that. And React.js is completely open source. So that is that these four things are required and nothing else is required. There is something else. There are a lot of other things also in which there are some good opportunities to get a job, like except like web app development. This is known as web app development, not website. I should have changed it, like not web development. This is web app development. So this is one thing, because everything is a web app, even this thing. But this thing is not created in React.js, because whenever you have a Google attached to something. Okay, so Google is also very powerful. It's like Google Forms, Google Slide, Google Sheet, Google Docs. Nobody uses Microsoft nowadays, like Microsoft MS Word and all those things, because these are like free to use. So everything which have Google attached to it, it is not created in React.js. It is created in something known as Angular. So Angular is also quite easy to learn, but not quite easy to learn, but it is much more difficult. But nowadays there are less Angular opportunity. Although in Google and a lot of other places Angular opportunity is there, but it is less compared to React.js. In Angular is also JavaScript, like it's not a library, it's a framework. So here instead of React.js, you change it to the Angular. So my advice is that if you want to learn Angular, learn it after React. It's a bit more complicated, and there are less number of jobs also in Angular. Except Google, there are very few companies which uses it. Okay, very few companies, and old projects are there, but very few companies uses it. Even we teach Angular, maybe we are going to teach Angular also next week, sometime soon on a channel. Okay, so that is there. And now what else? Now there are actually three secrets to become a web app developer. Okay, get a job. First thing is networking. You need some networking. Okay, so networking like LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. You should be good visible on LinkedIn. Okay, and I'll come to that because I'm expert on that. And then Twitter and Instagram are there. So Twitter also you should be okay. I'm not that okay. Instagram you should follow the development channels and all. And Facebook groups releases. There is a lot of good things in the Facebook groups related to development and ReactJS and all those things. So this four things you need to do. Then there is some daily actions, which is like you have to code 2 hours daily. If you're even if you're from a non-IT background, you have to do this thing. And then challenges, there are some challenges which a lot of people are doing because they have understood like this 100 days of code or 100 days of product challenge you have to do. So why this LinkedIn and all? So LinkedIn is the thing which I've taken my career so far. See, I have more than like 20 around 29,000 and only four are left. 29,000 connections. So that's a lot, and all of the things which I have got because of that. So the thing is that today everything is LinkedIn. LinkedIn is not just a job portal. You just don't create something like that and you don't have any connections and all. Okay, so LinkedIn is everything. Like if you have to be social, you have to code socially, then only you can get like a lot of people like code socially, like do and all. Okay, so you have to like, okay, I'm not getting any. Okay, so you have to like code everything. You have to build a good profile. Like I always tell people, like showcase your projects on LinkedIn. Okay, someone actually pinged me in the morning. So okay, so this guy pinged me in the morning, how can I get my first internship in React? By learning React and showcasing projects on LinkedIn. That is what you have to do. And also you have to, I should also mention that you should also update your LinkedIn profile also. What is this LinkedIn profile will not get you a job. This LinkedIn profile with this many connections will neither get you a job, neither get you anything. Like it will not get you anything. Like what is this? This is not a LinkedIn profile. Like LinkedIn profile is a must for today's to get a job. Okay, so it is more than what people say GitHub profile and all those things. You should like it is this person is not even active. So you have to be active also, or else you will not get a job. So you have to have a pick. Even if you're shy, but you are a boy will be shy, so you should have a pick also. You should have some endpoint also. You should have a profile like me. Okay, not everything like I have a very good profile. You should have a profile like me and all these things, then you'll get that much followers. And the thing is that you should like at least you should tell that you are looking for a job. And the other thing is that you have to showcase your project also. Okay, so showcase your project. I don't know, I don't showcase my project nowadays. Okay, what second, what is showcasing the project means? Let me show. Okay, so this is one of my intern. So he's working here. He's working for us. We have full-time employees. We have interns and all these things. So he was a mechanical engineer. He came to us, like he was telling me that it is more than 8 months. How much time he's doing? Okay, more than 7 months he's doing internship at our company. And I it is more than a year now he's with us, because he had done the course first. He had done a paid course and a physical course. This guy is from Hyderabad and he's done a physical course. And he's like quite good. He was a mechanical engineer. Now he knows everything in software and all, and he's doing good. And soon he will get a lot of like thing. Okay, so I will tell something which he used to do earlier. Like okay, so he used to do this thing. So this is what is known as showcase in public. He used to create these projects and then showcase them in public. So this is like 6 months back. He used to do this thing because I made him do this thing. Okay, so a lot of complicated projects he created. He created a Netflix loan, and he created this, and he created quite complicated projects. And when I saw that he was very much serious, I offered him the internship opportunities. And then he has done magic and all. Okay, so he has created this site. This complete site was created by him in React.js. I didn't help anything. This complete site was created by him. And this is our site actually. You'll get the schedule and all mainly, and you'll get our courses and all also. So this is our sites, and then we have another site. Yeah, and that okay. So this is also created with by him only, and this is our physical bootcamp site. And like a lot like this, he was just a mechanical engineer when he joined us with gap, and then he had done magic, and now he's a full-fledged developer. And this is another site which he have initially created, and which he used to work. So this is a very like, and this all, and this site is not even in React. This is even in advanced thing which is known as the Next.js. Okay, so that is there. Okay, So this is also there. So this is what is there. And yeah, so we will start with our boot camp now. Okay, so let me give the first attendance before I start. So attendance one have been shared. So on the live stream, on the live chat, please get the link from there. And I'm also showcasing it on the like video. But please fill it from the live chat. It will be much more easier. You can directly click it, okay, or else you have to find it out, okay. So that is there. I have given the first attendance, and we are going to start now. Okay, we are going to start with HTML. We are going to start with HTML. But for HTML, what do we need for HTML? And a lot of people are watching. Please do hit the like button. And if you're not subscribed, please do subscribe right now. Okay, I can only see 8 like buttons, 8 likes. Please do make it to 12 because 12 people are watching it. Okay, so like we are going to start with HTML now because the whole day we have to do this course HTML. So HTML stands for hypertext markup language. But even before starting with HTML, I want all of you to like download something known as a VS Code. Okay, so VS Code. And yes, unfortunately, like you need a code editor. I was recently in a college. Yes, I give like take workshops in colleges also. So in that college, like they forgot to bring their laptop, and we had to work on their computer lab, and computer lab was having old computers, and it is like a very top college, and it was very difficult to code like with some online code editor and all those things. Okay, it is very difficult, and it is almost also very difficult to code on the mobile. Okay, so you need a laptop for starting with code. A lot of people ask me that they don't tell me that they don't have a laptop. Please do buy a laptop. Please do buy a 10,000 rupees laptop also is more than enough. Okay, so that is there. And if you want to be a developer, you have to have a laptop. Okay, so that is something which is required. So and you need to download this VS Code, which is something which is a very lightweight code editor. It doesn't need a lot, so it doesn't need a lot, so it's a very lightweight code editor. Okay, so actually I am to show the attendance form. Okay, so sorry. Okay, so I'm showing the attendance form. I'm showing the WhatsApp group again. Okay, so I have shown the attendance form. Please fill the attendance form. Okay, so you have to download this thing VS Code, and how to download it, you can find it out. So it's a, like a, in a Windows. I'm using a Mac, so I'm getting this for the Mac. In a Windows, you will get a exe file, and you that install it. It's a desktop application. It's a must for development. Okay, and it's a very lightweight thing, and you can run it on a very like not powerful laptop, like with a i3 fourth generation also you can run. Okay, so that is not a big thing. Okay, you can run it. And now what it does, it creates something like this. Okay, it's have, when you'll build it, so you'll have it something like this will be done. Okay, then how to start it? Okay, so when you start it, it will have you something like this. So in the desktop of your computer, the best I will tell the easy way, because there are some people who are like just they are just into development. Okay, so and maybe they are just checking out what is development all about. They're not even into development, because a lot of people are like that. So I'll right click and do a new folder, a new folder. So this untitled folder, I will create this folder as what is happening, html, and then I will drag this folder here. Okay, I'll drag this folder here, and see, I've dragged this folder here. Now I'll make some place for this thing, make it side by side. I've dragged this folder here. Now what I am going to do, so this folder is dragged here, so you have to drag that folder there, and then if you want to see how I dragged it, check it again. Okay, then I'll go here and do a index.html. So why I am writing this index.html? Because all the files have some extension. Okay, so, and this file is also having some extension. So extension, like if you have a doc file, you have a docker extension. If you have a image file, you have a png or a jpg extension. So all programming files also have extension. And what is this? This is the file name. Index.html is actually a very common file name for the home page. So index.html I have written. Okay, so that is there. Okay, so now this index.html I have written, and we use VS Code for some of the reasons. See, as I was telling you about the college I was giving, so there they were using a very old Windows 7. I think Windows 7 doesn't support VS Code. Okay, so we are seeing that thing Windows 7 doesn't support VS Code. So try to get a new operating system in that. And there it was very difficult. Like they have notepad plus plus. Most of you people will have notepad plus plus on your Windows system. Okay, so or you will install it. Everybody knows what is notepad plus plus. And with notepad plus plus also, people used to code like 10 15 years back, but it is very difficult because it doesn't comes with all the features, like the feature which I'm going to show right now, which is like the HTML comes with a skeleton code. Okay, so I'll do this not and see, and then press the tab, and it will create me the skeleton code. So if you are using a notepad plus plus, or if you're not using VS Code, you will not get this skeleton code. This meta is something which we are not going to see actually. It is not required that it is used for SEO purposes, so we are not going to see it much. And that is used in digital marketing things. Okay, so like this is the like your HTML. This is a basic HTML, basic code of an HTML. And let me see if only 7 people have filled the attendance. Then please don't say that you have not got the certificate, because all of you have to fill the attendance. So please fill the attendance. You have not filled it. I can see more than 12 people are there. So please fill the attendance. Hi, good morning. Okay, so please fill the attendance and all. So now this is the basic structure of HTML. Okay, so basic structure of HTML. And like what is this? Okay, so let me come here. So this doc type HTML, it means it is a HTML version 5. Okay, HTML version 5. This only this line, it means the HTML version 5. So why it is like there, like HTML version 5? So it is there like because HTML, there are HTML was created in the year 1993, and it has been governed by a committee known as W3C, World Wide Web Memorandum, something like that it is called. And this doc type HTML, it means it is HTML version 5, which was released in the year 2015. Okay, which was released in the year 2015. Then we have this HTML lang English is there, and HTML is starting and HTML is ending. HTML is starting and HTML is ending. Then we have a head, and then we have a body. Okay, then we have head and a body. So HTML lang English means it's a language English, and most of the HTML tags, see, except this doc type HTML, there are some other tags also, have got an starting and then the ending. So this has got a starting and the ending with a slash, and inside that everything has been done. So starting and the ending, like this. Head tag have a starting and the ending. So head tag is something which is to be done with this part. You're seeing this thing, this is there in the head part. And the body is something in which we are really going to code the HTML, like this H1 and all the other things. Like HTML is all about learning about different tags. HTML is not a programming language. Programming language will start when we will start with your JavaScript. Even CSS is not a programming language. Okay. So those who are new people who are watching here, please fill the attendance form. It is been given in the live chat, and also I have put it in the like YouTube, YouTube also. I'm showing it here. So I'm showing it here. So this is their attendance one, it is shown. But better you fill it from the live chat, because you will get the link in the live chat. So please fill it if you're not filled it. Okay, so please do fill it. So the new people who are coming, please do fill it, or then only you'll get the certificate. And there will be 4 attendance form, as I've told earlier. There will be 4 attendance form. Second one will be at 1:30 third one will be at around 6, fourth one will be at around 8:30 p.m. Okay. So that is there. Okay, so now this title, I will change this title to HTML, and this body and have something like H1s. Yeah, okay, so H1 is like HTML basics. So there are some tags like H1. So two, H3, 4, 5, 6. So H2, H1 to H6 tags are there. Okay. So there are no tags more than H6. Someone that day was creating S7 tag and he was not getting anything because there is no S7 tag. Okay. So I created a basic HTML. So headings. These are known as heading tags. Okay. And I will write it as heading tag, and I will do a control and the backslash, and this is known as comment. I'm soon going to show that you're not going to see the comment. So this is for the developer. Okay, so these are the 6 heading tags. Heading tags means if you can see in this document, like this is a big H1, this might be a H3. So different like subheading and all those things are done with this heading tag, and we can control it more with CSS, but right now we're not seeing it, so we will see it later on. But how to, like, we have written this thing, but where is this thing, how to see this thing? HTML is always shown on the browser, so I will, this HTML folder which we have created and which is like this HTML folder, will open this thing, and see, this index of HTML is now created here. Okay, so I will do double click. If I do it, it will open in my like WhatsApp. No, not on my WhatsApp, in my Safari, because I'm using a Mac and it's a default. But I don't want to open it in the Safari. So this is something which you can also do in a Windows. You can right click and open it with the default browser. By default, I think it will open it in the Edge browser, and you can open it in the Chrome. Chrome is always better. So open it with Google Chrome. I have a lot of browser installed, so I'll open it with Google Chrome, and it will show like this. Okay, so it is showing me like this H1 test. See, this heading tag is not been shown because it is for the developer. This is known as a comment, which is meant for the developer so that they can know what it is. So see, this heading tag like H1 to H6, they are shown in a different, like H1 is big, then H2 is smaller than the H3, H4, H5, H6, and there is no S7. So let me try H7. Okay, so I've given S7. Okay, let me see. But why it is not showing? Okay, oh, it is not showing because the problem here is that whenever you change something here, you have to refresh the browser. Okay, so I'll refresh the browser and it will show. See, this is not even showing as a heading tag. So it means there is no S7. Actually, there is no S7. So I will delete it. Only H1 to S6 are there. And I have to refresh it. So every time I have to refresh it. So this is a bit of a pain for a front-end developer, like to every time to refresh it. So I don't want to refresh it every time. So what's the other way to do this thing? So if you go here, so that's the reason I have told to use VS Code. VS Code comes with a lot of things, and one of the thing which it comes is like is an extension. So there is a lot of extensions here. So here you come in this I have come here, and then I will search for live. Okay, live I will search, and live I will go, and live server. So VS Code is the most popular IDE, integrated development environment. IDE known as integrated development environment. So what happens? It has got a lot of small programs known as extensions, which are created by third-party developer for free. Like this Ritwik there. This guy has created a very popular extension known as a live server, which has a lot of like downloads and all. And this like VS Code is free. These extensions are always on, like 99% of them are free. Okay, so you have to install it. So I'm getting this disable. You get something like install, and you can install it, and it will just, maybe it will ask to like rerun your, like restart your VS Code. Mostly it will ask that. Okay, so once it is installed, so what happens here, you'll get, once then you right click, you get a new option like open with live server. You'll not get it before, or you'll get it this go live. So I will do it open with live server. Unfortunately, it will open in my VS Code, which I don't like. No, not in my VS, but in my Safari. So it opened in some other window, and no, I will go here and open. Maybe I'll open it. So it is giving some weird kind of thing like low colors. This is a low colors. You don't have to learn much about it. But the thing is that if you change something here, it will automatically change. Let us see that thing. Let us see that thing with the next tag. So next tag I will teach is the paragraph tag, control and backslash. Then I will do p. Okay, so I want something to be written in the paragraph. So I don't have any data, and most of the data is copyrighted. So most of the time you don't do like this. Okay, so I have seen some people do like this. Okay, if I ask them to enter something in the paragraph, no, no, this is not a good thing. This will also not look good in a paragraph because okay, so most of the time in the real development also we don't know what is there in the data which the user will send. Okay, sometimes they send it later on, so we need some dummy code. So as I told you, don't like type like that. Okay, so there is a dummy code which is known as a lorem ipsum. Okay, lorem and ipsum. Okay, lorem ipsum is not a some fancy thing. It's a thing which is actually 200 years old. So this problem was faced by our ancestors who had started the printing press, and that time also they wanted to see whether the data is coming right or not on the newspaper, but they don't have some real news at first. So they created this lorem ipsum, and that has been stuck there till now. So lorem ipsum is, you can find it on the internet also. So lorem ipsum is like this: you write the lorem, and again VS Code comes inbuilt with lorem ipsum generator. I write lorem, lorem, and then press the tab. It will complete the sentence. And lorem ipsum seems like a real text, but it is not a real text. Okay, so I'll save it. See, the moment I saved it, because I'm using live server, it got added here. But if I go here, it's still not there. I have to refresh it. So we are not going to use this anymore. Okay, so now like this we're going to use. Okay, so this is a paragraph tag. Now I will have another p. Okay, and then I'll have another, maybe I'll have another lorem. And lorem has got other feature also. You can give some word also. If I give 10, it will create only 10 words. Save it. Now you'll see this second paragraph is also coming here. Okay, so now I want to tell one more basic thing. The thing is that there are two kinds of tags in HTML mainly. One is known as a block level element, and one is known as an inline element. So most of the tags are actually block level elements, because see this h1, h2, h5, h6 and paragraph. This h1 to h6 could have come in the same line. This thing could have come here. This thing could have fitted in the same line, and even this second paragraph could have fitted here. But this h1 known as heading tag, p known as paragraph tag, they are all block level element. Like each one of them will take its own line and have add some space after that. Add some space after that. So these are known as a block level element. Okay. So that is there now. Okay. So we will look into another tag next. HTML is all about learning about different tags. Okay. So okay, the screen is quite zoom, so I will not zoom this thing. Okay, so because it will break everything. Okay, I will not zoom this thing. This is like all, this is quite zoom. If I zoom this thing, see what happens if you zoom the HTML and all. So it breaks the layout. So that's why I'm not zoom this thing. You can see this this is quite zoomed, like the code is quite zoomed. So cannot zoom this thing because it will like, if I zoom this thing, it will break the layout, especially in the CSS. Okay, so it is quite good, like you can see what I'm doing. Okay, so that is there. And VS code is the main thing. You have to learn about the code. VS code is already zoomed a lot, so that you can see. Okay, so now I will do a link tag. Okay, link tag, and again the control backslash. So link tags are also known as a anchor tag. Okay, so anchor tag, and here it is, they are very important tag. Okay, so anchor tag, why they are very important? Anchor tag, and here I will have a like let me have my site. Okay, anchor tag is like, in this you can have your I will have my site here. Okay, so let me take it from here. You can give any site in the href. You can give any site. And there is one more thing in the anchor tag, one more way to give the anchor tag, and I will have my another site. So okay, so I will have this two things like and here target equal to so blank. I will have okay, target equal to underscore blank. I have given one more thing which is known as the target equal to underscore blank. So why did I give that thing? I will show that thing. I will save it. So anchor tag takes this thing which is known as your href, an attribute. It is known as attribute and twd. See, I have given this thing. See what is happening here. This twd is shown here like this and with the underscore, and this drmz is also shown here with an underscore, and this href is there, and this target equal to blank. And the second one I have given a target equal to blank. That is for a reason I have given. So if I click on this twd, this is an anchor tag, and all of you might have seen this thing. This thing, all of you might have seen because these are the things which are like there in the internet. Okay, so if I click on this twd, it will open the site, which my site it will open. But if we click on this, so this is what it does. Okay, one more thing I forgot to tell. Okay, these anchor tags are inline elements. See, they are coming in one line. So if I have some more anchor tags also, they will come in one line, inline one line. Okay, they will come in one line. Okay, so that is like that. And now, so why I have given this target equal to underscore blank in the second one? So as I have told, if I click here, it will open it in the same tab. And if I open it here, see it is opening in the different tab. Okay. So that is what target equal to underscore blank does. Target equal to underscore blank is a very important thing which you will find almost all big companies does. Like if you have seen a YouTube video, in the YouTube video there is a link. In the link there is a comment section there is some link. So if you click on that link, it will open in a different tab, and that is something which all big web apps does. Link Instagram, no, Instagram doesn't have links. LinkedIn and all those things have. So you can see that thing. This is important because no company wants you to get away from their websites. Okay, it's the unlike that. That's how they can give it for free. Okay, so this is the second thing which we have done. Now the next thing which we are going to learn, and we are going to teach all important things today, whether it is html, whether it is css, whether it is javascript, whether it is react. Okay, so I'll do the list tag, yeah, list tag and ul. The list tag I'll do the ul, and in the ul I'll do the li and item one, and 2 3 4 save. Item 1 2 3 4 I'm coming, it's coming ul, and then the ol. So ul means unordered list, li means list item. This is how you create an unordered list. And then ol is the ol means ordered list. In ordered list, see what happens, like 1 2 3 4 it is coming. So if I click on here like this 5, and this will also be there. So this is known as a ol, ordered list. Okay, ordered list. Okay, so that is there, unordered list and ordered list. Now the next thing which we are going to learn is the most important thing in a form, in a html. It is known as a forms. Okay, so forms, why forms are very important? Because forms are the way. So someone asked me one day when I was teaching javascript, how do you take the input from the user? We take the input from the user only through forms. Forms are the way, like if you are, because in javascript, like when you go to Facebook first time, you might have not remember, you have to fill a registration form. So registration form, the input boxes and all those boxes are there. You fill that thing, and then you click the submit button. Then that data is sent to the Facebook server, and it is stored there. So how it is sent to the Facebook server, that is also something which we learn in the whole course, like like front end to back end, we do everything. Okay, so that is there. Now the thing is that in the front end you should have some way to take the data from the user, and there that is where the forms comes into picture. Forms have got a lot of fields which you should know, through which we can send the data to the backend. Okay. So now what I am going to do here is like a before even going to forms, we have come a bit down. I'm going to show one more thing. One is known as the HR, horizontal rule, and one is known as a BR, break row, okay, like this. And break row will give some space. Horizontal rule will create a line. Okay, so like this, I'll save it, and it will be like this. Then a form I will have. Then so all the different form tags will be coming inside this form. Okay. So form mainly have is a combination of two things, a label and another field. Most of the time it is input, but it can be something else also. Label and the input. Okay. So label has given me some form, and I will make it as first first name, and now I'll have a input type is text. And first let me write everything, and then there is a name equal to name, and id equal to first. Okay, so that is there. Now do another thing. I've written these two things. Okay, so first is this first name. You can see that whatever I put in the label, it is coming here, and then this input type text, mainly this input type text, is something shown at like this. Then label age has been there, and that input type number is being shown like this. Okay, so input type this name, I can write anything here, Hindu, and the age I can write anything in the age, but a number. So like this, and the age also gets this thing up and down. So I can do this up and down like this. I can do it. Okay. So this is what we can do here. Okay. So now there is something more. There are a lot of attributes here. What are these attributes? Like what is this for? What is this type? We know type is text, means I can type text. Number, I can type the number, input type. Okay. So label and inputs will always be there. A label and inputs, like when a label is there, a corresponding input is there, or you can see in the other way, input is there, there, a corresponding label is there. So label and input always comes in a pair. But how do we know they are a pair? Like how do the computer knows they are a pair? The computer knows they are a pair because every browser have an HTML engine which sees that thing. So they also have to know that they are a pair. Okay, so they know that are pair with this for and the id. For and id should have the same thing. Like here I have the first, here I have the age. Okay, that is there. Now what is this name attribute? So this for and id are for the computer to understand that they are a pair. Now what is this what is this name attribute? Like name, I have written it as name, could have done something else also, and a name I have given this as age. So when this thing, the main thing is that to get for a form is to get the data from the user and send it to the backend. So we will send to the backend somehow. Okay, so when it will be sent to the backend doesn't need to know like, okay, so this is the backend is in the database and all. It doesn't need to know that, okay, so this is the first name and all. So in the backend I will send the data as name equal to Nabendu, age equal to 40. So I will send like that. Okay, so that is how I do. So one more thing is that here all the things are like a inline element. You can see label input, and so I don't want this to come in the next line. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add a BR here, a break row. Save it and it will come in the next line. So when we're going to learn CSS, we're going to learn how to beautify these things. So there will be the thing how to beautify this thing. Okay, so I will do a BR. CSS is all about beautifying the HTML. Without CSS, the HTML will be ugly looking like this. Okay, so like this. Okay, so I did both of these things. Okay, first I do two BR break row, add a row. So like this, it is done. Now the next thing which I'm going to do is I'm going to learn some more. Okay, so the next thing which we are going to learn is again we should have some BRs label and for message message, and then there is something known as a text area. Okay, name and ID is coming mostly. You can give the same only name and ID, and I don't want the calls and rows. Okay. So again, this is there. And one more thing to notice there is that text area have an ending also. Input doesn't have ending. Some of the HTML tags doesn't have an ending. Input is one of them. BR is one of them. HR is one of them. Doc type HTML is one of them. So 90% of them have, but 10% doesn't have. So text area is like this. And what is this text area? Text area is something very interesting, which it is not possible that anyone if you have not users okay used, because this text area is generally used to take the post from the user. So whenever you do some input in anything, like not in the registration, anywhere you are using some form. So in Facebook, in Instagram, in LinkedIn, all those things, there is a like thing in which we can create some post. Okay, you can add some create a post. So that thing is like you can write multiple line of text, and that thing is a text area. Then they beautify it with CSS. That is the thing, they beautify it with CSS, but that is the text area. Okay, so again all the things are like used everywhere in the thing. Now the next thing which we are going to learn is color, color, and select. We're going to learn a drop down, and drop down is almost everywhere. All of you have shopped on Amazon. Amazon also have a drop down. Everything has a drop down. So drop down, what happened? We need to give a option value is like red and red color, green, green color, yellow, yellow color, purple. You have this thing. And this is a drop down in which we can give various things like green color, yellow color, purple color. Okay. Like this we can select different colors. Okay. So like this it is there. But what is this, like this value is something which will go to the backend actually. So we are soon going to see that color equal to red and all. So we don't send what is there inside it, because this can contain some emojis and some other things also. We don't require those things. So we only send this whatever there in the value to the backend. So that's why this name color name equal to this thing, which we are going to see soon how that thing happens. So we're done with this one. So we are going to do two more important topics. Like in a form there are two more important things. One is a checkbox and one is a like a radio box. Okay, so this checkbox we are going to do, let me do a BR and let me do a here, and then I will have a for checkbox. Again, a checkbox is something which you have seen. If you don't remember, go back to Amazon, and Amazon, you select any product, you'll have a checkbox. Okay, so whether I have to do app, suppose I select laptops, I'll get a thing like a checkbox like to select Apple, some Acer, and all those things. So those are known as a checkbox. So you can select all of them also or some of them. So H4, I'll have a what do you own, like this. Then I will have a input type checkbox name equal to vehicle one, value equal to bike, and id also equal to bike. So in checkboxes also we have a value, and label, see, label I'm having after the input, which is quite possible. It is not something which is not done. Okay, so for an id should be same. So I'll have a bike, I'll have a bike here, and then I'll have a vehicle 2, car, 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 and save it. So what do you want? Bike and car is there. Okay. So what happens here? I can click here and here. Both of those things I can click. And check boxes are generally you can, they're considered as different. Like this is a different entity. This is a different entity. That's why the name is different here. We're going to come back to that. So the name is different. Now the last thing which we are going to see in a form is the radio box. Radio box are also very important, and they used to take only one input. Like you, when you go to Facebook registration first time, you have to enter your gender also. So gender is generally taken with this radio box because you cannot enter multiple gender. Okay, so gender, and then input type is radio, and name equal to gender, value equal to male, and id equal to male, and label, and or equal to male, male, female, 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 other, 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 other. Let's say, and this is a radio box. Radio box, what happens? I can select this, and when I click here, the next one will be selected. When I click here, the next one will be selected. But here I can select everything. Okay, so that is the difference between them. And here one thing is which you should notice is that name is gender for it. Here the name is vehicle one and vehicle two. Here the name will be same only. Okay, so that is there. Now, okay, so now there is a lot more input boxes are there also. Okay, so that is there. Okay, okay, okay. So now, so screen is quite clear there, Priya. Okay, so we are streaming. So I will tell this for the last time. Okay, so what you need to do, like by default, screen is not showing a little bit. Okay, so those who have not filled the attendance form, please fill the attendance form. And those who have come new here, please fill the attendance form again. So let me also again give it, because I think you all have not filled it. screen is not clearly showing. Okay, so this is the issue which I don't know why Google's do this thing, YouTube do this thing. YouTube still thinks that we are a third world country, so that's why it does it. So what YouTube does, yeah, and literally it feels like that we are still using very slow internet and we are a something like that is I that is how I can say. Or else what YouTube does, so this is for everyone. What YouTube does, see YouTube, I am using a broadband and YouTube doesn't know that we all use broadband, we use 4Gs, we are using 5Gs and all. Okay, so what YouTube does, okay, so this is a there is a setting I cannot show it on mobile. Okay, because in mobile also you'll get this thing. There is something known as a quality in YouTube. Okay, so it is set to auto mostly. Okay, auto, what happens, like YouTube by default it auto means this. I cannot see anything now. I can also not see anything. I'll also say, okay, screen is not clear. Okay, I'll also see this screen is not clear. Screen is actually not clear. I'll also say. But then what you have to do, you have to go here and you have to tell YouTube that we are not a third world country. We are using 4Gs and broadband. Please don't do this to us. Please don't do our stream at this thing. Please stream us at directly at this thing. But we cannot say that to YouTube. YouTube is an American company. We cannot say that. So you have to manually go here and go to the quality and go make it to 720p. Okay. So change the quality to 720p because YouTube streams in India at 144p by default. Okay. So that is there because YouTube streams in India at 144p by default. So please change it. And in mobile, actually, I have to see in mobile what like it's a bit different in mobile actually. Okay, mobile the options are not similar to that is there, and I know most of you are watching it on mobile. Okay. In mobile, the things, let me show it. Let me see where is this option. So in the mobile, you go to this settings. Settings is there and quality quality if I can show like one second. In quality what happens, quality it will like I don't know where it is which one. Okay, so the quality, see this auto is showing here, auto recommended in mobile. Okay, let me again show mobile how I do. You have to click on the settings and settings, there is a tag there in the mobile. I am using an iPhone, so it is a bit different. So quality will be there like this. Hope it is been shown. The camera is not able to zoom, sorry for that. So the quality by default, I think you can see it is showing as auto. Okay, so you change it to high picture quality and then see now the higher picture quality I've done, it is showing it at 720p. Okay, so 720p it is. I hope you can see that thing. Okay, so because I have a rim light, so 720p. So you have to change the quality from auto to higher picture quality at 720p. Okay, so that is something which you need to do. Then only the screen will be visible clear. Okay, so hope it is clear now. Hope Devi Priya, you have learned how to do this thing. Hope anyone else also who was facing this problem change it to higher quality because or else you will not be able to see much of it. So thank you all. Okay, so hope you have done this thing. So let us go ahead. If you have done this thing, let us go ahead. Okay. So the next thing is that okay, we have created a form and all that is good. And now what we need to do, we need to submit this form. How do we submit this form? Okay. So we need to have a button. Okay, we need to have a button to submit the form, and that button will actually be a special button. So we'll come here and do again a br and a uh, button. So button, we have two kinds of button. Okay, SUV submit, and actually we have a button tag also. Button tag. we'll have a button submit like this. So we have two button tags, but this button tag will have a special thing. Inside a form, the button tag is like type equal to submit. So there is a special kind of a button of type equal to submit is there, and this button is also there is but no type equal to submit. So when you click here, see nothing happens because all the functionalities here needed to be done from JavaScript. Okay, so need to be done from JavaScript. So now what we are going to do is okay, so now here I will write the Bindu H, then write this is good color by car and me. So I selected this thing. Now see two things very closely. One thing is that see this thing and see this thing. Okay. See this address bar and see this thing. I will do this submit. Something happened. Something was like added here and it got refreshed after that. When it got refreshed, everything has gone away. Everything has gone away. Okay. So that is there. Now what got submitted here? Let me see. I'll cut it and then I will maybe I'll paste it here and I will like okay. So see what got submitted here. Name equal to Nabindu. As I was telling, whatever is there here, it will go. Name equal to Nabindu. Age equal to 40. So this is C. Age equal to 40. Then message equal to this is good. So this message, okay. Message equal to this is good. There is a plus is been added. Okay. Color equal to green is going. Color equal to green and checkbox is equal to then the vehicle one and vehicle two are different, bike and car. Okay, vehicle and one and vehicle two are different, which is bike and car is going, and then the uh, because the checkboxes goes like that. Okay, both of them goes differently, and gender will go as one. Gender equal to male is going. Okay, so like this it will go. I will comment this out and keep it. So that is there. That is all about forms. Now we are going to learn about important thing like here and which is like image tag. Without image there is no website. So we are going to learn about image tag. So after this I will be all okay, and then I am a image tag, again a control and the backslash, and those who are watching it now, please fill the attendance form. If you have not filled the attendance form is there in the live chat. Okay, so image tag. Okay, so there are two ways to put the image. Okay, uh, and both the ways you require the image. So from where I will get the image? So I get the image from a site known as unsplashed.com. I cannot get it from YouTube, just not from Google, because those are copyrighted images. I don't want to use copyrighted images on YouTube, or there will be it'll be okay. So what is it telling? So form link I have actually removed from the screen. Okay, so form link I have already removed from the screen. So if you're watching it old, so you will be watching a form link I have already removed from the screen. Okay, so that is there, and now so we are keeping this form link because a lot of you will come back and say that we have not received the certificate, and that happens all the time. What we can do? Okay, so okay, so I will take this thing and I will download it. If you download this medium version, I'll download it. It is downloading. And then what I'm going to do here, I'm going to come here and do a images tag, images folder, and then This is the museum. I'll take this museum and drag it. This is the most easy way to do. So I will drag it here, and then this museum has been there. Now, how do I show it? Okay. So I will have to use the img tag for images, and the source you have to give the exact address. So I have an images folder. I have a des folder. Then museum.jpg is there, whatever is there, and then it is called as a museum. Why I am calling it as a museum? There is a reason for that. Okay. So now the next image, maybe I will do where this is not. Okay, so this next image is also there, and this image I will actually, this is another way to add the image tag. It's like image and src. You can right click and copy image address. This is another way. Okay, so I'll do it and paste it, but the first way is most preferred. Okay, first way is more preferred, and this is like what is this? I think this tree. I will make it a tree. Okay, and then I will save it. Then we'll go back here, and we can see both of the images. Image is okay, but if you see this first image, like it is quite big and it's going on a vertical scroll. So how do we fix it? How do we fix it? So there is a way we can give the width and height. In fact, in this thing I require only the width, because the height will be auto adjusted. Width I will make it as like maybe 600. No, it is made at 600. Height is auto adjusted. So width is made at 600. So with CSS we can do a lot of more control, but here we cannot do that many control. So that is there. Now the other thing is that, okay, so what is this alt? But what is this alt which I have taken? What is this alt, like museum and tree, which I have taken? Why I have taken this thing? This alt thing is very important. Why? Because see, if the image is, for some reason we are not been able to show the image, and those reasons are quite there. Like sometimes the developer might have done some mistake, like you might have typed this, which is not a site, okay. So like this here type, this is one mistake, and the another mistake is not from a developer side, but there are a lot of sites which are like image heavy. Lot of, like even this unsplash site is very image heavy, because it has got a lot of images. So what happens, like if I visit this unsplash site and suddenly my internet connection goes away, maybe a place which I go in which the internet connection is not actually at my at my home, the internet, like 4G connection is very less, like mobile speed is very less. Okay, sometime I visit from my mobile and I am not able to see, so suddenly the image heavy sites or something like connection goes away. So what happens, the images will not be loaded. Okay, but the request was given, but the images will not be loaded, and this is something which all of you must have faced at least once or twice in the past 10 years, if you are using the internet, because earlier internet was not very good in India, like 2G connections and all those connections were there. So nowadays also there is problem, like at my home the 4G connection doesn't comes, like the mobile internet doesn't comes. Okay, so mobile network doesn't come. Okay, so what happens in that cases, this alt tag will be shown. Like here I made some mistake, I cannot cross my internet right now, everything stream will go away. So I made some mistake here, the first way. The second way is also very common. So if I save it, you see that this tree is been shown, tree has been written, and a broken image has been shown. So this is how this thing is there. Okay, so that is there, and yeah, so we are done with the HTML, and as I have told, like we'll have some breaks. So we'll have a 10-minute break before CSS. 10-minute break. We started very early, so we'll start at 10. Okay. So 10-minute break, and we'll start at 10:25. Okay, so that is there.
So, hi all, and a warm welcome to all of you. So I hope everybody is doing well. And one second. Okay. So my setup is ready now for today's session. So I will be taking after the CSS part, and the setup is overall totally ready. Okay, fine. So now, okay, okay. So guys, I hope everybody have enjoyed the HTML basics part, and now I will start with CSS basics, CSS display, CSS float, CSS block, CSS flex, CSS grid. So these things I'm going to take care, and my session will be around 3 hours minimum. Maximum will be 4 hours. So that is what the schedule is going to start, and mm, so okay. So guys, I just want a single line reply from all of you. So for just having an understanding from which particular part of the states or cities, let's say cities, people have joined. So just in the comment section, I just want you to please write the name of the city, only the name of the city, for me to understand from which part of the city you people are coming from. Okay. So guys, quickly please reply in the comment section only the name of your city. So let me see how many people are from north, south, east, and west. Okay. So guys, please start. Okay, Ranchi, Palasa. Okay, very good, very good, very good. Where are rest? Okay, so while the time let people will reply on this query, let me start with CSS. Okay, so let us have a quick introduction of CSS. CSS is basically cascaded style sheet, and it is used to basically make the website beautiful, attractive, decorative. Okay, so I hope you have seen the HTML page which Nabindu has created. So you can make website with the help of HTML also, but that website looks very ugly. So because of this particular reason, CSS come into existence to make that page attractive. Okay, so let us start with CSS. CSS is basically cascaded style sheet. CSS is basically cascaded style sheet, and again it is managed by W3 schools. Okay, so let us see in how many ways we can add CSS. So let me have it. The first one is inline, second one is internal, third one is external. So these are the three ways in which we can add CSS: inline, internal, and external. So inline, what is inline? Inline means in the same line, means we apply CSS directly to this HTML element. So we have property, background color, let's say AQU. For color we have picked. Now, second one is the internal. Internal means internally to the HTML file, we apply CSS. So let us apply the link tag, and we apply. Oh, sorry. Let us have the style tag, and in the H. So we'll apply the same background color property using hash double f double o double a color pattern. Okay, this is the second way. In the second way, if you see, we have applied the CSS in the head section. Okay, so here we have applied the CSS. Now, third is the external. External means externally we apply CSS. For this thing, what we do, we create an external file. So style.css, style.css is the file, is the name of the file, and here we apply a background color property using RGB pattern, and let's say it would be 0, 100, and 255. But you need to have a link tag. Okay. So these are the three ways in which we can add CSS: inline, internal, and external. Fine. Now, what is selectors? So here HT is the CSS selector. This thing is a declaration. This thing is the property. This thing is the value. So this is all about the selectors. Now after this selectors, if you have noticed one thing, I have added a background color property here, here, and here. Okay, I have added background color property here and here. But what I have added here? So a color. So this is the name of the color. This is again a color in the form of a hash pattern, hash double f double o double a. So hash represents the hexadecimal number system. Double F represents the red color. Double zero represents the green color. Double A represents the blue color. RGB form. Now this external uses a purely RGB form where the range of the RGB starts from 0 to 255. So we have taken all the three values. So let us see some more. HTML color picker. HTML color codes. So this is HTML color picker. So 1 second. So here if you see, you can click on any color and you have the code. This one, and this one. Now the one more color pattern is the HSL. So here H stands for hue, S for saturation, L for lightness. So hue contains the colors, okay, in the form of RGB. Saturation contains the sharpness. Lightness contains the brightness. Okay. So these are the information about HSL. So HSL again is a form of adding colors in CSS. Now, after this thing, these are the 140 color names which you can simply type it as what I have written as echo. Okay. So this is all about the colors. Now let us switch. 1 second. Now let us switch to the next thing here. Okay. So let me have a paragraph and we'll have a lot of a dummy content. Let us style this paragraph. So we'll have a para and we'll use a font size of let's say 20 px, font weight of let's say bold. 1 second. And again is the font weight. After font weight, we have the next thing here, which is called as LH, line height. Let's say it would be 11px. So 11px little bit smaller, we can use 31px. And after that, we have The next thing which is called as the letter spacing. Letter spacing means spacing between the letters. So let it be 21p x, and after that we have word spacing. So let it again be 15p x, and next we can have a text transform to uppercase. You can find everything in the capital letter. Next we have text decoration. Text decoration to let it be underline. So these are some basic, very basic properties. Okay. So here if you see font size. What is font size? Font size is nothing but the height of the font. Okay, the height of the font. So in this particular thing, we have the height of the font. Height of the font means the length of the font. So this is what about the font size. Now font weight. Okay, font weight. What is font weight? Font weight means the boldness of the font. Okay, the boldness of the font. Now in this thing, line height. What is line height? Line height means the spacing between the lines. Okay, and after that we have word spacing. Word spacing means spacing between the words. After that, we have letter spacing. Letter spacing means spacing between the letters. Text transform means we change the transformation of the text. So here I have picked up the value which is called as uppercase. So you find everything will be in capital letters. Next is again the text decoration. So we have the text decoration underline. Okay, so that is all about these basic font properties. Okay, now after this thing we will come into the font family. So we have a okay, I will pick here this one. So here if you see, we have a minimum of three fonts: Arial, Helvetica and Sans serif. So Arial is the primary font, Helvetica and Sans serif are the secondary fonts. Now, here if you see Arial is the primary font. Means, for example, if Google Chrome does not support Arial font, suppose Google Chrome does not support Arial font, so it will automatically pick up the next available font, which is the Helvetica font. And suppose Microsoft Edge does not support Arial and Helvetica font, so it will automatically pick up the next available font, which is the Sans serif font. Fine. So that is all about the font family. Now after that, let me have okay. Before going further, we have some Google font also. So let us pick up that font. So we have Google fonts. So as you know, Google are now into each and every part of life. So Google have introduced their font also. So let us explore them. So we have Laura and Roboto. These so many fonts available. So let us pick up this Laura. Where is Laura? One second. L-O-R-A. Okay, sorry. This is yes. This is the Laura font. So let us pick some. Okay, this one we have picked up. Okay, so just Control C, and in the top we will import it. Okay. Now here, what we do, just L-O-R-A. Now see how beautiful it looks like. Now if I remove these properties, see how beautifully it looks like. So that is why it is being asked to use Google font, because Google font is now into our each and every part of life. So that is why Google fonts are preferred, because it actually changed the entire structure. Okay, so that is why it is being preferred to use Google fonts. Fine. One second. Now let me have another paragraph here. Okay, so we have a para and we'll have again a lorem of, let's say, 10. Lorem of 10. Now here, okay, so one thing, if you have noticed here, I have just given a paragraph, but what happened here, the set of styles which I have written for this particular paragraph also applied to this one. Okay, so the set of paragraphs which I have given for this thing has been replicated by this paragraph also. So if I use again new paragraph, see, it is also using the same thing. So the logic is, there is no bifurcation in the styles, that which set of styles is for which paragraph. So for this thing, let us introduce classes and IDs. So what are classes and what are IDs? So classes and IDs are used to target HTML elements. We'll have class and we'll have ID as body. Now, how to use it? So here, if I use p dot top, now see, this particular set of style is only for this particular set of paragraph. And for this particular paragraph, what we do, we will allot a ID. So we'll use a hash bottom and we'll apply a font size of, let's say, 30 30. So for this particular style is only for the second paragraph where we have introduced the ID. So dot is for class, hash is for ID, and I can use this same class as many as I can, but ID can only be used once. So that is the difference between classes and IDs. Now after that, let us see the next thing in CSS, which is called as the box model. So box model contains of the content a padding of, let's say, 20 px, a border property it carries, and a margin. Okay, so that is all about the box model. So box model contains of padding, border, margin. Now when I say padding, padding means this space. Please focus on my cursor. This space is the padding. We have border, after that we have margin, okay. So that is how you can say the padding. So when I say padding, padding means padding 20 px in the top, okay, padding 20 px on the left, padding 20 px in the bottom, and padding 20 px in the right. Border 4 px, 4 px is the width, solid line, black color. Margin 20 px means 20 px here, 20 px here, 20 px here, 20 px here. So that is how you can calculate this thing. Now, after this thing, let us switch to the next topic in CSS basics, is the styling of left. So before going further, let me comment out this thing. We'll have a div h2 ul and li into 6 to LA. So this is the structure, and we have a div. Let us name as index, and I don't want the click functionality here, so I put hash inside. And the anchor tag I use as, let's say, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, उसके उसके okay. Now see, without giving any single line of style, what happened here? This particular H2 gets colored. So why did it happen? Because here we have given this thing. So if I use hundreds of H2 will follow this color. So what I do, I will comment out this thing. Now let me have a parent class INDICE indices here. So let us discuss this thing here. So this is a div with a parent class indices which contains a h2 and a ul. H2 contains the content as index, ul contains the content as li, and a anchor tag. Okay. So this is how it goes like. Now what we will do, we will pick up each and every item here and we will style it. So dot indices dot indices will create a border first. Bottom, let's say 4p. X solid. Color, once again some spelling mistake, I guess. Control C. Border we have created, and after that we have a property which is called as the border radius. Border radius, let's say 10px, so that the sharpness. 1 minute here. Border radius, let's say 10p x. Okay, now the once again control A, control shift P, format selection. Fine. So what happened here? These rendered gets removed. Now the sharpness will get removed. Now here let me pick up the next thing. We pick up the UL, and in the UL we have some padding to 0, and we'll use the list style to none so that these dots will get removed. And after UL we picked up the anchor tag. We'll use text decoration to none, and we have the font color to, let's say, black, and again we have we pick up the list item. So we have li. We'll use some padding of, let's say, can be padding in the left. Let's say padding in the left of, let's say, can be x. Okay. And margin in the bottom of, let's say, 20px. Okay, seems good. And also a border bottom of, let's say, 1px blue color with dotted. So that is how the structure gets created. Now this H2, let us target the H2 also using PSC case line enter, and also we have imported a font. So why don't we apply this on the parent class? The parent class is here. Control. Now looks good. And here H2, let us have text transform to uppercase. That's nice. Now that is how using this simple properties we have created this. Now Uh, okay, so now what we do here, let us apply the hover property. So anchor tag hover reply text will change the background color to, let's say, mm, orange, right? And let's say increase in the font is to, let's say, 20p. Okay, so that is all about the styling of list. Now what we will do, we will do the styling of form. So for this thing we will need a form. The form will have a div and will have a label, will have a input. So this is the structure, and let me have a class also. Class has, let's say, form gp. Label we have for, let's say, okay. So let me do one thing. Let me replicate this thing. So okay, so we have here input type label. Label will be for name. Here we have for age. Here we have for email. Text age will be in the form of number. Email will be form of email, and here we store the backend data of name in the form of name, age in the form of age, and email in the form of email. So a form we have created. Now let me do one thing. Let me comment out this thing. Okay. So now in the last we have input submit button with the value as send, and we'll pick up a class also as bdn. Okay, so this is all about the structure of form what we have built, and let us have a parent class also with the name of the class as my form. Okay, one second. Sorry. So this is all about the structure of the form. So a form, a div, input tag. Okay. Yes, the video is available in the YouTube. You can watch it anytime based on your comfort. But this live chat will get enabled after, I can say, 6 hours or 12 hours. So that is like that. Okay. Okay. So okay. So let us type this thing. Dot my form, and in this dot my form, what we will do, we will apply a, let's say, border is not required here. We'll have a font family first. The font family property we have taken, and after that okay, so let us pick up on gp, and we'll use some padding of, let's say, 20 px. And here we have the input, will apply a block property so that things will be like this. Pretty big seems on a higher side, let's say 10 px. And here this input what we do, we have some padding of, let's say, let's say 10 px. Okay, and we'll use a border radius property to, let's say, 5px. Okay, and again let me apply a font size of, let's say, 20px. Okay, and here in this particular thing, let us create a space. So we have dot btn, and in this dot btn, we'll use margin in the top of, let's say, 20px is good, and from the margin from the left, let's say 20px. Now the structure good seems good, and here what we will do, we will use text transform to uppercase. Okay, and in the input we will increase the width to, let's say, 33.33%. Oh, this is again taking this thing. So for this btn, we will reduce the width to, let's say, 20%. Now it is fine. Let it be again 10%. Okay. Now this button, we will target this button specifically. So let me have the font color to, let's say, red, and a background color to, yet, let's say, black, and will increase the font size to, let's say, 20px. And let me have the click functionality. So dot btn uh, 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 active with a change in the background color to, let's say, yellow. As soon as I click it, so that is a new thing. So this is all about the forms. Now after this thing, let me comment out this thing also. And after this thing, what we will pick up, the next thing is called as the alignment and centering. So we have a div h2 up there. So h2 have the two pair of a lorem of, let's say, 10. Okay, so let us pick up h3. So in the top, okay. So a div, header, and a paragraph. We'll use a class block. Three times. Now see how you are going to use it. So a common class block. So what we do here, dot block, we'll use a float property to left with the width to, let's say, 33.33%. So here, using the 33.33% of the available space, okay, what happened here, you can place these items very beautifully. Okay, so after that, if suppose we have two items here, let it be block 1. Block 1 will align this to right, and let it be 50%. Okay, so 50-50, half of the screen is utilizing this. Now let me create a border property of, let's say, 4p color, and again border property of, let's say, 4p. So and here we'll have some padding of, let's say, 20. Okay, so what happened if we have given padding and border, the box will get identical. Okay. Now, if we want to again make it in a single line, so we use a property which is called as the box sizing to border box, and again box sizing to border box. So this you can very easily create with the help of this particular functionality. Fine. Now again after this thing, we see the next thing here. What is the next thing? Positioning. Okay. So let us see how we are going to position the items in the screen. Uh, 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 1 second. Okay. So for this thing, let me have a structure dot p box, and we'll have a h1 as html, h2 as css. Right. Okay, so we have a div with the class pbox, and it contains h1 and h2. Uh, uh, uh. Okay, now what we will do, we will target this pbox. We have dot p box, and dot pbox. What we will do, we will create a width of, let's say, 600 px, and height of, let's say, 800 px, 600 px and 800 px. Now, okay, so let us create a border also of, let's say, 4px. So now what we are going to do here, we are going to move these items inside this box. For this thing, we will use a positioning. So what we will do, we will use the dot p box h1 position to absolute from the top, let's say 200 px. Okay, and from the left, let's say 100 p. Similarly, we can have the same thing for h2. We'll have the bottom. But now here what is happening, the parent job, from where it is calculating the values, is from the top of this page. Now if you want to change the positioning parent, this is the parent. So what is happening here, so now it is taking the top of this border as its parent. Now the next thing in the positioning is called, let's say, button fixed. The class as fbtn fixed button. Now let us see how we are going to use it. So this is a button and it remains fixed. So we have a dot fbtn position to fixed, okay, and from the top, let's say to 400p x, and from the left, let it be 400px. So now this button will remains here only even after whatsoever things will go here. So 1 second, let me look after image. Okay, now next thing is here what how we are going to insert a image. So background URL. This is the image, but let us explore how it looks like. Okay, so we are seeing only a part of this image. So let us fix it. So we'll have a background size to cover. Okay, so okay, again some part is missing. Okay, okay, and from okay, so what we will do here, we will increase the width to, let's say, 100, 1100 px. Okay, so this is what the image is inside the box. Okay, so that is all about the images. Now after this thing, we will see the next thing in CSS, which is called as pseudo classes. What are pseudo classes? So pseudo classes are again a extended way of targeting elements. So we have the structure ul li into 6, and here we'll have a class, let's say pseudo pseudo uh, uh, okay, a set of styles which have already been given here. Second. So yeah, we put something here as color names, red, green, so these are the name of the colors. So here what we do, let us explore these pseudo classes. So let me have another structure also. So here I use ol pseudo of 1. Okay, so that is all about this thing. Now mm, so let us target this thing. So dot pseudo dot pseudo, and we'll target the li. Once dot li will use the first child with the background color of, let's say, red. Yes, it is coming. Now let me do some copy paste. We'll use the last child with, let's just pick up the same color, orange. Nice. And after that, we again have to use the next child to, let's say, one, two, three, four, fourth one with the black color. Perfect. And after that, we pick up the green color. So we'll use one, two. Green is in number two position. Green color, perfect. So that is how you can target the elements. Now let us pick up the different way where we have some hundreds and thousands of rows and we want to color in an alternate fashion. So I prefer to use pseudo fun odd. Okay, same even with, let's say, blue color. So when you have hundreds and thousands of rows, you can find. So let us explore more. So when you have some hundreds and thousands of rows, you will get this thing in this particular manner. Okay. So this is all about the basics of CSS, what is required. So for further studies, you want to explore more, so you can refer to W3SEH W3 schools, and you can have here the CSS part. Okay, so you can explore more CSS if you want to have that. Okay, so now after this thing, let us start with the flex box. So for flex box, 1 second, let me create a folder flex flex. So this is the structure what we have created for flex flex. Let me go live. Okay, so this is all about the flex. What is a flex box? Flex box is a display property of CSS. So how flexbox will work? So let us see. Let us have a structure first. So 1 second. So a common structure we have here, and Okay, so this is the structure what we have. So let us discuss that a parent class container with a common class box and the individual classes box 1 to box 10. Now here we have a star dot box property and simple different boxes are different colors. Now as soon as now there are some rules for flexbox. The rule number one is flexbox property will always be applied to a parent class. So as soon as I apply the display of flex, see what happened. As soon as I apply the display of flex, everything inside the flex box will gets aligned in a single row. Okay. Now we have some property. Okay, so let us explore a border property of, let's say, border 4px. So let's do it black color. Now if I use here inline flex, so what happened here? As soon as we apply inline of flex, what happened here? The border ends where the item ends. Okay, so this is all about the inline flex. Now after that, again we have the next thing here, which is called as a flex direction. Flex direction. So if I use, let me have a height of, let's say, 100 view height. If I use a flex direction to column, see, by default, what happened here? There are actually two types of axis: the main axis and the cross axis. Before applying this thing, so currently here, main axis is from left to right, and the cross axis is from top to bottom. Now, when I applied this thing, what happened? Main axis will become cross axis, and cross axis will become main axis. Means the main axis is from left to main axis is from top to bottom, and the cross axis is from top to bottom. So that is how it goes, like that. Now, now here, what we can see, the next thing here is called as the. So if I have dot box with the width of, let's say, 300 px, and here let me remove this thing, and also this thing also is not required. Okay, so this is what. Now here, see what is going to happen. Now, if I use a property of, let's say, flex wrap to wrap, okay. Now see, as soon as the available space after the item number 2 will be equal to 300 px, the item gets shifted up. See, so flexbox is responsive. You can see automatically it is adjusting. But if I give the width here 33.33%, it will remain as it is. So that is how it goes, like that. Now after that we will see the next thing here in flex. Okay, one more thing here. If I need to have a border here, so border 4p, very beautifully we can create a border here. Now after this thing, if I want to have if I want to change the ordering property, so okay, so how we are going to do this? So let us pick up item number 4. So box number 4. Box number 4 will change the user order and will change this to, let's say, 4. So now the box number 4 is after the item number 10. Similarly, I can pick up dot six. So now 7 is after 4. Now if I want to insert number 1 box, box 1, if I give the order to, let's say, 5, see, it does of this thing. The flexbox ordering property, we can very easily move the items as per our requirement. Now, after this thing, let us see the alignment and centering. How we are going to use the alignment and centering. So, in the alignment and centering, again we use a justify property. So, justify will align the items on the row axis. So, justify, how we are going to use it? Let's say justify. Once again, so we'll apply here JC justify content to flex of start. So by default, it is in the start only. After it, we have the flex of end. Next, we have the center. After center, we have the next thing start and center end. So these are the four values of justify content. After that, we will see. Okay, so let us apply a change the direction to, let's say, column. So flex direction column. So how we are going to apply it? So here, let me reduce this to x and we'll apply minimum height to, let's say, 100, 100. Now let us apply. Justify content, flex of start by default, flex of start here, flex end, center, space around, between, space even. So these are the values of justify. Okay. Now here, one thing which we need to see, one second, is the align item property. So align item is the opposite of justify. So align work on the column axis. Column axis means from top to bottom. So how we are going to use it? Let me make it again this two. And here simple a display of flex. Now we'll use a border property of, let's say, 5px solid with black color and a height of, let's say, 100 ph view height. Now here what is going to happen is we'll apply align item property to start. Now see how the movements are happening. Start, end, center, stretch. So a property which is called as align item baseline. And for this to understand, let me add some increase in the font. See. Mm, mm. See here, the base of all the items are common. Okay, the base of all the items are common. So this thing is only possible when we have entered the align item baseline property. Okay, so that is done with the help of align item baseline property. Now next thing we see here in the flex box is the align content property. So for this thing, Very simple. Again, what we are going to use it, dot box will have the fixed width of let's say 33%. Okay. Now see how it gets moved. So we have a display of flex, a border property, a height property, and a flex wrap property. Let us have f wrap. Okay. Now see the movement. So we'll apply this on AC align content to start. By default, it will start only end, enter, sketch, space around, space between, space even. Again, the same set of values. Hmm. Now, after that, let us see the next thing here in Flexbox. Is the self property. Now, what is this self property? Self property is again a very important property, and self means this property will apply to a individual item. First thing. Second thing is uh, second thing is it actually overrides the current set of rules which has been applied to the container. So for this thing, let me have a structure here. Okay, so let us pick up. We'll use the line item to start. Now we will pick up the item number 4. Okay, box 4. Justify self to flex off end. Mm-hmm. Justify self to, but before this, let me have a padding in the bottom of let's say 200p. X line item to flex off start and justify self to flex off. And why it is not happening? 1 second. Dot box 4 dot box 4. Mm, 1 second. One second. So let us apply align. Okay. Let's start. Like this, we can have this as center, start and center. Let's stretch. Okay, so these are the 4 values of self property. Now after this thing, we will see the next thing here, which is called as the flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis. So for this thing, we will make it small. 1 second. Now, see what is happening here. If I give this to let's say 50 px, And here mhm, we have a plain display of flex. Fine. Now, so what is happening here? As soon as we apply display of flex, 1 second. Mm, Okay. As soon as you apply display of flex, what is happening here? Everything will align in a single row. Now, after this thing, what is the flex grow, flex basis, and flex chain property? So this available space, how to distribute it? So this thing is going to happen with the help of. So if I use dot box flex of 1. So a flex of 1 means all the available free space equally gets distributed among all. Now, if I want a particular item flex of 3, so it will take the 3 times of the free available free space. Now let us see the flex group, flex shrink, and flex spaces. So flex basis means the default size of the item before the remaining space is distributed. So for this thing, if I use a dot box 1, uh, flex basis to let's say 100 px, and let us explore with items only. So the default size of the item before the remaining space is distributed, that is all happening with the help of the flex basis property. Now after that we will see flex grow. Flex grow means how to distribute the free space between the items. Okay. So we want this to flex grow twice, 2 times this one, and one part this one. So 1 second. See. Okay. Now last is flex shrink. Flex shrink means how the items will get shrink, in what portion when it will get shrink when less space is available. So I want this to shrink, let's say 3 times. 2 times. So let us shrink it. So it is more compared to, it is more smaller compared to the second one. So here comes to an end of CSS Flexbox. Now let us have a break of 10 minutes. Will resume with CSS Flex at 11:55 a.m. So guys, let us resume back with grid. So is it possible to make clickable number? Yes. Add anchor tag. If let me show you. Other- Okay, so doubt by Mr. Sharad. Very simple here. Let us have a div. Let me have a anchor tag. Mm, copy content. Let me have number two. Control S. So if I click here, see clickable number. And if I put here target equals to underscore blank. So that is how based on simple logic you can create. Now, okay. So now before going further, one second. Let me set up grid. New folder grid will have index.html, file.css. Mm-hmm. And in grid, we will use Firefox Developer Edition. That's our one second. Okay. So before going further, let me share you the attendance 2. Okay. So attendance 2 link has been shared. I request you all to please fill attendance 2 and confirm me back in the comment section. Okay, so I hope everybody have filled by now. So okay, so let us resume back with CSS grid. So CSS grid, again, a very important property of CSS, which is used to make the website responsive. So CSS Flexbox and grid, the main purpose is to make it responsive. So now let us start with the grid, how we are going to use it. So for this grid purpose, actually, Flexbox has a limitation. The limitation is that Flexbox works in one direction, but grid works in two direction. Two direction means grid divides whole of the page into rows and columns. Now see how we are going to use it. So for this thing, mhm, let me use. Let me use this thing. So this is the grid, and we are going to use here. The parent structure. This is the structure. A parent class container with a common class item with the content starting from 1 to 10. Okay. So now let us explore this, how we are going to explore this. So let us apply the display property of grid. As soon as we apply display grid, nothing will happen. Why nothing will happen? Because as I've told you, we need to declare how many rows and how many columns. So as I've told you, grid divides whole of the page into rows and columns. So we need to define the rows and columns. So for this thing, let me have the columns first. So I use GTC grid template column. Let's say 200 and 500 px, so two columns, and we have the rows also. So let it be GTR grid template rows. Let's say 200 px 100 p. So two columns and three rows. Okay. Now two columns and three rows. So for this two column and three rows, what is going to happen? And let me have a grid gap of, let's say, 10 px. So two column, three rows, and okay. So here, try to understand the structure. The structure says, okay, the structure says that I have 10 contents, but the structure what you have designed means GTC and GTR for 6 items. So what about for the 7, 8, 9, and 10? So for about the 7, 8, 9, and 10, the depending upon the size of the content, the space will be allotted to them. Now, there are two type of tracks for this particular reason, which I just want to show you. See, these dashed tracks and these dotted tracks. So these dashed tracks are called as the explicit tracks, and they have created because we have declared grid template rows and grid template columns. These dotted tracks are the implicit tracks, and these are created by the grid system. Okay. One second. Okay. Now we have a property which is called as the auto flow. So what this auto row will do? So grid auto row. Grid auto row 150 px means this is 150 px. The content left after the contents left after the structure are being used as 150 px. Now let me make it. Now see one thing. As soon as I create a new element here, by default it gets created below item number 1, but there is a property which allows us to create the next item by the side of item number 2, which is called as grid auto flow to column. As soon as I apply grid auto flow to column, the new item which gets created, it will be created by the side of item number 2. Now after this thing, let us see the sizing of tracks in CSS. So the structure will be same. See, all items get created by the side of item number 2. Now a plain structure, a grid gap of 20 px with a display of a grid property. Fine. Now here, what we will do here, we will create GTC grid template columns. Let's say and here let me make it to 20 px. Now see what is happening here. This last column is actually sticks to the end of the horizontal bar. Why it is happening? Because 25% into 4 is 100% plus 20 px means around 120 px. So that is why it is happening. Now in order to get rid from this particular scenario, what we do, we again use 200 px, 150 px, and we have a unit which is called as the fr. Now fr is the free space left after the explicit bit. So after the explicit bit, the available free space will be utilized by this fr. So similarly, we can have another fr. We have let's say 2 fr. Okay. Now after this fr, we have a functionality which is called as the auto. So auto auto means where is it? Okay. Auto means depending upon the size of the content, the space will be allotted to them. Okay, the space will be allotted to them. Now after this thing, we will have a repeat functionality. Okay, repeat. So we'll have a repeat, and we will repeat 2 times of an fr. See. So auto 150 px, 1 fr, 1 fr, 1 fr, and 2 fr. See if I write here 2 times of 2 fr, auto 150 px, 2 fr, 2 fr, 1 fr, 2 fr. So that is how you can create this. Now after this thing, we have the next thing in grid, which is called as the sizing of grid items. So for this thing, what we do, we need to increase the And again, we'll have the display of a grid, and let me have GTC grid template columns with 8 5 times of 1 FR, right? So 5 times of 1 FR. No, for this particular item 9, but item number 9, what we do, we'll change the background to, let's say, white, with the width to 100. Now see, what is happening currently, this particular item number 9, okay, this particular item number 9 is disturbing the entire set of column. So for this thing, what we need to do, we will be using a span functionality. Okay, span. So we use a grid column to span of 2. Now see what happened here. Twice of the space has been given to this particular item number 9 without disturbing the entire structure. Okay. Similarly, I can have this for grid row with a span of 2. So 2 times of the grid space again it is being given to them. So very simple structure. Now, now if I want this to start from column number 2 and at column number 6, again for this starts from 1 and at 7. So column start from 2 and at 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and row 1 start 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and if I hear this was 71. Oh, very good here. Very good. Superb. Just checking how it is responding. Arre wow. Okay, so that is how what it is all about, the span functionality. Now, here. Mm, 1 second. No. Let us see the next thing here, which is called as the autofill and autofit. What is autofill and what is autofit? So autofill and autofit properties are almost very similar. Okay. Autofill and autofit properties are almost very similar, but in order to understand this thing, what we will do, let us create a structure. So for this thing, we have the wheel for the same structure, and here we'll use repeat autofill with, let's say, 150px now, and let us create a now. See how it responds. See, autofill. So autofill tries to fit as many as possible items in the same row. See, yes, it is doing it without moving on to the next row. Yes, and here items reorganize themselves. Okay, so that is how it goes, like that. Now after this thing, Let us see the next thing, which is called as the auto fit. So for auto fit, let me reduce this to 4 items. Okay. So for item number 4, fit column, and see, that thing is only possible with the help of autofill and autofit property. And this particular structure is very helpful for you to create the menu items, where you can have the home, products, services, inquiries, and in the list you can have about us or locate us kind of a thing. So that is very good thing. You and will be very helpful for you to create such kind of thing. Now, after this thing, we have the next thing here, which is called as the min max. What is min max? So min max, again, a very important thing. And min max. Min max means minimum and maximum. Means two type of space or two type of parameters we will allot for a particular item. Now see what is happening here. Will have display of a grid we have a 20px, a border property we have, and a grid template column with repeat autofill of, let it be 100. Now what is happening, this but item number 2, goodbye, is coming out from the structure. So what we need to have, we will apply the min max property of, let's say, 150px, 1fr. Okay, so autofill with the min max of 150px and 1fr means two type of space we have allotted here. So based on the item size, it will automatically pick up. So that is why it is being used a lot. Min max. Min max means minimum and maximum. Now after this thing, let us see the next thing in the CSS, which is called as the grid template areas. So for this thing, we have entirely a new structure. So the structure says, I am the sidebar 1, I am the sidebar 2, I am the center content, and I am the footer. Means here, try to understand this thing, sidebar 1, sidebar 2, footer, and the center content. Okay, so that is how it goes, like that. Now, one thing to notice here, one minute. So one thing to notice here is how we are going to use grid template areas to allot to assign this thing. So for this thing, let us do the step. Let us do this step by step. So we will prepare the structure as display of grid gap of, let's say, 20px. Let us remove all this thing. And after that, we declare GTC get template columns of, let's say, 1fr, 10fr, 1fr. And after that, when we use grid template rows, GTR grid template rows of, let's say, 150p x, 150p x, and 100p. Okay. So this is the structure what we have created. Now, after this thing, try to understand one thing. We will be declaring the grid template areas. So in the grid template areas, we will declare the sidebar 1 content, sidebar 2, and again we have the sidebar 1, sidebar 1 content, and sidebar 2, and again the center content. Next we have, in the last we have only the footer, footer, footer. So this is the structure what we have created just now. Now let us see how that is going to fit. Sidebar 1 content, sidebar 2, sidebar 1 content, sidebar 2, footer, footer, footer. So that is how it looks like. Now what, now the best thing to see is now here. See, now this particular structure will allow us to show where which content needs to be placed. So for the footer we have grid area to footer, and for item 1 will have the grid area for sidebar 1, for item number 3 will have the sidebar 2 content, and the item number 2. Okay, okay. So this is, one second. Why it is not showing like this? So item 1, sidebar 1 for item 3, sidebar 2, item 3, sidebar 2, item 2, grid areas content. Okay. So this is how the structure looks like. One second. Oh, spelling mistake. Now it's perfect. So that is how it looks like that. Now, after this thing, let us see the next thing in grid is the legendary masonry layout. And for this particular thing, we again need to change the structure. This is the layout. And simple, what we need to have, we need to declare a display of a grid. Grid gap of 20 px, and will declare grid template columns with the help of repeat functionality. GTC repeat 10 times of 1FR. So very beautifully 10 times of 1FR. Now let us create some irregularities here with the help of the span functionality. What we have learned just now. Okay. So now what this legendary masonry layout will do. So as soon as we implement the grid grid auto flow property to dense C, the space left between the items will be utilized and no free space is available. Okay, so this is what the grid auto flow dense property will use. Now here the drawback, the main drawback of this particular thing is the sequence is not guaranteed. Means if you read with me here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is below 1 to 5, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 is below 6. So it automatically rearrange themselves. It automatically rearrange themselves based on the available free space. That is why it is being asked to take care of the sequence while using the legendary masonry layout. Now, next thing we will see the alignment and centering, where we see that justify item, align item, justify content, align content, and justify self, align self property. So for this thing, let us go to inspect and uh, now see how it moves like that. Okay. So for this thing, we have a repeat 10 times for 1 and we apply justify items. So by default, it is in the start only, so no need to think upon it. After that, we use the next as end. Next, we have center. Okay, before going further, let me have start and center. So start at center and start. So these are the photos. After align, we will see the align item. So for align item, again we need to declare the rows. So we have GTR with template rows with repeat 5 times 100 p. So let us reduce some items here. Okay, so we have display grid depth of 20 px, grid template columns. Okay, now we use the AI align items to start and enter. Okay, so that is how it goes like that. Now after this align item, we have the next thing which is called as the justify content. Justify content have the same 7 set of values: start and center, set, space around, space between, and space evenly. So let us apply that. So we have a display of a grid gap of 20 px. A border property will actually add something in border of 5p. Okay. And okay. Uh, Fine. So let us apply the justify content property here. Start and something is not working. 1 second. And enter stretch space around, space between, and space even. So these are the values of justify content. Okay. Now after that we have the align contents. How we are going to use the align content property? One second. So we use the AC align content with start, end, center, stretch, space around, between, evenly, end. So these are again the seven values. Now after that we have the next thing which is called as the justify self. Justify self, again the same set of properties to apply onto a item to override the current set of rules. So we have display of grid table 20px, height property we have, border property we have, grid template columns. So for this particular item number, let's say 5. We'll change the background color to white. No, white is already there. Yellow, and apply the justify self to end, start, center, and similarly we apply this to the align self property. So for the align self property, again what we are going to have, so a change in the structure little bit. We have the start and center, stretch. So these are the four values of align self property. So here comes to an end of CSS grid. Now we'll resume lunch break. We'll resume with JavaScript at 1 p.m.
So yeah, if you completed the break and joined the live, just tell it in the chat box. We will start JavaScript within 1 minute. Okay, within a minute we will start. Start JavaScript class. Please tell it in the chat box if it is audible means. Okay. So yeah, it's going to be the next 4 hours. We're going to take JavaScript class and we're going to cover all the things. We're going to do all the basics and fundamental things we're going to cover, and also we're going to work with some projects and we're going to do all those things. Okay. So everything we're going to cover it off. Okay. So we will see the class. So let me do one thing. I will just create a new folder where we're going to work. This is the folder. I just mention it as JS workshop. And before starting this 4 hours of JavaScript classes, if you have any doubts before join the class and you have any doubts that having in your mind, you can ask it in the chat box freely. Let's make this session more interaction. I will see your chat and I will respond to you. So you can do all the things for you. You can just tell whatever the doubts that you're having and whatever the jargons that you're having in mind. Everything, whatever you have, you can ask it. And in between also, if you're having any issue with understanding the concept, you can able to tell it in the chat box and I will respond to you. I will reply to you according to those and you will all everything what you want to know about this. Okay. Okay, cool. We will start our work. So inside this only we're going to work it. So I will open. I'm going to use the VS Code as a code editor. Is a recommended one. If you want to use whatever you like to use, you can use it. It's up to you. Okay. And basically, we all know that we need the foundation, the index.html file. Okay. And then what we need the CSS part, style.css. Create style.css file. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So let us create the next file, the style.css. Then we need another file. So where we're going to work with the JavaScript part. Okay. So the JavaScript basically is going to be app.js. Okay. So JS is the extension that you need to give, and app, instead of app, you can give whatever the name that you like to give. Okay. Most commonly, I will give app. You can give whatever the name that you or like to give it. Okay. So you can use this one. Fine. Let us go with the session. Okay. And let me add the index.js also, and let me keep it here. And let me create the base file. And here I just mention as TWD JavaScript. This is what going to be our base file. And here in this h1, I'm just going to say hello world. This one. I'm just going to right click it and I just say open with live server. Okay. So this one is going to open the file with the live server. Yeah. So just a minute, I will show that here. So fine. Okay. We are having. Fine. So create it. So now let me add some CSS property. Just going to say the h1. It should be in text align, no matter what where it is. We need to text align center. Okay. So the h1 tag is what we have created, but you can able to see that the style what we have implemented, the work that what I wanted, it is not applied right in the index.html. So what I can do is below the title tag, I can use the link the CSS to apply these changes. So just going to link the CSS, and if I save it, now the changes are applied here. Okay. Same why we are linking our CSS file with index.html. The reason why we are linking our this one is this is because we need to apply, we need to tell CSS which file I need to modify it, right? So CSS is like a Cascadian style sheet. It is used to change the layouts and everything that it will do. Right? That's what we will use. Same like that, we need to know about what is JavaScript first of all. What is JavaScript first of all? Only we can able to understand whether where I can use it, which place I can link it, what it is going to do, everything that we can do, right? So if you already know what is JavaScript, tell it in the chat box. What is JavaScript according to your knowledge? If it is wrong, right, anything fine, but make the session more interactive. Then only the 4 hours of JavaScript will not boast you. Okay, so tell it in the chat box, and I will explain here also. Okay, so basically Java. Let me see who gives the best answer. Okay. So basically, JavaScript is called as client-side scripting language. Scripting language. Okay. It's going to be the client-side scripting language. And what is mean by client-side? Right? We need to know it. And what does mean by scripting language? We need to know that, right? The meaning of what JavaScript is, right? So client-side, basically, if you want to create a okay, website or web app, basically it is categorized into two types. Okay, basically it is categorized into two types. One is client side work, and another one is server side work. Okay, one is client side work and another one is server side work. So the work, what are the work that is we used in client side, it's called as client side work. So what is meant by client is like we are the client. Right now I'm using Restream to stream the studio. You are watching YouTube, right? So how YouTube is like aligned, structured, and how it is looking, that is actually client side. How the website is looking, basically here the work of the client side is user interaction. Okay, so like user interface, sorry, not interaction, user interface. How the user interfaces look like, whether it is okay, pleasant to them or not. Okay, so that's what the client side work is. And what is going to be the server side work? Server side is called as this logical part. So basically, we are not able to see it, but that runs the code. For example, if you click a video, the video is playing, and if you want to share it, you can it generates a link. And if you want to like subscribe to a channel, unsubscribe to a channel, everything, right? These are all the logic, and this happens in the backend. Oh, sorry, in the server side, and this is called as the user interface work is called as front end. and the logical work is called as backend. Okay, logical work is called as backend. Basically, the front end is people what we can see it, how it is looking and everything. We can able to see it. So the backend progress, what is meant by backend? Backend is basically we are not able to see it, but actual functionality lies in the backend. So that's what it is. So this was front end and this was back end. And now JavaScript is a client-side scripting language. Client-side is a work that involves in the user interface and it is used in front end. So if someone asks you what is JavaScript, in 1995, when JavaScript was introduced, it is used for front end and it is a scripting language. 1985, not 2023. Right now, JavaScript we can able to use it in all over the place. We will come to the point later. But when it was introduced, it is only introduced for the front end works. Okay, front end works. And what is a scripting language? There is a difference between a programming language and a scripting language. For example, let us take a backend scripting language that is PHP. And with the help of PHP, you can be able to create only the backend application. You cannot do any other things with that scripting languages, right? Same like that, a scripting language is specifically meant for doing some tasks and it is specifically meant for that purpose only. But a programming language can do multiple tasks. For example, you can use it to interact with the server, interact with the computers, building a web application, Android application, depends upon the programming language, depends upon this like what type of code what type of how they are built, their nature. So they can able to use it in the different ways. Okay, but scripting language is specifically meant for a certain purpose. So same like that, JavaScript is specifically meant for front end interactions. Okay, so that's what it has been. That's why it was been built for it. Okay, so now let us comes to, if I want to create a user interface, what all are the tech stacks that we need? Well, we know that HTML is going to be the base of our website, all the content area, everything in HTML only, right? Then we need CSS. But CSS, HTML looks ugly. We need to use CSS and make it cool and dynamic, right? That's what it is. CSS. And then we need JavaScript. Right now we have discussed JavaScript is used for. Okay, we know what is HTML is, what is CSS is, and what is JavaScript actually is. So, well, JavaScript takes care of the interaction of a website. So, if you want to interact something, the content of the element need to change. For example, you can take a drop-down menu, right? You go and click it, the new HTML is produced and it will do it, right? And a notification icon. If someone clicks it for certain minutes, the notification will show and after that it will remove, right? So how it is happening? And then we can say, like, if someone clicks the button, I need to change the background color. If I have someone change like that. So these kind of interaction, dark theme, light mode, right? These kind of interaction with the help of JavaScript only, we can able to achieve it. In simple terms, HTML and CSS is just a simple static website. And if you want to give life to your website, then you need to use JavaScript. It makes the interaction possible and the website that, like, the client who comes to your website, who can interact with those interaction, and then he will understand what is happening and how it is working and everything he can able to do it. That's what it is. So basically is basically built for. Okay, so basically JavaScript is for interaction. Now we understand. So JavaScript is going to be interact, and how it is doing, how JS is going to be interacting. JavaScript is going to be make the website interactive by manipulating HTML and CSS. Okay, by manipulating HTML and CSS. Okay? So there is already HTML, CSS is there, and if someone clicks it, a new HTML is produced, or the existing HTML need to be removed, like that, by manipulating HTML and CSS. So now this is the core purpose we have understood. So we understood what is JavaScript is exactly do it. It is going to manipulate HTML and CSS. Okay, now we know the purpose. So then now understand, if I want to manipulate HTML and CSS, I need to link it, right? I need to know which HTML, which is CSS. The same problem, we have it in style. If I want to style something, I need to give an index, like which document I need to style it. So that is why we are linking it, right? Same like that, it is going to manipulate HTML and CSS. Then we need to link with these two, right? So instead of linking in all the two place, you can link it in the index.html where the CSS is also linked and the index page is also linked. Okay, so we need to link our JavaScript file with our index.html. So where we can link it? Where we can link it? So the place where you can link it is below the body bottom tag of the body tag. Okay, so like this, before this you need to link it. How you can link it is, I just say command slash, and here I can say JavaScript files. Okay, and below this you can link it script with src attribute, script tag with src attribute, and in this src you can link your file. Okay, in this src you can link your file. I just going to say dot slash, you can able to see app.js. I'm linking this and I am saving it. And we have linked our JavaScript file. Well, how can I know whether it is linked successfully or not? In CSS, I can able to know whether it is linked successfully or not by applying some code, right? I will select the body and I will say background color, I just want it in some light aquatic. Now it is changing. So with the help of these changes, I can understand like my CSS is linked successfully, it is working fine. So how can I understand, how can I know that my app.file is successfully linked or not? Well, you can able to know that with the help of a browser tool. So we're going to use a browser tool a lot. Okay, so one of the browser tools that we're going to use a lot is this console. You can able to see this browser web APIs, and you can consider right now it is a browser tools, and here it will provide lot of resources about that application. Okay, so right now we need this console. So console is the place where you will get the errors, warnings, and everything. It will be shown here. Okay, if you done anything wrong, it will be displayed in console only. For example, let me do mistake like this, and here, and we add some numbers like here. You can able to see we are getting an error, and it is telling that our index, or what it is telling, okay, we are trying to getting, this is the local host link. You can able to see the particular local host where we serving our file, and app, you are asking for something related to APQP, and this application is not found, and this error is coming from the file of index.html at the line number 56, and yeah, not the line number 56, where it is coming. Okay, let me do one thing. Why it is showing 56? Okay, okay, I don't know why it is showing 56, but here you can able to see, here only we are getting this error. So I'm trying to add some link, but it is not added properly. So if I give the right file name and if I save it, you can able to see that we are getting the right file. We don't have any other issues with this file. Okay, so that's what it is. And here in app.js, you can start write your code and everything will be reflected here. Okay, so now we need to know how to manipulate. We know that what is JavaScript, and that is going to manipulate HTML CSS. We need to know how to manipulate it, right? How to manipulate JavaScript file, right? How to manipulate it, right? So, yes, my voice is clear. Okay. Okay. Okay, we can move on. So now we're going to see JavaScript, right? So how to manipulate JavaScript. To manipulating JavaScript, what we actually need to do is, right? We need to know some basic program. For example, let me say JavaScript basics, we need to learn it. So this will help us to understand the syntax of JavaScript. Okay? Syntax of JavaScript. Okay, this will help us to understand the syntax of JavaScript. And then we need to learn about DOM. So this is we need to learn it, and this is going to help to understand. This will be help to understand how to manipulate. Like with the help of this DOM only, we can able to manipulate the HTML and CSS. Manipulate the HTML and CSS. Clear? We will manipulate it. So for that, we need to know these two things. If we know these two things, we can able to perform whatever we like to perform. Okay. So let us jump into these two things. Okay. Okay. So what all are the basic concepts I need to learn it? What all are the basic concepts we need to learn it? So the basic concept we need to learn is variable. We need to learn about what is variable. We need to learn about what is data types. We need to learn about functions. We need to learn about loops, and then we need to learn about conditional statement. And a lot other things also that we will cover it. Okay. Conditional statements. And apart from this basic concept, we need to learn DOM. And here, before learning DOM, some other things also you need to learn. What is event? What is event listeners? Okay. So other thing. And in DOM, we need to learn about how to grab an element. Don't care about this. We're going to learn it. During that time, you will understand how to change the element, change the content of the element. And then we're going to see how to manipulate the CSS. And then we need to learn about how to manipulate attributes of an element. So these are all the things we need to know for basics. Okay, once we learn these basics, then you probably get an idea what is JavaScript and how it is working and what are the things that you can do with JavaScript and everything you will understand. So tell it in the chat box how many of you already worked with the JavaScript. I know the basics and everything already. I know it. I created some project and everything. And if you are coming new here, okay, tell it, type the chat box, type new in the chat box. Okay. Let me see what kind of participants right now we are having. Okay. Okay. So now let us go and learn what is variable. So variable, it is a container to store the value. This is a container to store the value. Okay. So how can we store a value inside a container? Let me explain. Before that, okay. So let me see this. So what is a variable is? So whenever we are working with a website or any programming language, the core thing is we need to collect data and we need to store it in somewhere. right? So that is what variable is doing. For example, in our index.html, we having an input file. Okay, let us consider the user is giving the name of the person like this. And what I need to do is, I need to grab the value and I need to store it in a variable. Then only I can use that value later if I needed it, right? If I store it in somewhere, later I can use it. For example, once user give the input, I need to tell welcome and the person name. I need to tell it. So how can we achieve this? We need to store it in somewhere. We need to keep the memory, right? So how can we do this? With the help of variable. Right now, we don't know how to grab this value from this input box and how to display it in the browser. We don't know. So those things we discuss it in the DOM operations. But right now we need to know how to store this value. So the JavaScript part we're going to learn. So the JavaScript part is, first, if you want to create a variable, you need three things. The first one is going to be the keyword. Second one is going to be the identifier. Third one is going to be the value. Okay, what is value? Value is the value that we are getting from here. Okay, we know this. What is keyword and what is identifier? Well, the keyword are called as reserved words. What is this? They are called as reserved words. And with the help of this words only, the browser will understand what I need to do with it. So if I use a certain keyword, so the browser will understand, okay, you need to create a container, or you need to create a function, you need to create a condition statement. Like that, it will understand it. Okay. So these keywords are reserved words. We need to use these words only for the purpose of what it is meant for. You should not use it for our own use cases. Okay. You should use those keywords as a reserved keywords. So what are the keywords that are available to create a variable is, we have var keyword, we have let, and then we have const. So there are actually three keywords are available to create a variable. But right now, this var we are not using so much. There is a bug right now, like that you can understand it. But if you already know the basic things, the previous week 4 days we have taken advanced classes. So in that classes we have teach about why we should not use was and where we need to use var keyword. Like that we have teach. If you like to go and you can watch it there. Okay. So the best way to watch it, create a variable is using let and const. Okay. We will see the difference between let and const pretty soon. Right now I'm just going to use let. Let is the keyword. And then second one is going to be identifier. So what is an identifier is? An identifier is giving a name to the container that we are creating. So remember that what is variable? Variable is a container that will store some data. So we will store many data. So then all the data are stored in different containers. And if I need it, I need to identify the container, right? So imagine 1,000 data you have stored and 1,000 containers are there. How can I pick exact container that what I want? So by giving a label to it. So that's what an identifier is. Okay, that is what an identifier is, naming the container. So for giving the name, here you need to tell the name of the container. Okay, here you need to tell the name of the container. I'm just going to say the name is going to be first name. I'm just going to say f name. This is the name of my container. And then you equal to and tell what is the value that you want to store. As I mentioned before, we need to get value from the input box, but right now we don't know how to get the value from the input box. So I'm just going to give the value, the direct value. Okay. So the value is going to be the name of the person like this. I'm giving my name. So here we store it. Now what we have done is we have successfully created a container and we have stored a variable. Okay, we have successfully completed it. Okay, so how can I check whether it is successfully completed or not? Whether the container is created in the browser or not? How can I check this? Well, with the help of this console, you can able to check it. So the console is a place is not only the place where you can able to see the errors and warnings. Here the place where you can able to walk and you can see your dynamic result. For example, here if I say 4 multiplied by 9, you can able to see it is giving me the result of what 4 multiplied by 9 is. So what is happening here is, well, the whatever you are giving in the console, it will returns the value that is available. For example, right now, if I ask what is F name, you can able to see F name is there. And if you click it, you can able to see we are having this value Harry. It is stored successfully, right? So that is why we can able to access it. For example, if I ask for F, hello, if I ask for it, you can see it is throwing me an error, uncat reference error. F fellow is not defined. Why? Because there is nothing here as F columns there, right? So F name is it is existed because we created it, but F now is no one has created. It is throwing me an error. And remember, the name of the error is going to be a reference error, which means it is telling that something is not available that you are trying to access it. So that is what the reference error. That's what the reference error is going to be. Clear, right? Yeah. Okay. So that is what the reference error. So now instead of calling here, you can able to access this console.log in our code itself by typing some custom method. So what is the custom method is you need to type console.log. With the help of this console.log, you can able to access this place inside your code, which means whatever you are giving inside this two curved braces, which means the parenthesis, whatever you are writing inside this parenthesis, it will be displayed in the console. For example, here if I say 4 multiplied by 9, you can able to see we are getting 36. The one thing that you need to do is your app.js file should link it with your index.html file, because from the index.html file only we can using this console inspect. By inspecting the file only we are using the console element. Okay, so what you need to do, you need to do this console.log. So console.log is a method. With the help of that, you can able to access your console in the browser. Clear? Any doubts? Till now, if you have any doubt, if you have any doubts, you can ask. Okay. 1 minute. If you have any doubts, you can ask me. I will reply to that. If you don't have any doubts, after 1 minute, we will start. Seeing the next thing. Okay. So let us go and see the next thing. Okay. So right now, this process is called as declaring a variable. Okay. So we declared a variable and that is successfully stored and we are accessing the variable successfully. Right. And we are not accessing the variable here. I just simple. So instead of this, if I ask for what is f name, it will tell the value inside the variable in my console. You can see we are getting the value in my console. We are getting it. Okay. Clear. I think most of you cleared out of it. So now the next thing what we're going to see, the next thing that we're going to see is difference between war and lead. So this is what we're going to see, the difference between war and lead. So what is the difference between not war and lead, constant lead? Okay, because war right now we don't want to see. Let's see what is the difference between constant lead. Right? We know we created a variable with let. If I created the same variable with const, it will also create it. You can see there is no changes here. Then why we need actually two keywords? Let and const as two keywords. Why not one keyword? Let's see what is the differences. Then we can understand it. Whenever we are creating a variable with var keyword, sorry, let keyword, it is reassignable. Remember the word reassignable. Okay, what is mean by that? Let me show you. Let, if I say f name, and I just giving the name as the name, and then in the second line I'm calling the variable. If you want to take the like value, you need to call it, and I'm going to give a new value to it by giving equal to and giving a new value like this. Like this. So this process is called as reassigning the value. We created a variable and we are taking out the value and we are assigning a new value inside it. And now if I call console.log, we will get, if I say fname, what we will get, we are going to get the second name Shiva. Why? Because this value is taken out and a new value is placed, and right now the first name is going to have the fname and it is showing that. And this is reassigning things. If I use the same concept with const keyword, the keyword called const, okay, and if I save it, you can see and got type error. Remember that last time we get an error that is called as reference error. So reference error is something that is not existed in your file and you are trying to access it. And here you are getting type error. It is telling that assignment to a constant variable. So what is why we are getting const? Because const makes a strict validation. So which means the process of reassigning the value is not possible in the const variable. So that is a constant variable, you should not change it. Okay, so then when I use let and when I use const means for let you can use it in any place. Okay, for const, which are the place that you want to, you should not change the value, you don't want anyone to change the value, then you can use the const. It's up to you. Okay, it's up to you. If you want to change the value repeatedly, then you can use const, let, not const. Okay, so that's what it is. Yeah, this is what reassigning is. Then now let us see what is identifier is. Okay, basically identifiers are naming naming the variable, right? So basically identifiers are going to be naming the variable, and we have some rules and regulation to give a name to the variable. So some of the important rules I will tell you. All other things you can just have a Google it. You will find it out on by itself. Okay. The first thing is it should not start with a number. The variable should not start with a number. If you start a variable with a number, it will throw you an error because that is not a right syntax. It should not start with an error. First one. And second one is going to be okay. Second one is going to be should not use symbols or special characters. But you can use dollar sign and underscore. That is valid. Other than that, any symbols you should not use it. Okay, that's it. And then it is a case sensitive one. So what is meant by case sensitive is what syntax that you return. For example, right now I return f is small and n is caps. The exact same variable, the exact same kind, you need to write it in your while calling it. Okay, so otherwise it will show you an error and it will consider that as a like different variable. Okay, so that's what it will happen. That's what it will happen. Okay, so that's it. That's it. Okay, so this is called as reassigning, and this is what these are the rules for it. So now jump into the third one, values. So what is values? Values is a data, and is data is only number. It is going to it may be anything, right? It has several types, numbers, a letter, word, everything is a data. So what are the types of data? That is called as types, data types. JavaScript itself classified the program itself classified the data types into two categories. One is primitive and another one is reference. Okay, So the primitive data types are, what are the types of primitive data types are? You can say string, number, boolean, string, number, boolean, undefined, and then we going to have null, and we have symbol, and then we have symbol, and then we have begin. There are 7 types is there. Okay, but the symbol and begin are newly introduced. Is don't have any that much use cases in the while we are developing things. But these 5 are most commonly used data types. We will use a lot. We will discuss what are the 5 and how it is working. And in reference data type, we have object. Okay, and we have array, not a different data type. Okay, array is a special type of an object. Okay, array is a special type of an object, and you can able to check it. Okay, so these all are the data types. These all are the data types. Let me see each and every data type one by one. First, it is going to be string. Okay, so what is string? A string is a sequence of characters. String is a sequence of character. Simply words, letters, everything is a sequence of characters. Okay, that is what a string is. So if you want to create a string variable, the string data type, then you need to use this single quotes, double quotes, or backticks. Everything inside the single quotes, double quotes, and backticks, it is considered as string. Okay, it is considered as a string. Okay, so for example, let me create a string data type. And to check the data type, we have an operator called type of method. Okay, so with the help of this type of with the help of this type of method, you can able to check what is the data type that the variable holds. It can able to check it. Okay. Okay. So let's create a string now. Let str equal to, what did it say? Like this. Okay. Now I just going to say console.log str. And you will get, we are getting welcome to workshop, right? So we are getting this one. Just a minute. Okay, we are getting this one. Now if I use the type of before in front of it, okay, in front of str, if I save it, now you can able to see what we are getting in the console. We are getting the string. Why? Because the type of method, it will returns what data type that the variable belongs to. That's why it is returning string. But if you hover, there is another way is also there. If you hover over your mouse to this str, you can able to see what the value is, the data type value is. The data type value is a string, that's why it's showing a string. So this is what about string. Even if you give a number inside double quotes and single quotes, it is considered as a string only, not a number. Remember that. Okay. Then we want to see what is number. So what is number? So numbers in here JavaScript, everything is a number. A float value, decimal value, everything is a number. So everything is considered as a number one. Okay. For example, I just going to say const num equal to say 10, and in the console dot log num, as for it will give 10. And if I use type of operator, you will get num as a number. And if I use a float like 1.12 like this, still it is a number. If you use a negative integer, still it is a number. Everything in JavaScript is a number. There is no difference in numbers. Okay, just give a minute. I will take some water. Okay, just to give a minute. Yeah, so this is what number is. Now we're going to see about the next part. Okay, if you have any doubts, just tell it in the chat box. Make some interactions. Okay, so because the workshop is crossed to 5 hours. Okay, so there is another 3 hours is going to be there for JavaScript itself. If you make some interaction in the chat box, very few are watching. I know that no one watched 12 hours long boot camp, but some of them watch it recordings also. They will watch it. And if you are interested, you have any doubts that you want to ask it, or if you want to ask it, you can ask it now. Because it's like an one-on-one interaction. I will answer all your doubts, and you can just get all your doubts clear with the help of the slide. Okay, you can use for that also. So if you have doubts also, you can ask it, make more interaction, then that will be give plus. Okay, so yeah, because it's a Saturday evening, everyone is feel tired at everything. I know that. That's why. Okay, make an interaction that will helps to interact with outside, like create something new. Okay, this is what it is. So now what I'm going to do, we're going to stop the regular flow. Instead of it, once we complete the data types, we will directly jump into some components and start to create some components. Okay, we will start and create some components. Okay, so through live itself. Okay, how can we search it in Google and find out the answer and what they are using, and how can we modify the answer according to us? Everything we will see. Okay, okay. The third one is going to be Boolean value. So Boolean is basically true or false value, or false value. Okay. So what is true or false value? Basically, if you compare two things, it will give true or false. 5 is greater than 10. 10 is greater than 9, right? Those values are true or false value, and those values are considered as a Boolean value. So if I say console.log, okay, if I use type of operator for 8 is less than 7. You can see it is false. In console.log, it is we are getting false. If you want to get the value, you need to store data type. You need to store this in a variable const. I'll say bool equal to this kind. If I ask for what is the type of bool variable, it will give me boolean. You can see this, right? So this is what actually is. And if it is false or true, it will return this boolean value. Okay, that's what it is. Then now what is going to be null? And null, right? Null is basically giving purposely a value as null. Okay, I need that variable with the value null. Null is what I wanted, that's why we are using it. For example, I just say const null. I say like num1, need this variable to be null. So what has happened is the space is occupied, and by purposely we are giving the value as null. Okay, that is what happened. If you check the data type, it will returns object. As a bug is there when JavaScript returns like for data type of null, you check it in JavaScript, it will returns object. Let me show you. Console.log. If I check type of num1, and able to see we will get object. That is not true actually. That is not an actual true. It is null only. But why we are getting this one means why we are getting this object means there is a bug, and that even a proportion is also made for JavaScript language to change this one, and people are working on it. You may maybe very soon after a few years you can able to see you will get the null as data types when you log it in the console. This one we have, and then we have undefined. So what is undefined? Basically, undefined variable without value. For example, const num1, nothing, not assigned any value. That is what undefined is. Okay. Now, if we use console.log, what is num1? We will get the value as undefined, and if I check the type of data type, it is an undefined data type. Yeah. That's what it will do. So these are the primitive data types. Don't care about the simple and begin. We actually don't want it. So now what we're going to see is we jump into project. See, we will create small things, and from that small things we start to learn. Okay, let me see. Let me see the basic things. What is the basic thing is here if someone gives the name. Okay, here if I give the name and I click a button, in here I need to say welcome and the name of the person. Okay, how can we do this? How can we do this? Let me see how to do this. So before that, in index.html, let me create a button. Okay, and we are saying button. We created it. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we need to first of all grab the element which all are I wanted. We need to grab the element which all are I wanted. For example, I need to grab this input box because I need the value inside the input box. I need to grab this button because if here only I'm going to add the event listener. If someone clicks it, something need to happen. So I need to grab this button also. So these two things I need, and also I need to grab this h1. Why? Because here only I'm going to make the change. So I need all the three things. And for grabbing the element, like CSS, how we will grab the element? Can anyone tell it in the chat box? In CSS, how we will grab the element? Tell it in the chat box quick. What are the ways to select an element in CSS? If you tell it, we can just move on it. Okay? Tell it in the chat box. No one knows it? Okay, let me explain it. So in CSS, how we will grab the element? We will select the element. We will select the element basically three ways. With the help of ID, with the help of classes, and with the help of tags. Right? So if it is an ID, we need to use the number sign. If it is class, we need to use the dot operator. If it is tag, then we need to actually call like this. No number sign and everything is needed. Okay, so like this we will use it. Same in JavaScript also. If you want to grab an element, you have three ways. With the help of ID, with the help of class, with the help of tag. Among them, ID is more specific because IDs are unique in HTML. We will create unique IDs, right? So that IDs will not be repeat again and again. So that will be unique. Okay. Is my voice is clear on? Yes, sir. Hash, element name, yes. If that's how we will access the ID, right? Same like this in HTML also, we have IDs, class. Sorry. Okay. So same like this in JavaScript also, based on the ID, based on the class and tag, we will grab the element. So okay. How can we, what are the things that we will use it? Here, to grab an ID, you need to use a method called document dot get element by ID. Element by ID. And this is the method that we need to use to grab an element. So in CSS, we simply use number sign, hash, and the ID we will get it, right? Here, if you want to grab an element, you need to use this method. Well, let's see how can we use this method. I'm just going to create a variable const. I need this input box, right? I'm just going to say input or inp, that's fine, equal to input is equal to yes. Thank you all. Okay. Input equal to document dot get element by ID. And here you need to tell what is the ID that you want to grab it. Okay. So what is the ID that you want to grab it? Here you can grab here. So let me explain. What is the ID? Let me give an ID. In input, I'm going to give an ID. It is going to be INP with the ID name. And here you can give whatever the name that you want. I'm just going to say INP, and if I save it, now I need to check whether my element is successfully grabbed or not. So I'm just going to use console.log INP, and if I save it, you can able to see inside the INP variable, we are having the element, the entire input element, we are having it. You can able to see it, right? So now what I want is, I want the value inside that element. Whatever the value that I'm giving, I need the value inside this element. Well, how can I grab that one? Well, you can able to see the attributes, right? Input, type, ID, right? So we can able to access the attribute also. How? For example, if I ask for in INP dot, I need the type. What is the type of the input box? You can see it is telling text because the type is going to be text. So that is why it is telling me text. And then we have ID. Let me ask what is ID? What is ID? You will get INP. Same like this, every input tag has value attribute also. For example, if I ask for VALU value, and if I ask for, you can see right now it is telling me an like empty string, right? But here if I write something, okay, comment of it, I write something, and now I am asking what is INP value. You can able to see it is refreshed. That is why you are getting empty value. What I'm going to do is here I will give the value by using value attribute. Okay, and I just going to say hatch. You can able to see the hatch is there, and we can able to access the value also. So whenever the user is giving some value inside this input, we can able to access the value attribute with the help of inp.value. You can able to access it. So that is what we actually wanted. So before that, what we need to do is we need to add an event to this button. How can we add an event to this button? For example, what is the event listener I need to attach here is if someone clicks the button, so the click is going to be the event listener. So someone clicks the button, then something need to happen. So how can we do that one? Well, how can we do that one? Well, for that, you need to, this is DOM operation. DOM method to grab an element based on their ID. Okay, you need to remember this. And to add an event listener, you need to understand what is event. Events are the interaction that we are making in the website. Clicking, double clicking, mouse hovering, mouse entering, all these all are events. Okay, first one they are events, and we done with the events. We are done with events. And what is event listeners are? Event listeners will attach to an element like click event, double click event. They are event listeners. They will wait for the event to occur. If the event is occurs, if someone clicks the button, then what will happen is a function will be invoked. A function will be invoked. So what is a function? A function, it has block of code. Okay, it will execute that block of code when someone calls it. When someone calls it. When someone calls it, it will execute the block of code and it will return it. Simply, to create a function, it will be like function, name of the function, just say name of the function, and here you need to tell what you want to return. So for that, you need to use return hello. And here in the console, if I try to access name fund, if I access it, you can see we are getting the entire function, but I want only this hello means what I need to do it, I need to invoke it. So for that, I need to call the function name followed by the parenthesis. Okay. If you use this parenthesis inside the function name, then if I just run it, you will get this hello, right? So why? Because that is the one that it was returning. Instead of this, here you can write a 10 line of code, 100 lines of code, anything you can write it. And after all the process is completed, you can tell what you want to return in followed by return statement, it will return it. So here if I say let a equal to, I'm writing 2-line code. Just say hello world, and here you can tell what you want to return. So I want to return a. Okay, and if I run the same function, name fund, sorry, name fund followed by parenthesis, you will get the hello world. Like this, you can able to write whatever the how many number of lines code that you want to write. You can write. Okay, that's what the function is. Now let's see how can we add an event listener to the button. So to add an event listener, first we need to grab the element. So let us go here. I just give an ID btn. So let me grab the element with the help of the same method. Right? To store it in a different variable. Const button. I'm going to mention it as btn, and I just say document dot get element by ID. ID btn. Okay, and if I ask it in the console, what is btn? And let us refresh. You can see we are grabbed the button. So now for this element, I need to add an event listener. How can we add an event listener? To add an event listener, we have a method called add event listener. This method will help us to add an event listener to an element. So let's see how we can add an event listener. So what is the element? What I want to add? The event listener I want to add is the btn dot. You need to use a method called add event listener. Here you need to use this two things, this code basis, and inside this you need to give pass two information. One is the event, what you want to, what it listen to it. For example, in my case it is click, right? I'm just going to say if someone clicks the button and I need to run something. What I want to run? I need to run a function. Okay. Here we don't want to give a name to the function because the function will automatically invoke when someone clicks the button. Okay, it is going to automatically invoke it. But here why we are given the name is because here no one invokes it until unless I am calling the function. Okay, so that is the matter. And here I just going to say someone clicked the button, you need to run the function, and inside the function I'm saying in console.log just tell I am click like this. Save it, refresh it, and do one thing. We will remove the value as empty. Let's go here. And if I click, you can see in console we are getting I am clicked. If I click the button, the event is triggered, and every time I am clicking this, the button is going to type it in the console. I am clicked. So that's what event and event listener. If you have any doubts, you can ask me now. You can ask me now if you have doubts in the chat box. We will move on to next. Okay. And now what we need to do, if someone clicks it, what I want to do, I need to get the value inside the input box. So how can we get the value? We know that we have inp. I'm going to say const and another variable value equal to inp dot value like this. And I need to show the value in the console. Okay. So we are fetching the value attribute from the input box and we are storing it in a variable and we are going to store, we are going to say it in the, we are going to tell it in the box. And here I just going to say, let me add this as Vijay. And if I click this one, you can see we are getting the value and we are displaying Vijay here. Okay. And you can notice that this value is still there. So what I'm going to do, once the process is completed, ILP dot value is equal to an empty string. So now if it is erased, for example, if I give Vijay and if I click it, you can see the value is removed from the input box and also we also get the value. So inside this value attribute, we stored the value that is coming from the input box. Now what I want to do, what the one thing that I want to do here, the next is I need to show the value with the welcome in here, right? In the world, hello world, I need to tell it. How can we do that one? Well, let us come to CSS. Once you grab the element, what you will do, you will give the property, right? Background color, what I'm going to change, and you need to tell what the value that you going to change, right? So background color, it is aquatic blue. Background color, aquatic white, aquatic green, like that. You need to tell what is the value. This is called as decoration. And these things that we need to follow here. First, you need to grab the element which you want to change. So I'm just going to grab the element here. I'm just going to say const get equal to, you know how to grab an element with the help of id. I'm just going to say document.get element by id, and in the index.html I'm just going to say id head. Let us go here, let us give the id name as head, and now here grab the element. So now if you want to change, the element, just a minute. Yeah, if you want to change the element if you want to change the element, then you need to, I just mentioning here, say what is the property that you want to use. This inner HTML property, what we're going to use it. So what is inner HTML? Well, inner HTML is used to change the content of the element. Right now we have hello world, right? So what I want, I need to change this to, instead of hello world, I need to change it to welcome plus the person name. So I need to change the inner content of the head. If I give console.log head, console.log head, and if I click the button, we are receiving the head and this wordings inside the tag that we want to remove it, right? So how can we remove this? Well, let us say grab the head and I'm going to tell what is the property I want to remove. The property is inner HTML. We have so much of methods. Like in CSS, we have background color, background image, background position. Like there's so much of things is there, right? Here also down so much of things is there. Here I want to change the inner HTML, and I'm going to say what I want to give the value. The value is going to be the value here we are giving, right? Same like this. Okay, you need to change the inner HTML. What you need to change? You need to tell it, right? So the changes is I need to tell welcome. Okay, give a space, add a concatenation plus, and tell the value that we are getting from this input box we stored inside this value variable. I need to show it here. Now I just going to save it here. We completed the process, and here I just going to say, let us say Sharan. And if I just click this button, you can see we have welcome and we have the Sharan, and we have changed the data dynamically, right? So in this process, you can understand what you need to do is first you need to grab the element based on what are the things that you're going to change it, and then what you need to do it, you need to add a event listener, and you need to get what are all the attributes that you want, what is exactly what you want, if you want to do change this thing and like that thing, and you need to tell what is the property at the end, if it is an inner HTML or any other things you need to tell it, and then finally you need to give the value and it will change the value accordingly to it. And if you give any other value, we can give then here, click on it, and I just give 10. If I click it, you can see welcome Jen, right? So this is how we will work with it. This is how we will work with it. This is the flow of it. Okay, so this is, let us consider this is our experiment one or task one, anything like this. Task one completed. Okay, now we will say the next task. The next task is what I want to do is task. Let us create dartboard, like dark. How can I say, like we will use the theme switcher, right? We will going to create a theme switcher. Theme switcher. We're going to create it. Okay. So the concept is going to be simple. We're going to have a button. Okay. If someone clicks the button, the background color of the entire body tag, the background color of the entire body tag change to black, and if again someone clicks it, it needs to change it to white, like this. This is what it is. So for that, let me create a button. So we have button. I just going to add some styling to it, and I just going to remove the input part of this input box. And here, let us go here and say button. Okay, text align center. Okay, and adding some okay, we add this one, and then we add this. Now what I want, someone clicks it, okay, the entire background body color change to some other color. Okay, so let me do one thing. Let me see how we can get the reference of it. Okay, dark mode color. I need to know what is the color I want to use for dark mode, right? It is not the exact black. Okay, so because if you use the dark black, it is not that good. It will just your eyes. Okay, they will not use it. You can see dark color palettes. You can just go for color rent, and you can able to see the dark color palettes that you want to apply for. So if someone clicks it, the color palette that I want to apply is, let me say, this color. This is the color I need to apply it. Okay, and I just say the color I need to apply. Dark color. I'm going to give. Okay. So dark color is going to be the color what we get from here. This is the hue color. And the next one is for light color. If it is light, then what I want to do it. So this is the color that we have get. And if it is light, I need to get this light color. Okay. And I just going to mention with just commenting off. We can use it later. Okay. And I just say light color. And this is the color that I'm going to use for light color. Okay, so let us see. Let's go and work. First, we need to grab this element. We need two elements. One is this element, and another is the entire body. Okay, so first let us grab the button. So I'm just going to say const. We already know how to grab a button because it has an ID btn. I'm just going to say const btn dot document dot get element by ID, and here I just going to say btn. Okay, and ask it in the console what is btn is. So it is throwing us error. It means it is already existed. Here you can see it is already existed. I just going to comment off. Now let's go here. Right click, inspect, console. You can see we are getting the button. So the next thing what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say btn. If someone clicks it, right? I just going to say btn and event listener, and it is going to say if someone click the button, okay, and I just want to, okay, this is arrow function. I think you don't know. We will go for normal function. Okay? Function, I need to execute it. So what I want to execute it in the console.log, I need to say hi for now. So let me see the event listener added successfully or not. Click it. You can see we are getting hi. So now what I want, we don't want hi. I need to change the entire background color to something else, right? Something else. So how can we do this? How can we do that one? Well, I just want to first fetch the entire body color. So I'm just going to say to fetch the body tag, we will in a DOM formation, we have a method called document.body. So what it will do means it will fetch the entire body tag. So I'm just going to say const body is the variable name I give it. And if I say document.body, so this will fetch the entire body tag. If I ask it in the console.log, what is body? You can able to see, we will get the entire body element. If I click it, you can see we have the H1, everything, entire thing that we have written in the body, it will be there. So now what I want is, I need to change the CSS. You know what is the CSS that we have? The CSS that we have is background color with aquatic blue. What I want is, if someone clicks it, I need to change it to dark mode, which means this color I need to apply it. So we know how to change the inner content, but we don't know how to change the CSS color, right? So there is another property is there for changing the CSS. Changing CSS or manipulating CSS, what you need to do is you need to select the element. First of all, you dot and use style and you dot and tell what is the property that you want to change. Background, font size, any property that if you want to change it, you can tell it here. And like say it's a property. And then you need to tell what is the value that you want to change for that particular property. You need to tell it. Okay. So let's see. Right now, body is the element. For body, I need to change the CSS. So I just want to use style and I just give dot. You can able to see all the CSS properties are available here. Font size, grid, border radius, background and everything. What we want is background color. This is what we want. And one thing you notice this is the case is very different. Background color here, two words are separated by a dash, right? But here it is not separated by dash. It is you can see it has capitalization for the second word, right? So because JavaScript uses a case called lower camel case, which means the first word is always small and the upcoming words have the caps letter. You can notice here A is small, E is caps and L is caps, because event and business are two different words. That is why all the default method will follow it. You can see G is small, E is caps and V is caps and I is caps, right? So this is lower camel case. CSS follows kappa case, so it will separate two values with the dash. Okay, so that is what it is. So you need to make sure you need to give it. And now you need to tell what is the value that you want to change it. Okay, so the value I want to change it to this color. I just going to copy this one and I just going to paste it one. If I save it and if I click it, something is not happening. If I clicking this button, it is not working. So what is happening? We need to identify it. Okay. So let me see here, console.log. I say body, and if I click it, it will working. Let us go for the color palette we copied. You can able to see for few colors we need to use the number sign like the ash. We are not using here. That is why it is not working. Let us use the ash, this number sign. I just go here, and if I click now, you can able to see the entire code is changed to dark mode. But now what I want is I want to change this one color to white, right? So how can we do this? First, you need to grab the element. So for grabbing the element, I can say const head. We already given the ID as head. So I just going to say document dot element by ID, and I just going to say head. And here we need to use the same CSS like head dot style dot background color. Sorry, not background color. Here it is going to be the color. The color equal to, and I just go here and I just going to copy this code, give a number sign, paste it here and I save it. Now if I click this, you can see it is also changed. The color of the text is also changed, and also the background color is also changed to something like, right? So now what I want to do is, initially it should have dark. Okay, what I want to do, it should have dark. Okay, if someone clicks this dark, it need to change it to light mode. It need to change it. How can I do this? So this is changing the inner content of the element. So for changing inner content of the element, we have the inner text, because inside the btn only we have this dark. I need to change it. So here I just going to say btn dot inner html. Someone clicks it, then you need to change this to light. Okay, because the user need to know, okay, if I click it, it is a dark mode button. It is going to be dark mode. And once we click it, now it need to change it to light. Then only the user will understand, okay, for now switch it to light mode also, we need to click the same button. Then he will understand it. Okay, so that's what is. Now we have changed this one. But if I clicking this light button, you can see nothing is happening. Why nothing is happening? But you can able to see the console.log, the bodies are returning. Why means, because every time I'm clicking the same button, this one is going to be applied. The same one is going to be applied. Okay, the same event listener is going to be run. Okay, so what can I do this? What can we do this? How can we stop this one? Okay, if I click it again, okay, if I click it again, then I need to do something else. How can we do it? So how can we, there are several ways to do this. First one is, you can able to see the style, a new style is added, and we have background color is something like this, right? So like something like this is there. So what can I do is, I can use a conditional statement to check it, and then based on that I can able to change it. So let me see what is the conditional statement is. For example, the conditional statement is nothing but based on the Boolean values, true or false, it will execute the code. If it is true, I need to bat. If it is false, I need to bound, like that. Okay. So to create a conditional statement, you need to use this and then else. This is the basic conditional statement. We have lot more. So the if else statement, if basically here we will give the condition. If the condition is true, then the if code will be executed. We say console.log console.log by. Okay. See, if it is true, the code inside the if will execute it. If it is false, the code inside else will be executed, right? So this is what we actually wanted. So if the inner HTML is dark, then this code will be executed, right? If the inner HTML is not dark, then what I need to do? I need to execute an alternative one. So let me see what can we do with it. So I'm just going to remove this one. First, let us get the inner HTML. Okay, I just going to say a btn.innerHTML is the property, right? So I just going to say const. I'm going to create a btn button value. Button value equal to btn.innerHTML. Okay? And I asking what is the button value. You can able to get the button value. I'm just going to say console.log. What is btn value? You can able to see we are getting dark. So here I'm going to say if the btn value is triple equal to what? Dark. If it is triple equal to dark, then I need to execute this code. So this code will be executed. Okay. Okay. Else, if it is light, then what I need to execute? The same code. Here, I'm just going to copy it. What are the things I need to change? The background color is going to be the light theme. The light theme is what something I choose. This is the light theme. I'm just going to paste the color here. And the head color, I just want to change it to dark color, what we have here, like this. So, and for the inner HTML, I need to change again to dark. Now I'm going to save it. Okay. And now if I click this button, you can see it is light. If I click it again, you can able to see it is not changing. Why? Why it is not changing? Because we made a mistake here. You need to understand what the mistake that we have done it. It is not that way it is going to work it. Why? Because you can execute this one. If the button is clicked, then the whole code is completed. You can see here the event listener is added. If the button is clicked, okay, so the whole code is completed. This code is read by JavaScript. So every time you are going to click the button, so the same code will be applied. So what you need to put? You need to put the if class inside the click event. Okay, understand? So how can we do this? Let me comment off this one, and we need to cut it down. So the flow is important. If someone clicks it, I need to check it whether it is dark or light. Okay, if it is dark, then I need to do it. So what is the flow is? You need to put the condition inside this button. Okay, right now the event is triggered, and here inside this one I need to check the condition. I just going to say if btn value is triple equal to dark, then you need to run this code. Okay, else if I'm again clicking, again the code will run. Now if it is not, then I need to run this code. There are some other ways also doing this very simply, but this is one good thing that you can understand the basic concept also. That's why. Okay. Now you can able to understand the flow. Let us see how the structure, it is structured. btn, I'm getting the inner HTML. So the inner HTML is going to be dark. And here I'm asking btn.add event listener. If someone clicks the button, then it is going to invoke the function. And in the invoking function, I'm asking condition checking. So I'm telling the btn value is equal to dark, then change the body dot style dot background color to this mode and change the inner HTML to light. And once again, if I click the button, now it will come and check the condition. It is light. It is not dark. So it is going to give us false. So this code will be executed and it will be do it. Now if we save it, click it, you can able to see there is an issue here is also there, and we are not, this is not executing here is also. So what is the issue that it is? Let me see. We ask for here. No, here we ask for what is console.log, what is btn value is. Now, if I click this one, it is dark. If I click this light, again it is dark. The inner HTML is not changed. Again, it is telling me this is dark. The btn.inner HTML is dark. Why? Because we are getting the element from outside the button, outside the function. That is why we need to put this inside it. Now what happened? The inner HTML value is going to be changed once the function is clicked. So now let me check it. If I click this, it is dark. If I click this, now it is light. You can see we are getting this is light. So now it is a light mode, but the else is not work. It is work. You can see, but there is an issue is here. There is a delay is here. Let me remove this one. And this is normal mode. If we click, this is dark. If we click, this is light. Okay, this is light, but the if statement is not executed, right? You can see that here it is light. If we click this one, it is not going to execute. This event listener is not executing this else part of the code. Okay, it is not executing the else part of the code. If I click it again, now it is executing the else part of the code. Okay, if we click it, you can able to see now it is in light, right? So if it is light, I'm not telling what I need to execute, right? So this code is there, it is light. Now it is again need to change it to dark, right? So how can we achieve this one? So instead of doing these things pretty complicated and achieving these things, we can able to create the theme switcher with the help of adding classes. So here first let us debug what is the code issue that we are having. I'm just refreshing the code. Now if I click it, okay, so here comment of this one, there is an error. Okay, click here, you can able to see, I just say console.log is going to be btn value, and if you click, we are getting dark. If you click it again, we are getting light. Okay, so it is not true, but this code, the else code is not executed. So what is going to happen to else code? So we missed one thing. We added the event listener here. We forgot to remove that one. Okay, so now if I save it, if I click it, it is changed to dark. If I click it, it is changed to light. Now if I again click it, it is changed to dark. If I again click it, it is changed to light. You can see, clear, right? Light mode, dark mode, we are achieving it. So we just forgot to remove the event listener. We copy paste the code, it will happen. So right now fine. So that is done. So now this same concept, you can achieve it instead of writing this much of code and confusing yourself. You can able to achieve it. How can we achieve this one? So how can we do this means, let us set the light code. By default, what is the code? What are all the things I want to set it? Is the background color is going to be this color. This is the default color I want. I'm just going to say number sign. And if I save it, this is the default color. and I just going to say H1, the H1 color of the H1 is going to be this one. Okay, we have added. This is the light color. Okay. Okay, refresh it. So this color is not applied. Why? Light color. What can we do? We can comment off this one. Okay. So the body. Here we don't want to give it in a string. I forgot it. Like JavaScript, we are giving the string. We don't want to give it in a string here. And just remove the string value. Now the color is applied. This is light mode. So what I want is, if I click it, I need to run, change it to dark mode. So what we can do is, here we will create a class with the name of dark mode. Like this. And here I just going to say, what is the background color? The background color, I need to change this to this. This is what I want to change it. Okay. And the next one, what we need to change? We need to change the H1 also, right? We need to change the H1 also. So here inside this dark mode, I just going to say if the class is applied, what we do is okay. So we can say the color also this one. We need this one dark mode color. Okay, like this one. Okay. Now what I want to do is, if someone clicks it, I need to apply this class to the element. For example, you can see if I add a class here, if I just go here and if I say class, and if I add the class value here, you can able to see the classes is applying, right? So if I remove this class, if I added this to the entire body tag, you can able to see the entire body tag it is applied. And also we need to apply the same classes for here, it is applied. You see that, right? So if we apply the classes, it will be comes here. So now what I want to do is, with the help of JavaScript, if someone clicks it, someone clicks the button. So we already achieved with the native JavaScript, but we are using another way. How can we achieve it? Someone clicks the button, I need to add a class to the body tag and then H1 tag. How can we add that one? So let me do the same thing. The button is there. I just going to say btn dot add event listener, and here I just going to say click, and this is going to execute a function. Okay, here it will be there, and here I need to fetch the body. I just going to say const body equal to document dot get element by id, not you can say document dot body like this. Okay, and what I'm going to do is, it is throwing us error. I think it's spelling mistake here. Here I'm just going to say body dot class list dot add. So what this will do means, it will add a new class to the element. So what is the class I want to add? The class is dark mode. Dark mode. The exact spelling dark dash mode. So this is what I need to add it. So if I click this button, you can able to see the dark mode, that particular class. The class is applying to the what? Which element? Button element. But I need to apply the class to the same body also. So sorry, the head also. So I'm just going to add the head also. Now, if I click this, you can able to see, you can able to get this one, right? If I again click it, it need to change it to someone, right? So for that, you need to do the if else condition and you need to do it. That's a great way to do this is, here we have toggle. Toggle. Instead of and, we can use toggle. So what toggle will do means, first time if you click it means, it will add the class. Second time you click it means it will remove the class. For example, if I click it, the class is added. If I click it, the class is removed. You can see the same code that what we achieved with this logic, the same logic we are achieving with this by help of just adding the classes to the element with the help of the class list. You can able to see here, right? We are creating, advancing, running animation, right? So this is what it is doing. Simple, simple, simple. So this is how you can able to use it. So toggle is about if the class is added, it will add it. If the class is not added, then if it is not added, it will add it. If it is already added, it will be removed it. Okay, that was the toggle bit. So this is dark mode and light mode. This is dark mode and then light mode concept. Okay, so that's what all about this dark mode and light mode. If you have any doubts, you can ask it in the chat box. You can tell it in the chat box if you have any doubts, please. Then we will keep on going another. Let's see what are the other JavaScript project that let's Google it and find it out, and let's see what are the other concepts, what are the other JavaScript project that we can do. Like that we will discuss. Let me know if you have any doubts. Okay, tell it in the chat box. If you have no doubts, tell at least no in the chat box. Okay, so yeah, we will move on to the next project. So what the next project? The task 2 is completed, theme switcher, right? So what is the next project that we can do is um, animated social media content. Okay, let me count this. Right now it comes to my mind. That is why I'm telling. If you have any, let me know. If you want any project, tell it. Like small project you wanted, tell it in the chat box. So I would say to animated social media followers. Okay. So what this project is all of is, for example, if I have 100 followers, okay, and no doubt, okay, so 100 followers. So what it need to do is, when someone clicks the button, okay, when someone clicks the button, okay, or what we can say is, when someone we don't want to click the event listener. Once the page is reloaded, okay, start from zero, okay, start from zero, it need to like 1,000 followers. It need to start from zero and it is increase the value like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Like that, it need to increase the value and it need to stop at 1,000. How can we do this? That's what we're going to do it. Okay. So for that, instead of button here, I'm just going to mention enters and div, and this is also a div. Okay, so I just comment off this one. Let us create a div, and inside the div, we're going to have a number that is going to be 1,000. This is what the follower is going to be. Okay, and we're going to have uh, we're going to have a span tag. The span tag we have 1000. Okay, and here we can say followers like this. Okay, we are having this like this. And I need to grab this one. Let me give the ID for span. ID equal to number. Okay. So this is the structure. This is the structure of the div. Okay, a span tag, inside span we have 1000 and we're going to do it. Now let me style it. Okay, if we style something, then the project seems pleasant to us. That's what it is. So I'm just going to say div. Okay, div is going to be basically go. I'm a big fan of flexbox. So I'm just going to say flex. Okay, so and I'm just going to say div is equal to flex. I comment of everything. Oh, sorry. Let me just do this one and comment of this one, guys. Comment of this one. Okay, let the dark mode also available. Why we need to do this? Like why dark mode is not working? App.js, I removed it. Enable this one. We don't want to have. We need this functionality like this. Cool. Okay. Okay. Just a minute. Next. So now I just going to style the div. So the div is going to be flex. I just say justify content center. Okay. Cool. We give the height. I just say 200 pixel height. And now I'm going to give align items also center. Okay. So now the next thing is let us give the border 1 pixel solid black. Okay. You can able to see the border. What is happening? The entire flux, the entire container is taking off. That's what the border is happening. So I'm just going to wrap this inside a small div. This is the item. Just going to wrap it up. Now we are getting small items, right? So let me give and class to it container. Save this styling. Just say dot container. Save this. Okay, and then let me add the div. Let me say container inside div. Need the border 1 pixel solid black. Fine. We don't want this border. We will have this border. And I just going to say padding top 10 pixel, 20 pixel. Like this. Instead of this, let me say 2. And let us say border radius 9 pixel. Yeah. Now what I want is it will be small. What I want is font size. Basically, these are have some big font size like this. We will go with this. And what I want is it need to start from 0 and it keeps on running. The number need to start from 0 and it keeps on running and it will reach 1000. Okay, that is what my goal is. Okay, so that's what I need to execute it. Okay, so yeah, let's do this. How can we do this? So first, let us go for our HTML. Work within the dark mode first. Okay, let me add that. pixel. Go for, okay, this is enough. Okay, there we go. Okay, this is fine. So now let us go and to do the changes. So you can see that I purposely added that inside a div. I just give an ID as number. Let me make this as num. Okay. So what I want to do, first I need to grab the ID const num equal to document dot get element by ID, and I just going to say num. Okay, and here I just going to say console dot log equal to num. Why it is number caps? You can see caps, make it small. Now we are getting the num. What I want is I'm going to use an function called set interval. So what the set interval will means, the set interval runs a particular function with certain interval of time again and again. For example, it is going to say console.log function. I need to run this function. Okay. So or you can create the function outside this. I'm just going to create a function. I'm just going to say this as my function. Okay, and this my function is going to have console.log num function. Okay, num function. And here I can give the num function as an argument, and you can tell what is the interval that it need to run. For example, it will takes in millisecond. So 1000 if equal to 1 second. I just going to say 1500. Like for 1.5 second, the function need to run it again and again. You can see what will going to happen. You can see what is happening. The function is executing again and again here. So here I just to say I'm returning this one. I'm just going to say hello. Now you will get for each and every 1.5 millisecond, the particular function is going to run it again and again. It is going to run it. Okay. So this is a set interval, but we not going to use this one. I have understand it. So what we can do is we can use loops. Okay, we can use loops to achieve this concept. Okay, so what is loops? Loops, it will run a certain. So right now you can able to see how it will runs again and again, right? So loop is also something like that. It will execute a particular statement again and again if the condition is true. Okay, here we will go and discuss about a loop called while loop. Okay? We have three loops: for loops, while loops, and do while loops. I just go and check for while loop. Okay, while loop is pretty easy, and this one for loops also easy. That we have taken in the very basic class. Every loops and everything we have covered it. Let us go with while. If you want for, we can go with for. No problem. I just say while. Okay. And here, basically, how it work means here we will have an initiator, the starting point. I just say let I equal to 0. Okay. And here we need to give a condition. I value is less than 0 or I value is less than 10. Okay. I need to run a certain condition console.log. In the console, I need to write hello plus I. Okay, this one. And here I need to increase I plus plus. Now you can see what we are getting. You can see what we are getting. Hello 0, hello 1, hello 2, hello 9. Till hello 9, we are getting this. So what is happening here is, what is happening here is we created a loop. So what is doing here is, this is the starting point. So we are telling let I equal to 0. This is the starting point. And here I am using while loop. And here I value is less than 10. Is I value is less than 10? Yes, the value of I is 0. It is less than 10. And if the statement is true, then the following code will be executed. Okay. So here, what is the following code? we are telling hello plus I. So hello is going to be the word that we given, and I value is the value of 0, right? So that is what we are getting. So, and now once the code is done, once the execution is completed, we are telling I plus plus. What is meant by this plus plus? It is called as post increment, which means it is going to increase the value of I by plus 1 times. So right now the value is going to be 0. If I add plus 1, then the values of I is going to be 1. Why I need to increase the value? Because if I don't increase the value, then what will happen? The code, the loop will never get false, right? Because the I values keeps remain as 0, and 0 is always less than 10. It is going to be true all the time. So in this way, we are creating an infinite loop. So what will happen? The code will goes on executing, and certain point of time, the code like your browser will crash and it will started to hang. Okay, you should not create an infinite loop. It should be a finite. So based upon the algorithm, whatever the code that you are creating, it should be a finite one. Okay, so right now we need to make the code as finite. So every time if I increase the value of I, what will happen? What will happen? So the value of I is going to be increased. In certain point of time, the value of I becomes 10. Then it will check for the condition 10 is less than 10. The answer is false. So if it is false, the code will be stop executing it. So this was the concept behind loops. So now let me apply this with our forward button. So what I'm going to do, I just going to remove this one. This span we are already get num is already available. Here I just say num dot inner HTML equal to what is this? I. That's it. So you go here, you can able to see suddenly it becomes 9, right? We don't want this sudden movement, right? Because suddenly this becomes 9. I don't want this. You need to go like I need to see the changes 0, 1, 2, 3. I need to see the changes. So for that, I need to keep the code wait. What can we do? Well, here you can use the set interval. This is really helpful. So I just going to say, because set interval delay the process. It will execute a function with certain delay. We can able to achieve that with set interval. That is what we wanted. I just say set interval. And here I'm just going to create a function that is need to execute. And inside this function only, this is going to happen. Okay. And here I need to give a comma. How many minutes? I just say 1 seconds. Okay. Let me save it. And now let me save this one. Okay. So here the issue is it will comes to 10. So what's happened? Why it is comes to 10? Because what will happen is it is executed the code, and this is something called as asynchronous code. So right now you don't confuse with asynchronous code. Okay, this will execute with certain delay, but JavaScript waits for no one. So if a delay is there, it will send to some other place, and okay, so there is some delays here, you will carry on. I will keep go and execute the next code. You can able to see it here. If I say console.log, right, save it, you can able to see K is run. I just refresh it. K is run for 10 times, then only it is changing to 10. You can notice this. K is run is 10 times and then it's changing to 10. Why? Because this is making delay. When JavaScript sees a delay in code, it will send to someone. And hey, you carry on it. I will execute, I will go and execute the upcoming code. So that's what happening. But I need to make this code to also wait. How can I do this? I can put the I++ inside this loop. Now what will happen? So once this is completed, then the value of I is increased, then the loop keeps on go and again run. And if I just refresh this one, no, we actually make a mistake. So what is happening here is you can able to see the browser is started to reload. So what has happened here is, so the value of I, the JavaScript is not waiting for anyone. So here this I plus plus, it need to be there. That is why it is reloading here. So if I just say I plus plus and I just come out of here. Now if I refresh it, okay, let me cut down this one and open here. Let me cut it out. Okay, this will happen when we create an infinite code. That's what happened. So I just go and let me run this code. Okay, we are getting the value. So now what has happened is it is not waiting. The while loop is not waiting for this particular things to run. So what can I do now? What can we do now? Well, instead of putting this set timeout here, the inner HTML here, what I do is I will create the set interval here, set interval, and here we will create a function, and that function is going to contain the initiation and the starting point. Now the loop will run, okay, and this is also not going to work. Why? Because once all the things has been run, then only it will go, keeps on go and again execute the code, and then it will again execute the code, and this will happen. Okay, let me do one thing. Let me put this I value outside this one. Let me check this one. Will it work? Let let me put this with some 2000-second delay. No. So here also the same issue. So it is not working. Why? Let us understand the structure. What is happening here? I Okay. So what is happening here? The loop is running 9 times. It has started to run 9 times. Then only this keeps on going. So what we can do? We can just do a search and then we will find it out. Okay. What we can do this code. What we can do for this particular code. Otherwise, we can do the structuring method to structure each and every code. Okay. For example, first I need to get the num value. So num value is getter. So now I need to, okay, let me do one thing. What is the code? Let me go by 0. And I just going to say, instead of creating a while loop, I just going to say about set interval, okay? And instead of using loop, we can go with normal one, okay? I'm just going to say now, and what is the inner content num? This one I wanted, so I just say num value, okay? I just say let num value equal to num dot inner HTML, okay? And what I want to do is every time every time it runs, here let me put this outside. Okay. We can put this inside or inside only, no problem. Okay, num contains, and here I just want to say num dot inner HTML equal to num value plus 1. So why I used loop is because we need to cover the basic concept with the project. So that is what the main issue, like main thing that we need to do it. That is why I used the loops. But you can understand, no problem. Let me see this one. Okay, so we are getting it, but here the issue is the inner HTML. What is happening? Yeah, the inner HTML is 0 and it is goes, keeps on running, keeps on running, keeps on running. It is go, it will keeps on running it. So we need to stop this one. So let me do one thing and come out of it. So where I want to add it, num. Inside the num, I just want to add num with inner HTML, right? So what we can do, we have this num value. Okay. If the num value right now the inner HTML is a string. Okay, so that is why it is doing that. I just going to say num value is less than 1000. Then you need to run this one and this code. And here we need to change the num value. So we need to check the data type. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say console.log. We know how to check the data type. We discuss type of what is num value. So if I ask for it, you can see it is producing me string. So when I started to add a string with a number, it will concatenate it like Harry plus 0. It will say Harry 0. Like that it will give it. Same like that. One string with one number, it is going to do it. So what I need to do is I need to convert this one. So to convert a number into a string, we can do one thing. We can put a plus before it. Now the value becomes number. We just simple thing, or you can use a method called number method. Okay, so you can put it simply. If you put plus, it become number. So now what I want to do is I need to convert this one as a number. Okay, and I say let num val. Okay, you can use lot of method. We have parse into, parse float, this plus, or you can use this number method and put the value inside. It means it will convert the value into a number. Okay, I'm checking the value is less than 1000. Then what I want to do, num dot inner HTML equal to num val plus 1. Okay, so now let us run this one. Now you can able to see changes, but it is very slow, right? We need it little bit fast. So let us go for half a second. Now that is also very slow. Let us go for this is fine. Not this is also. Let us go for 80, 50. Okay. Now you will get this is how the flow state. Okay. 1000 is very big number. It will keeps on going, or you can view like this, some number that we are not able to read like this. Yeah. When a website is load, when it reaches 1000, it will commit. Screen is not clearly visible. Devi Priya, change your quality, video quality to something else. Okay, like if you watch it in 144, or if you watch it in some low quality, it will not visible. Change it to 720 pixel or 480 pixel, at least 480 pixel. It will be clear from the side. Okay, clear. Yes. Let me check once again for my. Yeah, it is visible clearly if you watch it in some good quality. I guess I check right now. Okay, so watch it. That's what. So this is actually this. Just a minute. Yeah. So same like this. Instead of followers, you can use Insta like this. The page, and you can do some while changing the animations also. If you want to do it, you can do it. It's up to you. Okay. So we have achieved this one like this. It is cool, right? So yeah, meanwhile we covered the loop also, and we executed something and wrongly, and then we identified the loop will not going to work. So we changed it and we done the code. So with the help of set interval itself. That's it. We have done. And asked about quiz app. Okay. QSAP and calculator. Yeah, calculator. A calculator is a simple thing. You can just watch it. You will find it out. Let us see QSAP, something interesting. So we will create a QSAP. How can we create a QSAP? Okay, we don't know the structure. We haven't researched anywhere. So let's see how can we create our own QSAP without any reference, without any resources also. So what I'm going to do for creating a QSAP, I just going to have a single question, one question, two questions. Okay, because two questions means it's fine. I'm going to have two questions, and if someone answered the first question correctly, I need to show an alert. Yes, you answered properly. Then, then it need to move on to the next question. Okay, and then if someone answered that question also true, I just want to say, like, we have a single question. If someone clicks it, it need to move for congrats. Okay, and if someone clicks the next button, it need to move for the next question. Like that, we can check it out. First, we need to frame the questions, right? So for that, we need to create reference type. Why? Because quizzes, we will have a lot of questions. So we need to create a list of types. I'm just going to create an array, and I'm just going to say quiz question. Okay, quiz questions. Here, I'm just going to create an array. And this array, I'm just going to create an object. This object is going to contain the options, the questions, options, and the correct answer. These three things. Okay. I'm just going to say question. Question. Okay. The question is going to be, what is the question we can ask? What can I say? Okay. Let us go for programming. What is the another name for JavaScript? Anyone know what is the another name for JavaScript? Tell it in the chat box. And here the next question. Next question is JavaScript is a backend language. I don't know what is the other name for JavaScript. If you don't know, shall we Google it and find it out what is another name? Okay. So yeah, what is the another name for JavaScript? Can I click it? Or anyone having the answer? So it is LiveScript. So that's what the answer is. Not 𝐏𝐻 If someone says 𝐏𝐻 don't believe this. The core language is 𝐏𝐻 but the another name is not 𝐏𝐻 What is the other name for JavaScript? Yeah. Not 𝐏𝐻 𝐏𝐻 I'm asking another name for JavaScript. Yeah. So these are the another name, not 𝐏𝐻 𝐏𝐻 is the governing body for JavaScript. That is the core language. It's not another name. LiveScript is an answer. Alternative names we can say LiveScript and someone say JScript, 𝐏𝐻 and someone say ES6 also. But LiveScript is that actually originally it gives LiveScript. Then it is changed to JavaScript because of marketing purpose. JavaScript. So they changed it. Okay. So let me add the options. Options. It's going to be again an array. The first one is going to be 𝐏𝐻 script. Okay. The second one is going to be live script. That is the answer. Live script. The third one, let me add the third one as JScript. JScript. And let me add yes. These are all the 4 options. And we need to know the correct answer also, right? Correct answer is going to be, let us say, live script. Okay, that's it. And then we have completed the first question. Close it down. Second question, true or false type question. So we need to check the same. We need to use the same thing. So I'm just going to say option, and I just do Q and you see like this. Options. Just say Q, and we're going to have false. And I can say correct answer is going to be false. JavaScript is not a backend language, but we can use JavaScript as a backend language there. This is what we are having. 2 questions, 2 answers. So now, first of all, we need to display the questions in our browser. How can we do this? Let me do. Let I create a container. A div with container. I can say this container. This container. Okay. Inside this, I'm going to add all the things. So for that, what I'm going to do, first of all, I need to create an inner HTML property. Okay. So before that, we need to create a loop to loop through each and every element. So first, we will create the inner HTML property. So inside this inner HTML only, this content only, we're going to get the value. Okay. So let's see. So we know how to grab an element based on their ID only, right? So I will give the ID. You can grab the element by class also, but right now we will go with ID, okay? Because only one element. I can say ant, okay? And I just say const this container equal to, I can go and say document dot get element by ID, and I just going to say font, okay? And here I ask console.log what is this container. I need to check whether the variable is successfully fetched or not, right? Console, we are fetched the container now. So inside this container only, I need to display the question, and I need to display the options. And if someone no, I don't want to display the correct answer, I can leave it. Someone clicks the correct answer, then I need to say a small notification, congratulations, you have done. And then we need to show a button. If we click the button, then it need to move on to the next question. That's what it is. Okay, looks simple, but we need to work on each and every code, like small concepts. Okay, so first, how it should look like. So let me do the structure here. It is going to be inside the container. The container is going to have the class of this is going to be displayed, and here we're going to have inside the this we're going to have a h1, and this h1 is going to have the question. Okay, it's going to have the question, and here we're going to have button. Okay, that button going to have the options, or we can say div, the small divs. We can say go with button, that is fine. Button that is going to have the options. So option 1, option 2, like this, they're going to have the options like this. Okay. And if someone clicks the correct option, then what I need to do? Then below this, here we're going to have a two container. One is div. This div is going to contain the answer. I just say class it's going to be quiz questions. Quiz question. Okay. And we need this quiz question container only. So I'm just going to grab the quiz question container by giving some ID cunt or question. I just say cunt quiz. This is what we need. Go here and test this one. So we are fetching the cunt quiz. So inside this only all the questions are going to be loaded, and below this container we're going to have another container that's going to have another container that is going to have message. Okay, and here we will show the if it is wrong answer or right answer. Okay, notification message. Okay, I can say correct. Okay, so h1 add this, and I just cut it down, place the h1 and save it. So like this. This was the structure. So now everything is inside. Everything is inside. This quiz is the structure, and this is going to be the question. So inside this only, all the questions need to load. Inside this only, all the questions need to load. So we fetched the quiz container, and we have stored it in the container. So I'm just going to say quiz container dot inner HTML equal to, here we're going to store an h1 tag, that is the question. That's the question. This is going to be that. But the problem here is whenever I'm using the inner HTML, we can able to write only a single line of code. Okay, if I try to write another tag, I can say like h2. You can see it is throwing me an error. We can able to do this. We can't do this. So that is why you can use backticks. So backticks, remember that in a string I mentioned three things. To create a string, you can able to use where is the string? I mentioned, yeah, you can use single quotes, double quotes, and backticks. So backticks is actually, we can use it for multi-line things, and it is named as template literal. It will really help to manipulate the DOM. So now I just going to say the code that I copied. These things I need to execute. You can see we can able to do it. But if I use the single quotes or double quotes, it will throw us an error because they are built for a single line of code. You can see the error is throwing. So use the backticks, much more preferable. And not only that, you can able to write JavaScript code inside this backticks. How means if you want to write JavaScript code, for example, instead of question, you want to write a number, like you need to do a multiplication. That is JavaScript program, right? So how can we do this? Means you need to use $sign with curly braces. So inside this curly braces, you can write whatever JavaScript code you want to write, you can write it. For example, I say console.log JS. We call it now, that is undefined, don't leave leave it. But you can able to see the JS is invoking here, right? So we can write JavaScript code also here, we can write. So now what I want is I need the question to be displayed here. So how can I fetch it? So let me see. So this is an array. This is called as an array that will contain list of items, and this is called as an object. This is called as an object. So to fetch an item from an array, we need to use indexes. Let me show what is this. Just say console.log. What is this container? I ask here in the console, remove this one. You can see not quiz container, it's quiz question. Quiz question. So this is an array. Inside an array, we have two objects. If I click it, you can able to see a numbering 0 and 1, right? So this is indexes. Basically, indexes are like small containers. An array will hold list of like you can able to store more than one values. Okay, it can able to store more than one values, and those values are stored in a small container. In big containers, small containers are there. Those small containers are the indexes. Okay, so usually the indexes start from 0. So the first value is in the 0th index. The ordered what value giving first, that will go in the 0th index. The second value, it is go in the first index, right? It will store it. So if you want to access only the first value, then what you need to do is you need to use a square bracket and you need to tell the index number. The index number is 0. If I save it, now you can see we are getting only the particular object. So now it is an object. So if you want to access only the question, then what you need to do is you need to use dot operator. Remember that if it is an array, you need to use square bracket. If it is an object, you need to use dot. And tell what is the key. You have question, right? You need to tell this is the key. And you need to tell what value that you want to access. For example, if it is question, you need to tell question. And if I save it, you can see you are getting only the question. And this is the one that I want to add inside the H1. Now you can see what is the another name for JavaScript. Hello, is my voice is clear for all? Can you able to hear me? Is my voice is clear? Hello? Can anyone tell it in the chat box? Is my voice is clear? So can anyone tell that in the chat box is my voice is audible or not? Hello, can you able to hear my voice? Or hello? Yes, thank you. Okay, so we have added it. So now what I want, we need all the options. So for options, we need to do the same thing, but instead of questions, we need to go for options like this. Instead of this, we need to go for options. Just remove this option, and still it is an array. I need only the first index option. So if I ask for it, then it will show me this JavaScript. Same like this, we need to apply for all the elements. Indexes is going to be 0, and this is going to be 1, and this is going to be 2. Run it, you can able to see all the options are here. And if you click the correct option, right, we click the correct option, then I need to tell that the option that you have clicked is correct, like this. This screen is not visible for everyone, not properly. It is showing properly for me. Can anyone say? Yeah, it is working properly only. Say if the screen is not visible properly, click on the settings, go for the quality, watch it in either 480 pixel or watch it in, go for here. Okay, you can able to see the screen visibility, right? So do that one. It is working properly for me. And if it is not means, then it's up to your screen. Check it out. Okay, that's what it is. Okay, this is what we have. Okay. Remember that this is not a good thing that do it, right? So why? Because what if I have a two I have another thing also. So for that I need to change everything. So if I have 100 quizzes, well, I write the same exact thing again and again. It is not great, right? So this is not a perfect way to do it. So then how can we do it? Well, here comes the process called iteration. Iteration. Iteration is the process. Here comes. So here we're going to use a method called for each. So what is actually for each is, so for each takes up a function. Okay, it will takes a function and it will run that particular function in each and every element in the array. It will run it in each and every element in an array. For example, I will show you. I have an array const arr equal to an array 1 comma 2 comma 3 like this. And if you want to use the for each, you need to tell the array name dot for each method, and it will takes up a function, and that function in the console.log I'm asking what the for each will do means it will take this function and it will run on each and every element in the array. Okay, it will run on each and every element in the array. It will automatically run, start from first to end, it will run. So during this process, this function have access to three things. The first one is the value, the second one is going to be the array, the third one, sorry, second one is going to be the index of the element, third one is going to be the array. For example, if I ask it in the console, let me tell what is the value. You can able to see we are getting the value 1, 2, 3. Okay, so for each loop take the function and it will run on the first element. The value of the element is 1, the index of the element is 0, so it will get access to it. So it is a console.log value, it will to type the value. Once the code is executed, then this function is taken to the next code and it will start to execute. Then this function is taken to the next item in an array and it will execute it. So likewise, it will keeps on go again automatically. So this one, what we needed. What I'm going to do is, I just going to use this iterator here in the quiz question. So quiz question is an array. So I just going to say quiz question, and this iterators only works in array and strings. Okay, only iterable object. So mostly it is like this array iterators basically for arrays. Okay, and here I just going to say quiz contain quiz questions dot for each. Okay, this is the method, and it is going to run a function on each and every element. And here we will have access to the value, right? So I just want the value, and what I'm going to do, I just going to cut it off, and I just going to put it here. And the value is nothing but this here. We need to replace everything with value. So I just going to select the multiple things. I remove all the thing which is considered defaultly. Okay, here the value is going to be the this object initially, then going to be this object. So I just going to say value dot Westin. Okay, and then here there is an issue will be there. So I just going to comment off this one right now and I run it. You can able to see we are getting an error because this value is not comment of this. I just cut it off. Now if I run it, not options dot question. You can question, the spelling is correct. Here question run it. You can able to see we are getting the second one only. Okay, we are getting the second one only. But as per the code, we need to get this question also, and also we need to get this question also, right? But right now it is displaying only the first question. Right now only is displaying the first question. So according to the code, I don't want the second question. But if we want the second question also, then you need to use assignment operator because this equal to what it will do. It will replace the previous value with the new value. So if I use plus operator, like assignment operator, then it will render all the two questions. Okay. But here, right now, I only want the first question. Okay. So I just going to say let, okay, question equal to 0, and I just want Westin only. Westin, sorry, value, and I just only want the first question. Okay, this is what I actually wanted. So now if I run it, you can be able to see I can able to see value dot Westin. You can able to see the two things we are getting. It's going to be value question is not executing. Okay, so I just remove plus. Okay, we are getting this. So now I don't want two question. I only want the first question. So I'm not going to apply the for each loop here. I just going to remove this one. Okay, I remove this one, and here I just going to say the normally how we access it. The same thing we're going to access it here. Okay, how means, but instead of this we're going to use the question. Here I just going to say this question. Okay, and this is an array. Here inside this array we're going to use this question dot question. Now we will get only the first question. Now what I want is I need to go inside this option. So I just going to say I need to write JavaScript code. So I just say dollar this one, and where I want to go, I just want to go for the this question dot option. Okay, and this is an array. Here I want to loop through it for each loop, and this is going to take up a function, and that function is going to have the value. The value is going to be the each and every item in an array, and what it is going to return every time the array is runs is it is going to return a button, and this button element is going to have the value. Now if I save it, okay, so the button element is basically in a string. Value return inside this. So let me add, okay, here remove this one, and we will add button inside it. Here, I need to add the button. Okay, and the button is going to be, this loop is going to execute for 3 times. We have okay. We need to return the button only. So I'm just going to say remove this one. So let me ask what is console.log value console, and let me check what we are getting in the console. With the help of loops, we are getting cannot read the property of undefined is options is a loop. Options is an array, right? Questions. Okay, so we need to tell the index. The index is going to be the current index of this one. And if I run it, now we are getting ECMAScript, LiveScript, TypeScript, and everything. And here it need to return a button 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 tag, and that will contain the value of it. Now if I save it, okay, we could go. It is telling 249. There is an error will be there, and it is telling that this should be in backticks. Now you can able to see we are getting undefined here. Okay, why we are getting the value undefined here means we need to check out that. Let me ask you here in the console.log, and what is value? Yeah, we are getting the value here, but here the button, I just remove this one, and here if I ask hello, not hello, I just say hello. Here this button is not repeating, so there is a problem here. So what I want to do is, what we need to do is, let me check this one in the console. Third, okay, okay. So what we can do, I need to look through this particular ECMAScript, LiveScript, and everything. So that's what we are look through we need. But this button is not working. So if I say here console.log value, we are getting this value. But this value is not repeating here. This value is not repeating here. So I'm just going to say I think we need to simply say button, and this is going to contain the value that will be coming from here. Just a minute. Invalid regular expression 250. Throw us an error. Console.log is not a function. Okay. let us do one thing. We'll just rid of this and we will look through again. Just saying here inside the button. Okay, so inside the button, let me add the values. Okay, that is going to be quiz container dot question. Okay, dot for options dot for each. Okay, and it is going to be a function. Let me add the normal function value, and here let me ask for value. And we cannot read the property of reading options at undefined. So it is showing me that we are missing out something. That's why. So let me show type error. Cannot read the property as undefined. So this container not this sheet. And now we are getting undefined here. The value is not defined. So the value it is not defining. So this value log value that is coming here, but it is not defining. So instead of for each, I can use map. Okay, and what can we do is we remove this one, and I can say, let me explain if it is work. Return a button. Okay, and here it is going to be the dollar value, and if I use string, yeah, now we are getting it. Okay, so let me explain. The issue is simple. I find it out. What is the issue is the for each method, it does not return anything. But here in this case, I need to return the value. That's what it is. And here it is coming the comma. Somewhere comma is coming. Where it is the comma? Comma is coming from every. Okay, so it is getting comma here. No. Where is the comma is coming from? Let me comment off. Cut it down this. No comma. Right. Then if I add this, getting the comma. Where the comma is coming from? Whether it is coming from map method. Okay, because of string. Okay. Okay, you can read the comma later. Okay, so now that's fine. So we have get it. So now the same thing it need to be applied once they give the correct answer. Okay, so what I need to do is, so if someone clicks, I need to add an event listener for all the button. So I'm just going to say ID. Let me add not an ID. We just want to add a class, and I just want to give the class name as answer. Okay, answer is going to be the class. So now we need to add an event listener for this class. So first time we're going to add an event listener for a class. I'm just going to say const answer ins equal to document dot query selector, and I just going to add dot class. So what this will do means it will fetch the element that having class, and here I need to fetch all the element that I want to have in class. I'm just going to use the query selector on. We are also having another element that's called get element by class name, but query selector are a bit advanced. You can able to use these kind of iterators also inside the method. That's what it is. Okay, if I say console dot log what is ans, Okay, you can able to see we are getting a node list. We are getting a node list, and then inside the node list it is empty. So it is telling that there is no we don't have class. It is answer. Now you can able to see all the button, right? If I see it, you can see each and every button is there. Okay, so I need to add an event listener for all the button. I'm going to say ans dot all the button. I need to add it. So I just going to say for each function. Okay, and here I just going to add event listener for all the button. So each and every button btnn is going to be the value, and I say btnn. In console you can able to see what is btnn is. It's going to be the button, each and every individual button. You can see each and every individual button, and for each and every individual button I'm going to add an event listener. Okay, I just say btnn dot add event listener. If someone clicks the event listener, a function will be added. A function will be added, and in this function, I need to check a condition. If okay, if the btnn, if the here I say btnn dot inner html. Okay, btnn dot inner html. I just want to say const value equal to btnn dot inner html, and I'm asking console dot log what is value. And if I click this, we will get 𝐏𝐽𝐬script. You can see each and every time we are clicking, we are getting that particular value. And now what I want, I'm going to check a condition. If the value you get, value is triple equal to what? This correct answer. Triple equal to this correct answer, then I need to check it. So how can we fetch the correct answer? The correct answer is going to be this question. Inside this, we need to add the question number. Okay. Okay. Inside this, and I just want to say dot and fetch the correct answer. If it is equal to correct answer, then here I need to create another container. So that is going to be our message container. So I'm just going to give an ID notify. So let us copy this ID notify. Go for app.js, and here I just going to say const notify equal to document dot get element by ID notify. Okay. If it is equal, then inside this notify, okay, dot inner HTML, okay, inner HTML equal to slash, and that is going to be a div. That is going to be a div, and inside the div, you add a h1, and it is true, right? And I just want to say correct answer, okay, and else, okay. So or we can put the correct answer again into an array, and we can look through it, but it is not needed. We can go as it is, okay. So I just going to say else. If it is not like this, then notify.inner HTML is equal to the same thing. Instead of correct answer, wrong answer. I need to show it. And here below this, I need to add two button. One button that is going to be the next button that is going to have the next inside it. Now if I click it, and if I click the live script, you can see, I think, correct answer live script. If I click the wrong answer, we will get the wrong answer. And here also I need the next button. Copy, paste it. Okay. Now, if I click 𝐏𝐽𝐬script, wrong answer. Next question. If I click the live script, it's a correct answer. Next question. If it is that, we need to do it. It's a so you can style it, right? So you can style that you can what you can do here. You have the class, right? So I can add a class. I can say class notify, notify, noti- message notification, message notify. Message notify and do one thing here message notify is going to be success. Here the differentiation message notify it's going to be failure. Yeah, failure. Okay. So now let us go for the styling and I just say dot message copy message notify. So the common class are going to be it's going to be show. Okay, right now it is showing correct. I just remove this one. Right now, nothing need to show. So the message notify, it's going to be, if someone clicks it, then only I need to show it. So it's going to be a div. So I just want to say border 1 pixel solid black. Okay, and then I'm just going to say border. And then next what I want to say is let us give the padding 20 pixel, 20 pixel left and right. Okay, and if it is message notification is success, if the message notification is having another class that is failure, then the background color is going to be red. Okay, the same thing if it is success, it is going to be, let us make this green. Okay, I click 𝐏𝐚𝐫𝐭𝐢𝐜𝐚 they are getting this background is not applying. You can able to see here, right? So I just say message notification. Okay, so the background color is not applying. Why? Okay, I think inside this it is going. It's failure, it is success, and if it is there, it will be there. So and I say like equal to 50% of the entire screen, not the full person, and justify content. Let's say display is going to be flex and align items is going to be center. Okay, 50%. Okay, and this message notification it is inside this, right? Inside which element? Quiz container. Where is the quiz container? Style of quiz container. Quiz container. We don't have style for quiz container. Dot quiz container. Container. Display flex. Justify content. Center. Align items. Center. Is there a spelling mistake? I think so. And the flex direction to like this. And now make the width to 100% like this. The message box a little bit low. So I just going to say message notification, leave a margin top of the like this. Okay. If I click it, it is a wrong answer. If I click it, it is a right answer. And and you can check it one time, like giving only one time chance. If you once you click that button, suddenly need to move on to the next. It is a wrong answer, and after particular time, it need to move on for the next. Which one? For example, the next question you need to move on for it. Like that, you can go on. And I right now the app that we created is a for giving app. Yeah. So yeah. So what we're going to do is so what we're going to do is if someone clicks next button, then it move on to the next button. Okay. So yeah, like this we can do it. Live script. If someone clicks the next, you need to move on to the next question. So how can we do this? Here, I just want to fetch the next button. So I just going to give the class name, class equal to next. Okay. And your class equal to next. Okay. Let us fetch const next ptn equal to document dot get. Query selector, we can use query selector all, and I just say dot next. Okay. And I just ask it in the console dot log. Okay. Just going to ask it in the console dot log. Sorry for this. Let me ask what is next button. Next btn. Go and inspect console node list having nothing. Why? Everything the class is next. Where is vector all? Why we are not able to fetch anything? Because right now nothing is there. If I click, okay, then what I need to put? I need to cut it down and I need to put this code inside my event listener. This is the listener before the code stops. Here, I need to put this. Now if I click it, next is not defined. Why it is next is not defined? Wrong number. What is selector or okay? So do one thing. Here we create next function. Okay, and here we can say a function that is going to have the name of next function, and here I just going to say console dot log next function, console dot log hello. Okay, so now if I click anything, yeah, we are getting hello. So now here we put the code asking what is next. So still it is not accessing. The next is it's telling that the query selector next is not available. If I click it again, still it is not available. Why? We need to check that one. Class is equal to next. Okay. Okay. System. What we are fetching it? We are fetching this button, right? We are fetching this button. Okay. Okay. Out of this one. And what is the functionality that we need to add? If someone clicks the next button, next function. Someone clicks the button and it will shows here. And if someone clicks this button, then it need to move on for it. So for that, I need this next button. So this next button is not visible. Why it is not visible? Okay. Let me do one thing. Let me try to fetch the next word. Const success console.log. Next video. Yeah, we are getting this one. Only that button is not getting. Why? See, is that we made any spelling mistake? No. Add next. And let me ask it in the console. .log. What is next? We are getting button now. What we did wrong before? We don't know. Okay, so we are getting the button now. You can able to see it contains one button, and for that button, I needed to add an event listener. So basically, I'm just going to create a next function. This next function is going to be here, and I'm going to put it here. Now I call for, okay, I'm instead of next button, I'm calling next. That is why the we are getting the next button. Now it's going to be time for next btn index 0 dot what I need to do. Someone clicks the button. I need to add an event listener. I just say 0 dot add event listener. Someone clicks the button. I need to run a function, and that function is going to increase the question value count, the value of question count plus 1. Okay. So I think I can say question equal to question plus 1. Okay. And here I need to check if quiz question dot length, okay, if question value of question is less than quiz question dot length, okay, less than question dot length, then I need to increase it. Then I want to increase it. Else I need to say alert question and like this. And I need to increase the value of question. And not only that, I need to run a function. Okay, so that's going to be next question function. Next question function. And this next question function is going to, we need to create that. We need to create it here. A function name of next question, right? Next question. I need to create it here. Next question. That function is going to contain everything. These all are the thing till this. This is going to be contained. And here also, just a minute. Okay. So what we did, mm, okay, we written so much of code, right? Sorry. Next question, and this next question function will run. Yeah. Next question, this function also, and correct spelling. Give the correct spelling. Save it, and now go here. ECMAScript question is not defined. You can see we are having an issue. Question is not defined. What the mistake that we have done? It is telling the question is not defined. And okay. Okay. So what we need to do? We need to do. Okay. Okay. What we did right now, it is telling question is not defined. Right. So it is completed. And if we click this button, okay, the error that is coming from 263. It is coming from 263. Here. Here it is telling the question is not defined. Why the question is not defined? Because it is inside the function. Right? So the question is inside the function. So we can able to access the variable only inside the function. So we just cut it off and put the value here. Now if I run it, cannot access question before initiation. If I try to access the question before initiation, yes, initiation. Now the error is gone. Now let us check in. Wrong answer, right answer. Click the next. Question ended. Okay. So we are getting question ended. It is not moved to the next answer. You can see we are getting question ended. So why it is not moving to the next answer? We need to look onto the logic. Logic. Where is the logic? Here. Here we have the logic. What the logic that we have returned? Not here. Here. G. Script. Now we get the second question, and here you can able to see it is still showing. We need to remove this also. How can we remove? Once this event listener showed this one, okay, here the function is the next question is done. Then before, what I want to do is notify dot inner html equal to string. So for this, the notify content should be outside the function. It is outside the function. No. Cut. Paste it. Save. Now if I click it, cannot read the property of undefined add event listener. That is add event listener 289. Okay, not here. I need to add it below the function. I click. Now I click. Now we are getting the answer. Once we get the answer, the next question. Once we moved on to the next question, here I need to split this notify.inner. Access notify before initiation. Very here cut on the top. So this is because if we know we understand the structure and we write it, it will be clear. But right now we are writing the code and we are structuring it out. That is the issue. That's what the issue. Now if I click it, we are getting the code. If I click the next button, we are getting the next button. And here it needed, we are getting this one. And you can able to see it is appending the code. That is fine. We can just simply remove this question. It will be replaced. Now let us see live script. If I click it, you can able to see this one. So now what I need, if I click this true, here I need to know the correct answer, this notification I need to know it, right? So why that is not showing? So right now we are in the second question. So this is completely done. And for this button, answer, for this button answer, we need to add the event listeners, right? So some, yeah, what we need to do is we need to put this whole thing, I think, inside the function. Now let us see sigma, click next, run, wrong answer, false, correct answer, we click again, it is gone. So why it is gone? It need to show, it need to show what? What it need to show? Less than or equal to. Now, live script, next, true, false, next, it is going. It is not showing alert. Why? Why? So we click the next button. Okay, what we are asking is the question. What is the question? Let me log the question here and understand. Console dot log is the question. What is the question? Go inspect console. Let me click live. Next, the question is 0, so it is move on to the next. I click it again. Now if I click it, the question is 1. Question is 1 right now. So that is why it is moving. Okay. So the index, the length value is actually 2. Right. So I need to say value minus 1. Okay. Now if I save it, click it, next, click it, false, click it. Here also it is telling me the same thing. What we need to do. And what I need is if someone clicks the next button, then question length is reached. Okay. If someone click the question, the length is reached, then I need to tell them like an alert question is entered. Instead of vanishing that one, I need to tell an alert question is entered. So the shift class should not work. So here we need to change it. Okay. And I'm going to say console.log is container length and bar error 295. Save it. Something. Click it. Go for the next question. Click it. Go for the next question. You can see the length is going to be 2, and the value starts from 0 because that is going to helpful for that one. So what I want is length minus 1. Length minus 1. Now click it. We are getting 1. Okay. So we need to put length minus 1 here. If it is remove this one. Now it will be what? Script. Click on it. Click the next button. Yes, now it is working. We got it. So the question is ended. So now if I click the correct answer, it will be there and there is no more question, the question will be ended. What if the question is added? The question, a new question is added. Let me add the new question for the quiz application. Paste it here. The question is, what is ReactJS? It's a library, is going to be a framework. Anyone tell what is ReactJS? ReactJS is a library or a framework? Anyone tell it? Answer. I need an answer. Tell it. Yes. So the answer is going to be library. So I just say library. Okay. So now let us go for live. Next, true. Next, we have this. And if I click framework, it is the wrong answer. Library, it is the right answer. If we click it, you'll see the question is entered. Right? You can see we got it. And we can also do one thing. Uh, adding some like we just added whatever things that we need to do that comes into the mind. We just added it. The thing is, what we can do the real quiz app, you can add the negative marks also. If someone clicks it wrong, okay, instead of adding the next button, giving a next button, if someone clicks here wrong answer, show the wrong answer, and after few seconds, it need to switch to the next question. Like that also you can add it. Okay. But you can see some docs website, it will be there. You can click multiple times to check what is the right answer. If you don't want to cheat yourself, you can use this app. I think this app is okay. Well then, and we have created this also. This is our task 2. This is our task 1. And this is our task 2. This is our task 3. And this is our, you can able to see we are missing some of the values here. The color is not okay. Let me add with the dollar color. Okay. Color going to be color. Okay. So the color is going to be by default this one, right? So dark mode only it is applying to this one. Okay. So what we can do is in div, right? Div colors. Yeah, do one thing. We can add the dark mode to the body, head. Same like that. You can add the dark mode to the this container. That's it. That's what we need to do. So const font dot class list dot toggle toggle. Now class list. We will add this. It's not an issue. We can add wherever you want it. Yes. Okay. So simple. We need to fetch this class list and we need to add it. You need to just put it in the bottom of the code and you need to add it for the dark mode of the thing. Okay. So let me add here. Here itself we can add the dark mode. Why we always think that it's okay. So here in quiz we have that, right? We can add a dark dash mode. Okay. So you can see it is normal mode also it will be there and in dark mode also it will be there. So only thing is or either you can add the CSS styling here. Class equal to dark mode. Yeah. This is okay like this. So in CSS we are throwing an error. This one and take the background color. Stay. Okay. We don't want this one. Let us be this. Okay. So yeah, that's it. We have done these things, and these things, and actually one, two started with this one, with the dark mode, and started this one, and completed this one. Okay, these are all the things. And yeah, if you have any doubts right now, you can start to ask. Okay. So meanwhile, what we can do the next is we will see how to what is APIs and how to fetch data from an API. Okay. So this application we have done. This is pretty cool and okay. Wrong answer, right answer. Yeah, like this is actually what Quizap. I think someone asked for Quizap. Sarath. Yeah, Sarath. Hope you will get that. Okay. It's fine. Okay, so this is the code. Fine, we have done. So next one we're going to see what is API. Okay. So the one thing that everyone have doubt in the initial stage of writing code is so we have a front end application and we have the back end applications, right? So how can we link these front end with back end? Okay. How can we link the front end with back end? So how can we do this? That is what the issue is, right? That's what the everyone thinks of, right? So with the help of API, you can able to. So basically, how it works means so when it comes to a backend. Okay, so there is actually three things will be there. One is the server, we have the database, and we have a language, a programming language, a programming language. Okay, we have a programming language. Okay, so we have a programming language will be there. Basically, the programming language is the one that will communicate between the server and database. Okay, whenever we are asking something, so those requests is taken by the programming language and it will be sent to the database. Okay, so that's how it will be moved. So what the logic is, everything is built. Okay, so inside this database only all our data are stored. Okay, so those data are stored in a format. Okay, those data are stored in a format that is JSON. Not only JSON format, we have so much of things. We have XML, we can JSON, so much of format will be there. But mostly for NoSQL, like non-SQL or no structured query, those kinds of database like MongoDB, they will store the data in a format called JSON. And what we will do means we will create an API, application programming interface. So APIs are like links. So with the help of these links, you can able to access for particular data from a database. For example, HTTPS double slash tech hurry k slash v2 slash data. Okay, so this is how it will be there, and we will create this techary is going to be the domain. Okay, let us understand it is going to be a domain, and v2 is like a param, like it's an endpoint, and inside this you asking for something data. So if your query request is created, so your query request is created inside, if the query request is created inside the data, if the query request is already there, it is inside your data and the data inside the database, it's available. It will returns you a certain data. Okay, that is in the JSON format. That will be in a JSON format, like this. It will be the JSON format. Like this, it will return. And now what we need to do is this is the API. With the help of this endpoint, we can get some certain data. Okay, we can able to access to data. For example, only the cart items, only the profile pictures, like that. Okay, we can able to access it. We will get a data. So that JSON is exactly look like something like this. We created this application. We created the data, right? So same, it will look like this, but they have a little bit different in syntax. They are little bit different in syntax. Now what we need to do is we need to fetch. We need to fetch the value, fetch the data. We need to fetch the entire data, and then we need to what we need to do is we need to convert it to normal array objects. Normal array object. Now the JSON array, the JSON data is converted into normal array objects. Okay, normal array objects. So then what we need to do, then as soon as how we used the for each loop and we created our own application, same like that we need to create our own application. Okay, so right now we need something like this. We don't discuss about the backend and everything. We need some data, right? So let us go and search for some free APIs. So I just go here and asking for API, free APIs. Okay, we can able see there are so much of things is here. So let us scroll down and get something related. Like let us go inside this GitHub, and they are collecting list of free API. They are saying, let us go here. They can see animal API, art and design API, blockchain API, books API, business API. Let us go for books API, and you can able to see they are having. You can see what kind of they have say that authentication is there, POS meta field, and we have say HTTPS is there, and API key is there. Now what we need is, let me do one thing. Business, we don't want anything. Tenders in Hungary, something like this is that. Let us go inside here, and this is the API list. You can see something like this, right? So now let us copy this one, and let me paste it in our Google. And this endpoint, you can able to see what all are the data that is inside this particular endpoint. Okay, usually you cannot. It is a free API that you directly access to the data. But if it is a paid API or anything, means we need to buy authentication and we need to buy a specific key. We need to get it. Okay, so here it is free API. We are getting it. And what is use? What is it? What actually? What is this? A tender guru API allows you to get data of procurements in Hungary in JSON. Actually, I'm not understanding anything. Sorry for that. Okay, it's saying some data it having. Okay, so that's what it is. It's saying that, and you can see the ID. It represents the ID of the tenders, date represent the publication date of the tenders. What is tenders actually? Let me check what is tenders. Oh, sorry, tenders. So the okay. Title is the title of the tender given by the purchaser. Right now, understand that, like tendering the like the 4 tenders will add, right? So that's what they are saying. So the description is the description of the tender of the purchaser. So you can able to see here. See here, it will be there, but I'm not able to see. I'm not able to read it, right? So for that, we have a JSON extension like JSON viewer is there. I mostly use an application called Postman. Okay, let me show you Postman is. Let me open the Postman. Just a minute. Yeah, you can able to see the Postman now. Okay, so this is Postman application where you can able to test your APIs and yeah, probably you can do anything with your API, everything that you can do it, right? So what I'm going to do, I just going to cut off this and I just going to say remove this one. Is the app and I just going to give a request. And this will do the exact same thing what the Google is done, but it will view our JSON in a much more neater way. We can able to see it. You can see it is an object, okay, and that contains data. Inside this data it is an array. You can see it is an array. That array contains the details of each and every tender that was given in Hungary. Okay, tenders that was given in Hungary. If I over it, you can see we have the date, which date, and what is the title. The title is going to be they written in Hungary like registrative, something like, I think it's not in English. It's somewhere some other language API. Okay, so each and every data they have been added. Okay. Now I need to fetch it. Okay, what I need to do is I need to fetch the data and I need to convert it. Okay, so to do this we need to learn about asynchronous, but we don't have enough time to learn asynchronous. I'm going to give a short form. I just use a method called fetch. Okay, what this method will do means it will fetch the response what this link is giving. It will fetch it. Okay, and then you need to use dot then method. Okay, and then here whatever response you are getting, it will be come into a parameter here, and here you can convert this into, it is in JSON format, right? You need to convert into a normal array object. So you need to use res.json. Res is the place where all your data are converted, and then dot then you need to use data. So these are our names. Whatever name you are like to give, you can give it. Okay. So this data is actually where the converted normal array listed object is there. Okay. Now I just going to say here I need to display it in my console. I just say console.log data. So remember that the procedure that we have given. The fetch is going to fetch the request that is in JSON format. So once it is fetched, it will come to this here, the first then parameter. And now we are converting the parameter, the JSON format, into a normal array object. So once the parsing is completed, it will fall back to the next then, and here it will get the data, and I'm logging the console.log data. And here I need to tell what is the data I need to fetch it. The data is going to be this application. That's what we need to fetch it. It is showing error. Why? Because it should not have semicolon, because it is a chain of code. Run it, go for DWD, and in the console, we are getting an error. It is saying that access to fetch at HTTPX from origin HTTP has been blocked by false policy. It's not because of us, because of the API. Okay, so what we do instead of this tender, we go and fetch any other API that is much more simple and no access is there. No, warrant any other thing. Place doc, something like this. Place doc, this one. Okay, what I do? What is this in your terminal? HTTPS dot place dot. Let me check this one. I think it is also not going to work. Let me check. No, it is also telling false error. So we don't want it. I have an fake API. Let us go for fake store API. And here you will get the fake API. Okay. Let me go. It is an e-commerce API, fake store API. Let me get this one. Products. Here it is going to add this, save it, paste it here. You can able to see what is we are getting. The array converted object, right? This is just an array object. Now what is our workers? Simple. Instead of console.log, we need to pass it into a function, and we need to a function. What is the function name? I just say display is the function, and we need to pass the data. Okay, and now display is not that. I just going to create a function, and in the name of display, and we are going to get the data, and I just going to say console.log data dot title, not data dot title. You need to look through it. This is an array, right? So I'm just going to say data dot for each function. Okay, and this is going to be each and every item inside the array. And I just going to say console.log what is item dot title. You can see we are fetched through all the item dot title. Now what we can do is just like this, div dot content like this, and let us go here, and inside this function const equal to document dot query selector slash dot class. The class is going to be font tt. Just go here, paste it here, and inside this I just going to add the inner HTML. Font tt dot inner HTML equal to, not equal to, plus equal to this one, and here I'm just going to save the h1 of all the title. Okay, and here I just going to want the item dot title of the page. And now let us scroll down. We can able to see all the titles below our application, that is from our API. So here we are getting the information from our local object, but this information is coming from a server, someone's server. Somewhere in the database, somewhere it will be there. I'm accessing it with the help of this link. This is it is somewhere stored in a database, right? So I'm taking the API and I'm showing it in the front end. So that is how you will connect your backend with your front end. Simple. And you can do a lot more if you like to do it. Okay. AMG SRC dollar dot ALT. Okay. And here I ask for item dot image. I don't know whether the image is there or not. Yeah, the image is there. You can able to see they are getting the image. So let me give the width and height here itself. Width equal to 200 pixel, height equal to 200 pixel. You can see. So these data are stored in some other place in some other database. We are accessing here just with the help of API. This is how you need to connect your backend with your front end. The same again, I'm repeating the same. Sorry. So I just going to say, so the information, if you want to see the information, you can see console.log, what all are the things inside the item, what are the keys that are inside this item. Just right click on inspect, go for the console. You can see each and everything is an object. Click on the object. We have category, description, ID, image, and price. Let me add the price. item dot price, and you can add. You can see we have rating is there, title is there, category is there, and I just say h5 equal to dollar category, and if I save it, category is not defined. Why? Category. Take the spelling CATEGORY category. Is that? Oh, not item dot category. Sorry. Now that's it. You can see it is coming from backpack. The price is 919 something. It is men's clothing, and everything will be there. Let's see it in dark mode. We are not able to see the title in dark mode. We changed it. That's why. Okay, that is the reason. Okay. Yeah. So this is how the API works. Okay. So basically, here we used someone's API. What in real application we need to use our own API. Okay. We need to create our own API with the help of backend, with the help of database, and then we need to pay it. Okay. So yeah, that's all. That's all about JS. We have done. Okay. And yeah, if you have any doubts, you can ask me now. Okay. So you will have break also. I think I know the 4 hours I don't give any break. Let me check it and I will tell. Okay, if you have any doubts, you can ask it. Okay. So yeah, I know that the third attendance form I shared in the chat box. You will get it and have a 10 minutes break. I know that the last 4 hours we don't take any break. Uh, Yeah. If you have any doubts, you can tell it in the chat box, or otherwise have a 10 minutes of break. The React.js class is going to start at 5:50. Okay. You can ask, you can learn React.js a lot from Navid Business, and if you will take it, and if you have doubts, you can ask me now. And there is a 10 minutes break. Yeah. See you. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so we'll start now. Thank you, Hari. Thank you, Mosam, for taking such a nice session for CSS and JavaScript. Can one more time? Let me do one thing. Okay, only 5 people had filled the attendance, so let me write it also. Three. So this is the attendance three. Please fill the attendance three. I've given it again. I'll show this also. Please fill the attendance three. Okay, and we'll start with your ReactJS. So what is ReactJS? ReactJS is a I saw that Hari had given a demo of an awesome JavaScript app. So why is ReactJS required? Okay, so we'll talk about all those things. First thing is that the moment you start with ReactJS, you need a bit of terminal thing. So I'm using a Windows. Then also I have this one is a terminal in Windows, and this is a Git Bash. So I'm using this Git Bash because I love Git Bash. Like I mainly work in a Mac, but I have a Windows also. I love the Git Bash here. So the first thing which you require to work with like React is like you should have Node.js installed on your system. So Node.js is something which is it should be installed on your system. If you don't have Node.js installed on your system, install it. So this is you go to the site and the home page only you go and you download it the main version for Windows. It is like an exe file and you can download it. Then when you have it, like you can go to the terminal. Yeah, terminal is required. Okay, and you can do a node dash v. So you'll see that node base is installed on the system and npm dash v. So npm is the node.js package manager, which is also installed on my system. I don't know why it is not showing. Okay, maybe it's a bit slow. Yeah, so it is showing. So both of the things are installed on my system. So now even like starting with React, what we need to do is like we need to have something known as a create React app. And I will not tell much about the theory. You all know the theory which I told in the morning. Like the React is required because all the big apps like Facebook, Instagram, whatever you can think of, it is the front end is made in React. Okay, so even the Facebook, see this is the GitHub for Facebook. It is totally open source. GitHub for Facebook is the Facebook create React app. So React app for React app, what we need to do, we need to run some command. Okay, so first thing is that Node.js needed to be installed because React is an npm package. So everything in the past 1 decade, more than 1 decade, is open source. So it is also completely open source. So we have to run this command. Okay, npx create React app, and this is the app name. So I will go and I have to be in the terminal. I'm in my D drive, npx create React app, and then you can give anything. Like I will give it hooks. Yeah, hooks. I'll give the app name as hooks, and then I will start creating it. And it will take some time. Let me talk in that time for ReactJS. So ReactJS was developed by Facebook, and it is the with React you can create the fastest web apps. In the okay, so hooks it already contains. So npx and the React hooks. Okay, so it already contained this thing. Okay, so it was telling me this. Okay, so React was created because the DOM programming which Hari had just showed, it's very good, but it's a bit slow, and it is not possible for the DOM programming to be used by multiple users. And in most companies, what happened in one project, more than like 10 15 people, at least 10 15 people works on the front end if it's a small thing. If it's a big thing like Facebook, and if it's a big thing like Instagram, like Facebook and Instagram, like in Facebook there are 80,000 people. Out of them, at least like more than around 30 40,000 people work on React on the front end of the Facebook. So front end React is only used to make the front end. The back end, there are different technologies like Node.js, Java, and all those things. They are used to create the back end. So front end only in the Facebook. So Facebook is the biggest web app on the planet with around 4 billion active users, which is the half of the world population. So that kind of thing can run in React. Means anything can run in React. That's why React is so popular. Almost everything which doesn't have a Google name attached to it is created in React. Okay. Google uses something else known as Angular, which is also very nice framework. But nowadays it is not that popular as React.js. Okay. So that's why we are not learning it. But if you can learn it, and it is complicated also, it is very good. So React.js is required first thing because DOM programming with JavaScript is a bit slow, and React uses something known as the virtual DOM. It is much more faster. Okay, but you have to install like some packages and on, because by default the browser doesn't understand yet. Browser only understand HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And if everything is okay, you'll see this thing. Okay, we suggest you begin by typing this, and you start in happy hacking. You see this thing. Okay. So I will do this thing which they are telling. So CV React app, because I'm in my D directory, and it is opening here. Okay, one sec. Volume. Sorry for that. So this is done. Okay, so then I do this CD React hooks, and I will do npm start, but I will also do one more thing, like the code dot I will do, because I want it to open in VS Code, and this is the way to directly open it in VS Code. And maybe I'll tell the structure a bit, then we'll go ahead, and then I will do something which they are telling, which is npm start. npm start npm start I'll do. So now npm start I have done. So and it will go. So npm start, why this npm start is required, and npm start, with npm start the best thing is that you don't need to do that local, what is it say, like live server thing. Okay, so it is taking some time because I'm streaming also, and it takes like something. Okay, let us go through the project meanwhile. So this is my whole project, and what does this mean, what does all of this mean. So till now, you have seen a HTML, CSS, and JavaScript project, in which you might have seen only 3 files, like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript file, which Hari might have shown. So one index.html, one style.css, and maybe one main.js file. You might, but now I'm seeing a lot of files. I'm seeing, because see, at the end of the day, the browser doesn't understand React.js, browser doesn't understand Angular, browser doesn't understand Vue.js, which is the third most popular like JavaScript framework. Okay, so React is actually not even a framework; it's a library. So that is there, but so many files are there, because what React.js does, it uses two things. One is known as a Babel, and one is known as a Webpack behind the scene, and it uses them behind the scene to convert the React.js code, which is a bit different than DOM programming. DOM programming is the main way in which you use JavaScript, which Hari has shown very nicely. So it uses something different. And that something different get converted into DOM, like JavaScript DOM program, JavaScript HTML, CSS, JavaScript through Babel and Webpack. There are two things, Babel and Webpack, so that it get converted. Okay, and let's go through this structure first. It has got some package.json file, which contains some of the things, which is React versions. React was actually released in 2013, and I'm privileged to work from 2015 in React. When I was working as a full-time developer, I was working from 2015, which is by the time React was just popular. So I'm working for a long time in React.js. Okay, so that is there, and this React.js is like it is like different versions are there. So every year Facebook. So yeah, React is open source, completely open source, but it is maintained by Facebook. Okay. It is maintained by Facebook. Maintained. So they releases a version every year. So in 10 years, like 2013, this is 2023. In 10 years, they have released around 18 major versions. Okay. So 18 major versions. So React has actually gone through some major changes after version 16.8, which was released in 2020 mid. Till that time, React was mainly class based, and after that, React has mainly like hook based. React has two types of component. One is a functional component, one is a class based component. So there were some issues with the class based component. So what happened? React like started converting everything to your functional. So we are going to see functional components only, in which hooks and states. So the main concepts of Reacts will be there. So we are going to learn that. Okay, so functional component only we are going to learn. So let us start like with functional component only. And but then also let us start first learn where it started. So this package.json is there, this git ignore is there, and in this git ignore all these things are there. So node modules something is there. So node modules is the how is the way in which the all modern programs work. Modern programs are very huge. So node modules is a folder which is there in git ignore, because it we don't want to put this in the GitHub. We don't want to put the node modules in GitHub, which is actually very like revealed in file explorer if I do. So like if I do, where is the stand? Okay, properties. If I do properties, this node module itself is 304 MB, which is quite big. This is a quite big file, which is actually not required when we do it in GitHub. Why it is not required? But it is used. It is needed for running the program, because whatever small dependencies we need, it we add it here. Okay, so that is there. And so then let's understand like how this is like even running. Okay, so how this is even running. So, and I think npm start, why is npm start not running? Npm start is opening it on localhost 3000. So as I've told, you don't need to open it here only. You don't need to strange. Oh, I did a control C. Sorry for that. Yeah, I understand. I did a control C here. Right. So you see this famous React logo, and React is actually completely like you don't need to have any live server or something. The moment you change something in the code, it will change. Okay. So React code, where that's the React code starts. So React code starts with this public folder. You see public folder. There is something as index.html. This is a very important file. So it's something in this index.html file. So this I just removed the comments. So you see this index.html file. It has got all this, and this is the file actually which you are seeing here, like which you are seeing here. See this React tab. It has been written here. So I will change it to learn React. I will save it, and it is changed to learn React. But from where this thing is coming? So if you can see, body is very small. In the body, there is a div with ID of root. So there is a div with ID of root. So this is something which is like a bit important in React. So React actually starts from this index.js file. In this index.js file, you'll see some things are there. I will remove some of the things, because again, all things are not required. Remove this. So here you'll see this. There is a code which you don't need to understand. I'm just telling how this React app works. So React DOM.create to document.get element by ID root is there. Okay, so document.get element by ID root. So we are getting the root element. Okay, document.get element by ID root. So this one we are getting in the index.js, and then we are rendering it in a app. So root got rendered in the app. App is actually a component. App is actually a component in which we are rendering, and actually this is something which you are seeing here. This all these things. It is something, if you watch closely, it is this class name app and this logo, and then this learn React, learn React. If I change it, React learning, so it will change to React learning. So see, all these things is actually coming from here. But this is like a weird kind of file, and this is something uh, people don't understand React for this reason. See, if you can see properly, and we are not going to learn much more about it, because most of the time we are going to like React. I will start from here only, because that is the theoretical part that I told, index.html, index.js. Most of the time the developers start from here, okay, because they know the theoretical part how it is started. So but see here one thing which is like a bit weird in React, just which people who come from JavaScript background or even from Angular background, they find it weird. This is a JavaScript file, but in this JavaScript file I have a like an HTML. I have an HTML like normally. I have an HTML like normally, like it's an HTML. So and in React, what happens? See the CSS. If I see the CSS file, where is the CSS file? CSS is like a normal CSS, okay. But the this is a this file JS file is having JavaScript also, a bit of JavaScript also. Wherever you see this thing, is a bit of JavaScript and bit of HTML. So the JS file is a combination of HTML and JavaScript in React, and this is JS file, but it is also known as JSX file. In fact, you can give that extension also. JSX, JavaScript XML. It's a different kind of language, and that's why people are a bit scared, but nothing to get scared. Actually, it is much more easier than DOM programming. If you can see, I can directly write a HTML code here, but in a DOM programming, I cannot write an HTML. Okay, so here I can directly write an HTML code inside this function, and this is the normal JavaScript functions. And there are classes also, but we will not learn about classes because React is moving away from classes, and we will learn about only functional component. Okay. This is a normal JavaScript function, and this is a return. In the return, I have written some HTML. Okay, there is something different in the HTML which we're going to see. And if you come here and if I right click and inspect, I will see that okay, in the inspector you see this div with ID of root which I've shown earlier, and there is a class, and there is a class, and all these things are there. There are some things which are different, like there is a class name in React is there. Instead of the class, we need to give the class name. Why we need to give the class name? We need to give the class name because what happens in your React, React, it's a JavaScript file. Then JavaScript, your class is a keyword. So class is a keyword. So that's why we need to give this thing. Okay. So okay. So we need to give this thing. Okay. So that is there. And now to start with React, mostly we are going to like remove this thing. So you're going to learn the React. Okay. So I'll save it. The moment I save it, and you'll see that nothing is coming, blank is there. Okay, so now what I'm going to do, we're going to understand first the components in React, and then the props, then we are going to understand the state, and then we're going to understand the lifecycle methods, and then we are going to do an API call. Okay, so like Hari have told you to do an API call, you're going to do an API call. Okay, so that is there, but with React JS this time. So logo, I will remove this logo, I'm not using this logo. So how do we start in React? See, React is also popular because you can divide a very big project into small program. In fact, I was leading a team of 20 UI developers. So what used to happen, like any site you take, so header you give to some UI developers, then the mid part you'll give to some UI developer, then footer you'll give to some UI developer. That is how like collaboration works. And React is very popular with collaboration because you can divide everything into small components. So components, if you want to create, I will go to this SRC, and I will create a components folder, and here I will create a file called read.js, and again, just like there is a shortcut like this to create the HTML. There is a shortcut for React components also, and I love shortcuts and all. So I don't want to do everything like there is things which I have installed, and this you should also install if you're using React. ES7 React Redux snippet, and this you install. Again, installing is very easy because the React shortcuts are not by default installed in your VS Code. What we are going to do here is read. I've created a component in the SRC and a grid.js file. This is the structure which is generally used. So this grid.js I've done, and then there are some shortcuts which you can learn. Like okay, in React you can create a function also, like function and normal function, and you can use an arrow function also. I love arrow functions actually, so I will create an arrow function, and RAFC, because arrow functions are much better. This is a basic structure of an arrow function. See, there is nothing difference here. I have a function keyword and this is an arrow function. Okay, so maybe you do or one of our longer course you will learn about arrow function also. Arrow function is much better, much modern. With ES6 it comes and it helps us to like get rid of this keyword issue. Okay, so first thing which I'm going to tell is there are actually like okay, so I'm going to tell something about like this props. I'm going to tell okay, so this, let us first show this component, then we'll learn about props. Okay, so inside this div I will have a, and inside this I will write a read from React. All right, from React, and then now I want to show this thing. Okay, I want to show this thing. So I'll come here and do a. So this is in React. What happens? Every component is on its own. So you have to show it. So I will come here and do a GREET, greet. Okay. So again, VS Code comes to our help and it's a shortcut. So greet I'll do and press the enter. Okay. Then I will come and do the this and I'll do, and this is how it is. It will be shown. Now I will save it. Now I will. So now what will happen? This greet from React is being shown. So our component greet from React is being shown. This is how you work in React. So greet and greet from React is being shown. So this is how it is there. Now the thing is there, like okay, this is the way in which we make components in React. But I want to like pass some data from this. This is known as the parent component. This is the child component. I want to pass some data from the parent component to the child component. So how do I pass the data from a parent component to a child component? So the way we pass data from a parent component to a child component is through props. We pass it through props. So props are like just used to pass the data. So in React is a very small library from JavaScript. It has got only three major things. One is a concept. One is a props. One is a state, and one is a lifecycle method. We will cover all the three major things. And sometime in more detail we do React. We have a 4-hour long React class also. You can attend that also, like in which we go a little bit more deeper. Okay, and of course we have our paid courses also in which we can go much more deeper because we cover the projects now also. In fact, the projects are there on our site. Okay, you can in our YouTube channel you can see that. Okay, so I will pass some data here. So how do I pass the data here? Okay, so what I do, like I will write a lang and anything you can write lang equal to react, and let us pass three times. Okay. Lang is not a keyword. You can write name also and something else also. Flutter and right. Sure. Okay. Three languages I have written. I will save it. So if I save it, you can see. Okay. So it is three times the component is called. Greetings from React is greet from React is in there. I hope everybody is fill the attendance form. Those who have not filled the attendance form, please fill the attendance form. Okay. So that is there. So now the main thing is that how do I get this data here? So this data, how do I get it here? So if I come here and do a console log of, there is something like when we pass the data like this, there is something known as props, P-R-O-P-S, props. It is known as props. So this props in this console.log, I will have something known as props. Okay, so props is there, and props is a keyword. Okay, so I will do this thing. Now I want to see that in the console.log. I will go and inspect. You can see it's an object. Object. It has been converted to an object like lang, react, flutter, shift. It has been converted to an object. It has been converted to an object. I didn't convert it, but it got converted to an object like this. So object, the main thing is that I want to get the value of it. Props is an object. I want to get the value of it because React internally convert it like this. Okay, so all this React and all these libraries do a lot of things like internally. So it internally converts it like this. So now I want to show these things. So I will go here, and in React, whenever you want to show some variable, like string, you can directly show. You use this curly bracket. So I'll write props dot land, props dot land, because the props name of this land. If I even go here, this is the land, props dot land I'll do. Then I will save it, and now if I go back here, greetings from greet from React, greet from Flutter, greet from Shift. It is coming. Okay, so that is it. So one more thing, there is another kind of props is also there, and this kind of props is called as a children prop. So 90% of the time you are going to pass the data like this, but 10% of the time you do that. Okay, in that what happens, like this shift is there, I will close it. So you'll close it. Okay, there is no harm in doing this. In React, most of the components we self-close, so there is no harm in doing that. Okay, I will save it, and now I will go back there. You'll see no issues are there, but I had closed it for a reason, because anyways you should do the shortcut only, not this long cut. Here I will write something inside this LANGUAG language for iOS apps, language for iOS apps. I'll write. Now see, suddenly in the third one there is something known as children is coming. I have not written it. Children is coming, children language for iOS app. So whenever you pass something inside, it comes as a children. So children, it is known as children props. So if I want to show this thing, I'll do a paragraph, and in this I'll show props dot children. Props dot children. Okay, props dot children I do, and if I go back here, language for iOS apps has been shown, because this is props dot children. So yeah, so this is all about like the props and all. Okay, and one more small thing I want to tell here, and that is like okay, so this is how you pass data from a parent component to a child component. Okay, parent component to a child component, you can pass. So there is one more thing, like we can also like in React we use a lot of ES6 concepts. So this is, as I will tell you, like you should always learn ES6 before learning React. We teach all of these things. So this props is there. Okay, in this props, what I'm going to do, you can destructure this thing also. Okay, so I will do this thing, and I'll do a lang comma children. So you can do object destructuring. What is the benefit here? So because props was an object, if you remember, so I can get rid of this thing. So in small project it is not okay, but in a bigger project, every time I use props.lang, props.children, props.lang, props.children, I can get rid of that by using this thing, because this is pure object destructuring, which is a ES6 concept. And see, now it is no error is there, we are getting it. Okay, so there is one more way to do this, the same thing. I will cut it and do a props here, and then I will do a const equal to props. This is actually the more proper way, but the first way is much more better. Okay. So again, this is shown like this. So this is the how we use the props. Now the next thing which we are going to use is like a state. Yeah. Which is one of the major React. The state is one of the major concept in React, and we are going to use that. Okay. So for that, what we are going to do, we are going to create a new component called counter.js. Counter.js, I will create a new component, and here again RAFC. I love this kind of component. So now, okay, so and I want to show this. Okay, so I will most probably comment it out. If you want to comment something out, you select all of those things and control and backslash. This is how you comment in any language. But the comments look a bit different in React. Like you will have this thing, and I will comment this also out. So it will be looking like this. Okay. So I will save it, and it will look like this. and the counter is like it is also shown. Okay, so now I will have the counter thing, counter. I'll call it, save it, and now if I see the counter is being shown. So the counter is being shown. Okay, so that is good. Now what we are going to do, learn. Okay, so we are going to learn the state. So why state? So we are creating a counter component in which what will happen, like I will have a button, and okay, and maybe a h1 also. I want to show some count here, and that count should increase in increment. Okay, so I will show some count here, which will increase if I click this button, which will increase if I click this button. So how do we implement this thing? Okay, so to implement that thing, we need to have something known as state. A state in React is in a functional component. We create it with something known as a hooks. Okay, hooks const, and then have it here, and count comma set count equal to use state, and use state is something which you'll see. It is like imported from React and everything. And count comma set count. This is what we are using. This is like this was object destructuring. This is something which is known as array destructuring. Again, ES6 concept. We are heavily dependent on ES6 concept in React. So this count is equal to this 0. What happens with this array destructuring? The initially this variable count will be equal to 0. So if I show this as like this count, you see this thing like I will have this thing 0. Okay, have this thing 0, but this is not a very good thing. Like okay, I am seeing this count and I'm seeing this as 0. It is okay. Okay, it is okay. So, but what is the benefit of it? But the thing is that I want to increment this count. So how do I increment this count? So in the button, I will have a on click handler, on click handler, and then we'll have an arrow function which will call this set count, and this will call the count plus 1. So set count, what it is doing, it is like increasing the count plus 1. Okay, so increasing the value of it. So there is one thing more. Okay, set count is there. So if you have more thing, we in React, what happens, like this count will increase, but how it will increase, this return function will actually run again when I'm increasing it like this. Okay, so I'll save it, and then I go back and increase the count. So the count is increasing fine. So this is how React works. React behind the scene, it increases the your DOM. This is known as a virtual DOM. So virtual DOM works. It works like that. Okay. So in a normal JavaScript project, if you try to achieve the same thing, it's very difficult. But React works like this. Return statement actually runs again and again when we are increasing the count. So this is the concept of state in React. Okay, the concept of state in React. Now the thing is that we are done with the concept of state. Now we are going to learn the next concept, which is also known as a like a life cycle method. Okay, in what used to happen when we were having your class based, there was used to some life cycle methods. So there is another hook which is based on this life cycle method, which is like call the user filter. I've seen that Hari has shown you how to do an API call. Okay, very nicely. But API call, you cannot do it from anywhere in React.js. Like React.js file, you don't even know. So lifecycle methods are basically something like in what in what way the like the control flows. Okay, that is known as lifecycle matters. And there is a thing. known as use effect hook. Again, everything in React is like that. So use effect hook is used to control that. Okay. So here there are two things in life cycle matter, like in a mounting phase and a updating phase. Mounting phase means when we are here and uh, this is the mounting phase. Okay, when I'm here and the component will be loaded the first time, this is the mounting phase, and when I change the state, this is the updating phase. Okay, so these are the two phases. So we have, like, now what I want, my problem scenario is like this. Learn React is there, which is been shown here. I want to show the title here. Okay, I want to show the title here, but I want to show the title after this is played. So in React, what happens, like there's a use effect which is like very important, and it is been used like okay, so to do these things. So what happens, like you might have gone to Amazon.com and Amazon.in and all those things. So Amazon.in and all, what happens? Let me also show one time. So this Amazon, if we go to Amazon, so if you are visiting Amazon for a from from a place in which the internet is not working, I don't know how many of you have seen this thing. Only this part will be loaded. Only this header part and will be loaded, and whatever is static and all the data, most of the data you get from some API endpoints. Amazon most probably you will get from the this fake API store. So this some endpoints like this, you will get the data. Okay, so like this, you'll get the data from this API endpoint. You'll get the data. So that is then we might hit this endpoint only today for today's class. Okay, and we'll show something like this. So what happens? Like first, let the basic thing be loaded. Let the basic thing be loaded. If you are loading from a, like if you're going from a site place in which internet is not good, then you see some loading spinner, because all the data is we get it from the API endpoint like this. So in React, what happens, and Amazon.com is also coded in ReactJS. Okay, so in Amazon.com and all the sites like this, I want to show something, and then the API call is been made. Then I want to load something. That's why we use something known as a use effect. Okay, so use effect hook, which runs actually, which the order is like this. After this return statement is completed, then that will run. Okay, so we are going to use another hook, like which is known as a use effect. Okay, use effect hook I'm going to use, and then here I'm going to, like, use effect hook. The format is like this. Again, it's a hook, and then I will go and do a document dot title equal to the count, but I'm using a template string, so count dollar euro UN count. Okay, like this. I will save it. Now you'll see, like if I go here, this count of zeros will show, and the moment I increase it, this will also increase. So this is one of the use case of a your use effect token. So it will run after this return is done, and every time the state is also getting updated, it will run after that. Okay. So this is one of the use case. Okay. So now let us see, but there is one more thing here, and we are going to directly see the use effect. If I want to run something, let's see like a real example and all. So what we are going to see. Okay, so the thing is that we want to do some API call. We want to do some API call, which like Hari have told like this, and maybe I will give the fourth attendance also, because I'm not going to take a very long session now. So to fill the attendance for also. Okay, so what we are going to do? So this is showing like this. Okay, so I want to actually do this API call, which Hari have also shown. So we'll show this like This is called let us call like items. No, no, no. I'm not getting that name. Okay, so from okay, let us just call it a list or maybe a product list. Product list dot JS. What we are going to see a practical example in which we are going to hit this API endpoint, which is actually like similar to Amazon. We don't have the Amazon endpoint, and we are going to show this thing. Okay. So first thing first, like there are actually two ways to do this thing. Like one is through I think Hari has shown the fetch API. Fetch API is also very good, and there is okay. So there is one thing more because we are using React.js. We can use a lot of libraries, small libraries. So I'm going to show that thing that is known as the Axios. Okay, Axios is like similar to fetch API. You should always know the different things also. Try to control J, and I don't like the PowerShell, so I will convert back to Bash. So so you have to be in the same directory and you have to do something known as npm i as Axios. So I'm installing this Axios. Okay. So npm I Axios. Then this Axios has been installed. So you can always verify if it is installed with going to the package or JSON file. So this Axios is installed. This is how it is installed. So that is fine. So now I will create a RAFC. Now, install Access is a third-party library, so we have to import it also. Sometimes people don't like these things, but it is much more easier than Fetch API in a lot of cases. Okay, so because Fetch API might have seen you have to do that two-time async await like JSON and all, so which is like not a good thing. Okay, so like this okay, post list I've got, so product list I've got, so I have to hit this endpoint. Okay, so this endpoint is I'm getting an array back. I'm getting an array back from here. So what I'm going to do here, I have to make a state first. So const pro ducts, ducts because there are multiple products and set pro ducts equal to use state and initially it should be an empty array. Okay, so like this I have made. Now where do we do the API call? We do the API call through use effect hook because it runs after everything is done. Okay. Use effect hook we do the API call, but there is one more catch here. The catch here is that use effect hook we do okay, but here we had like this thing. Okay, so here we have to pass on another argument. Like here we have to pass an empty array. Why? Because use effect hook actually runs after a render also. In our counter example, it was actually running after I was changing the state. But when we do API call, I don't want to do multiple API call. I want to do only API call only once. If you want to do multiple API call, then you can like remove this thing. But if I want to do API call only once, then I pass this empty array. Okay. So now how I do it. So and again, this example you can do with fetch API also, and you can do it like this also. And here I will do a with Axios also. Okay, Axios dot get. Maybe I'll show you the fetch API also. Okay, so Axios dot get. Then what is my API endpoint? API endpoint is this. So I'll go and do this API endpoint, and then then and catch. Okay, you can use then and catch or async await, but then and catch goes well with the Axios. Then and then res res and then dot catch RR parent catch I've used. Save it, and I'll go to this. Remove all these things, and I'll have a product list. Save it. Then if I go here and inspect console, see, I'm getting the data back. Okay, but the data I'm getting in rest dot data. The data I'm getting in this rest dot data. The data back, whole back, the API endpoint data I'm getting. So it means I have to do it as the rest dot data because it's an object is coming and so refresh it. So I'm getting back the data like this. Okay. So this is how you do it through Axios. One more thing, you can do it through Fetch API also. As I've told, I will tell through Fetch also. So let me tell through Fetch, and for that, so that you know the difference in both of them. Use affect. Oh, again this, and now Fetch API. I will comment the earlier one, works much more well with the async await. But in use effect, what I make, what I will, I cannot make this async. So in use effect hook, if you're using fetch API, mostly you have to create a function inside a use effect, like const, fetch any a temporary function, fetch products equal to async await. So async like this, then okay. So const press equal to await fetch and this thing. But as you know that fetch API doesn't comes in one go. That is something which people don't like it. Okay. And one more thing, this you Axios also we can do it with this async await. Okay. So const the products equal to await press dot JSON, and this is something which people generally don't like. You have to do two times and then products. Okay, so whatever you like it. Okay. So let me come back here. Refresh it. Uh, maybe I okay. So my bad. So it will not come because see this again this fetch product you have to call it from inside like this. Okay. This is something which I always forget. So now I'm getting back that. Whatever way you will need, it will this data you will get it. Okay, so that is there. Now I like this Axios way, so I will comment it out and let us now use it. Like we got the data back. Now what? Now what we got the data back. So you will just use it. Array of object, do a set product so that I'm getting the data in the products. So I'm getting the data in the products. Now I will show the data. Okay. So how do I show the data? So we will show the data here in this uh, div. I will have is products. So one more thing in React we use map a lot. Again, a ES6 concept. So dot map, because with map what happens, this array which we are getting, we can change it to like we can change it to some like adding HTML to it. So we use map a lot. So this is ES6 map. Okay, so map I'm using, and then I will do a product, which is like this is how you use map. Please go through our ES6 and all training tutorials. You can find it. So product, I'm taking single product, which will actually be a single object. When I look through it, so it will be a single object. Then I will do something right now, like I'm going to change it later on. So I will have a H4. So that is the reason we use maps, because we can do something like this, and then I will show a product dot maybe title I'll show. Okay, title I'll show. I will save it. You see the H4, all the titles are being shown. All the titles are being shown, and this is how it is working fine. Okay, but I got an error here. Like each child in the list should have a unique key props. Okay, this is a unique error in React. In React, what happens like it wants like this is a warning. This is not like this is not breaking out. Okay, so it wants each of the child to have a unique key prop. So what is here like React for internal purpose it needs a key prop in the sense like I need to have a key equal to something, okay, which should be unique. What is unique? Whenever we get some data from the database, this is an API endpoint and we are getting the data from the database. ID is always unique, ID1, ID2. So what I'm going to do, product dot ID I'll do, and I'll save it and I'll go back, clear this console, and I'll see again I'm not getting the error. So this is how we do it. Okay. So that is do. But let us create something nice like Amazon and all. So uh, so the thing is that generally what happens, we pass the whole data which is a each of the object. This is each of the object is this. We'll pass this whole object. Okay, pass this whole object. Maybe I will actually I'm not liking this. Exact. I will do it in a so I have something there in the Chrome. So yeah, so this is the API endpoint. So yeah, so we, as I was telling, we pass this whole data in a like a different component. So we do that here also. So I will create another component called product item dot js and then RASE again. Then here, what I will do, I will call this product item, and so it have to import it and pass this key because key is important to pass, and I will also pass the product prop as product. Okay, so the whole object I am passing. Now, if I go here, I will get this as props. I can also do a CLT of props. You can see this thing, save it. Uh, so if I go here, see a lot of time product item is coming, and if I inspect it, so I am getting each one the object I'm getting. Okay. So now it means I can show it. So now how I will show it. So here, this product item destructuring is something which I want to do. There is a lot of things. So when you destructure, so product, I'm getting each of the object. I want to show it. So let us see. Okay, and I will show some styling also. So div and I want to so class name equal to container. I will take and then I'll do some styling also. Okay, so here I will show the image first. Okay, because in Amazon also sometimes the image is shown first. Image and SRC. I will take this is maybe I'll destructure it like it is product. Why to write it like this? Arrow DUCT product. So, so the or else I have to write props dot product dot blah blah blah. So prop product dot image is giving me the image, and the alt tag also we should take, and the alt tag is like product dot title. Let us see whether it is showing or not. So I will go and yeah. So all of my images, big images are being shown, which are there. All the big images are being shown. So this is how you show it. So let us now style it, okay? Because we don't want to show these big images and all these things. That is okay. And then I will have. Let me first have all the things like an H3 product dot title, and then H4 product dot price. I can see all these things are coming. Price and all these things are coming. Okay. So that is coming fine. So now I don't want this big images and all. So let us style it. So how to style a React? There are two three ways to style a React. One is to create a CSS file and to style it. So let us do it in that way first. So this product item dot CSS, and then I have to import it also. Container, and we'll have a model on px solid rate, and it is pixel, but my image is actually not. I have to do this image also. Okay. So I will do this image like because it's a small project. What I will do dot container and it is 300 that it contain. So 300 pixel and all these things. Okay, it's like okay, maybe it is like 500. So that is okay. Okay, so this is how like it is looking fine, but let us do something more like this container is shown here. So maybe this tip I will do some styling here in this tip, and let us use some. I think you all have learned the flex box. Let us use some flex box here. So again, instead of there is one more way to style it. Like if I want to style something very quickly, okay, so I can use the style tag, and then inside it I can directly give the style. So here I will give a display of flex. this page. This is a different thing. Okay, so this thing is known as a fragment. Actually, this thing is known as a fragment. You can remove this thing, and this will call like this. So see, like my app.js is now the main thing of this container. So now it is very easy to with this style. Actually, I have to go here and do this text. Now it is coming. Okay, now it is coming one after the other. So yeah, but I will have a flex wrap of wrap. So it will take the whatever the size is there. So it is taking according to that, and yeah, it is looking good. Let's wrap up. Wrap is there, and yeah, we are not going to do everything. So it is like okay, let's wrap up. Wrap is giving me something really nice. Okay, but some of the should also contain the height. It does 200 pixels. So this is much more better now. Yeah, so this is much more better. So this is how we have created. You can always do some more styling and all those things, and this thing will look much more better. And this is how we have done the styling also, getting the data and then clicking it will open something. That is a different way to do that thing. So we have done some styling, and it is okay. It is looking much more better than what it was. Okay, so. Yeah. So this is how actually Amazon also is. In Amazon also the thing is actually much more better. So that is about it. And yeah, so we had come to an end. Okay, so now one more thing I want to tell. So we're done, but we actually have an upcoming boot camp from actually 5th June. Okay, so upcoming boot camp from 5th June we have. So like we every time we have boot camp. So this upcoming boot camp is from 5th June, and we take it from a platform known as Align Together. So I have posted it also like here. So what is this boot camp all about? So let me take you all through that, and we have ended, and hope you all fill the attendance form. You'll get his certificate by tomorrow evening, tomorrow night, the most probably you'll get. So this boot camp, we currently also have an ongoing boot camp going on. And in addition to this, we have another like boot camp. Every month we generally have boot camp. This is the link. The boot camp is starting from June 5th, 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. It's a 4 times. It's a Zoom, totally on Zoom. It is not like on your like YouTube and all. It is on Zoom, and we are giving a lot of things here, so you can go through the syllabus. So where is the syllabus? Syllabus is here, session details and all this. Is what we're going to cover: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and it's a totally 60 sessions are there. Total 60 sessions are there. One also we are going to cover. One also we are going to cover, and this is for 9,000 rupees. Okay, it's a uh 3 month course because we are doing like 4 times a week, so it is like that. It's a 3 month course, but we are also giving job assistance with the same. Okay? We're also giving the job assistance with the same. So if you like what we do, so you still have got time. So we are starting it from the 5th June. So this is something which is there. And if you are in some group, you can like always contact us and know more about it. So if you are in a group or you want to know more about please be in one of our group. I will give the WhatsApp group also, so you can be there. And in the WhatsApp group, we also tell about the all the different things on YouTube which are there. See, we have got everything. We have got free thing also, and we got paid things also. If you want to do everything for free, we have that also. In fact, those who will get the certificate will get all the links from our YouTube channel in the order in which you have to do. Our YouTube channel has got a lot of projects also. You can do all the projects also there. So I will also give the link also of our WhatsApp group which you can join. So join the WhatsApp group. So that is it. Join the WhatsApp group. And thank you all. So thank you all. So for staying for such a long time with us. And thank you also. Hope you filled the attendance number 4. And thank you. And we are going to continue these things. So on most probably on a Monday, we are going to do a different thing. Like most probably we're going to have an Angular class for 4 days. So on weekdays also we have a lot of classes on our YouTube channel. So please do subscribe to it, and you'll get to know about them more. Okay.